Houston, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
Roger, Tranquility. We copy you on the ground.
New possibilities are opening up for scientific cooperation between countries.
2, 1, 0. Liftoff. Americans return to space as Discovery clears the tower.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Discovery, Roger. Go for deploy.
Base 2 and to everybody in the shuttle program, the crew is go for launch.
Roger. Nice to be in orbit.
We have followed in their footsteps to get us where we are today.
Station, this is Houston. Are you ready for the event?
Houston, this is the International Space Station. We're ready for the event.
Copy that. We're also ready to, so over to you.
Well, welcome aboard to the International Space Station and the crew of Expedition 63. It's an exciting day for us all as we bid farewell to our two friends and colleagues, Bob and Doug, as they complete the journey of this amazing test mission. It was roughly 2 months ago when we were right at this very hatch and greeted them aboard, and we changed from a crew of 3 to a crew of 5, and we executed 2 months of fantastic space station science and technical objectives with spacewalks and robotics that we're very proud of, and we're very happy to have Doug and Bob be part of that. We're a little sad to see them go, but very excited for what it means to our International Space Program to add this capability to bring people back and forth to the space station in low Earth orbit with another capability such as the Crew Dragon. Before I hand the mic over to Bob and Doug, I do want to make mention of this very special flag. It has deep space history, getting deeper, as this flag will return to Earth with the Crew Dragon guys and spend a little bit of time on Earth and very soon make a trip to the moon in short order. So, Doug, the flag's all yours. It's been a pleasure, and here you go.
Thanks, Chris. Thanks for this. This flag has spent some time up here, on the order of 9 years since we dropped it off on STS-135 after it flew on STS-1. So very proud to return this flag home and see what's next for it on its journey to the moon. It's hard to put into words just what it was like to be a part of this expedition, Expedition 63. It'll be kind of a memory that will last a lifetime for me. Just all the incredible teamwork and accomplishments, with the highlights obviously being the 4 spacewalks that we worked together literally as a crew of 5 to have success and to complete that part of the upgrade for the International Space Station, which leaves it in a great posture for the future. The other thing to think about for us is our mission isn't over. The DM-2 test flight is in some ways just 2/3 complete. We did the ascent, the rendezvous, and the docking. We completed our docked objectives, and now is the entry, descent, and splashdown phase after we undock, hopefully a little bit later today. So we're going to be really focused on completing those objectives. The teams are working really hard, especially with the dynamics of the weather over the next few days around Florida. And we appreciate those efforts because I know those decisions and that work isn't easy. And of course, for the men and women of the Commercial Crew Program and SpaceX, all the work they've done to get us to this point where we're on our way to completing this test flight. It's been a true honor.
As Doug mentioned, we're part of a test mission that began 2 months ago with the initial success of launching from American soil, bringing launches of astronauts back to the Florida coast. I'm extremely proud to have been a part of that. We've accomplished the next third of the mission, which was our time on orbit and checking out Dragon while it was docked to ensure that it would be ready for the next launch of the Crew 1 astronauts as they head to space station for an even longer stay. Now, as Doug mentioned, we're about to embark on the final portion of the journey. I've referred to some of our SpaceX friends as the hardest part was getting us launched, but the most important part is bringing us home. And so I look forward to the test objectives of not only separating from the International Space Station smoothly, but then coming down to a nice splashdown off the Florida coast to come full circle with bringing that capability to launch astronauts again to the United States. As I look back on the mission that we've had here on the International Space Station, I'm proud to have been a part of much of the science activities that happened over the last 2 months. As Doug and Chris mentioned, the spacewalks and robotics activity. Chris and I were able to join the 10 Spacewalk Club, which is a pretty neat thing that, just a few short months ago, I didn't think I would do another spacewalk, and to now have the chance to have done 4 more with Commander Cassidy was just icing on the cake for a wonderful mission. And as I look forward to heading back home for the splashdown, I do think that from a family perspective, my son and Doug's son are really excited not only to get their fathers back, but to get our Apatosaurus, our zero-G indicator that they nominated to go with us on this historic mission to the International Space Station, and bringing that to launch and return capability back to the U.S. And so for Jack and Theo, Tremor the Apatosaurus is headed home soon, and he'll be with your dads. You'll have to pick which one of us is your favorite.
Speaking of historic moments, we were reminded fairly recently that we're about at the 45th anniversary of the Apollo-Soyuz test project, and which, of course, was also the last time a U.S. spacecraft splashed down rather than landed on land. And it's kind of neat to have that mission that exemplified the teamwork between Russia and the United States, of course back then the Soviet Union and the United States, but now Russia, and to be able to share this expedition with Anatoly and Ivan, the tremendous amount of teamwork that they have put forth over the mission has just been exceptional, and we can't thank them enough for their contribution to the success of Expedition 63 and the DM-2 test mission. So Ivan and Anatoly, thank you.
It's been our real pleasure to share the station with the Endeavour crew. Bob and Doug, thank you very much for being part of Expedition 63. 2 months have passed very quickly, and today, with the weather being favorable, it's time to close the hatches. As you relatively short but very eventful mission is coming to its end. We have no doubt that your return to our planet will be as successful as your launch was. And we wish you a safe flight home, gentlemen.
I'm glad that the Endeavour crew has been with us for 2 months. It has been great and interesting time, and I wish you guys a successful return to the Earth. And just say hello to the Earthlings for us.
Well, that concludes our ceremony. Thank you very much for joining us on board the International Space Station. We have a few more activities to do in the day. These guys are about, 10 hours or so from closing the hatch. Between now and then, we've got a little bit of downtime to rest, and then kind of after dinner, we hit the ground running with all the pre-hatch closing activities and the actual undocking itself. So please stay tuned and join us for that. Until then, thank you and all the best from the Expedition Crew 63.
Station, this is Houston ACR. Thank you That concludes our event as we count down to 20 continuous years of humans living and working on the International Space Station.
Thank you all. Station, we're now resuming operational audio communications.
If they're going to make something that we don't know how to burn in a rocket engine, let's do some research. My name is Diane Linney, and I am working to build refineries and gas stations on the moon and Mars. One of the first things we need to do is we need to dig up our dirt. I was working my vegetable garden using a small rototiller. The dirt was very dry on top, but of course as soon as I tilled it up, I got some wet dirt. And I thought, wow, we're trying to harvest the water out of the soil on the moon and Mars to process it into something more useful. We get to play in our sandbox. We can measure how much soil went up into the scoop. Actually, I wanted to be a lawyer when I was in high school. My high school physics and calculus teacher said, you're a woman and you're really good in math and science, you should try engineering. Up until now, we've taken everything we need with us. We're trying to build gas stations and refineries so we don't have to bring all our propellant with us. Our ancestors called it living off the land. It's just a lot of fun that we get to try and push the technology and make new things.
This is Houston. Are you ready for the event?
Houston, this is the International Space Station. We're ready for the event.
Copy that. We're also ready to, over to you.
Well, welcome aboard to the International Space Station and the crew of Expedition 63. It's an exciting day for us all as we bid farewell to our two friends and colleagues, Bob and Doug, as they complete the journey of this amazing test mission. It was roughly 2 months ago when we were right at this very hatch and greeted them aboard, and we changed from a crew of 3 to a crew of 5, and we executed 2 months of fantastic space station science and technical objectives with spacewalks and robotics that we're very proud of, and we're very happy to have Doug and Bob be part of that. We're a little sad to see them go, but very excited for what it means to our International Space Program to add this capability to bring people back and forth to the space station in low Earth orbit with another capability such as the Crew Dragon. Before I hand the mic over to Bob and Doug, I do want to make mention of this very special flag that has deep space history, getting deeper, as this flag will return to Earth with the Crew Dragon guys and spend a little bit of time on Earth and very soon make a trip to the moon in short order. So, Doug, the flag's all yours. It's been a pleasure, and here you go.
Thanks, Chris. Thanks for this. This flag has spent some time up here, on the order of 9 years since we dropped it off on STS-135 after it flew on STS-1. So very proud to return this flag home and see what's next for it on its journey to the moon. It's hard to put into words just what it was like to be a part of this expedition, Expedition 63. It'll be kind of a memory that will last a lifetime for me. Just all the incredible teamwork and accomplishments, with the highlights obviously being the 4 spacewalks that we worked together literally as a crew of 5 to have success and to complete that part of the upgrade for the International Space Station, which leaves it in a great posture for the future. The other thing to think about for us is our mission isn't over. The DM-2 test flight is in some ways just 2/3 complete. We did the ascent, the rendezvous, and the docking. We completed our docked objectives, and now is the entry, descent, and splashdown phase after we undock, hopefully a little bit later today. So we're going to be really focused on completing those objectives. The teams are working really hard, especially with the dynamics of the weather over the next few days around Florida. And we appreciate those efforts because I know those decisions and that work isn't easy. And of course, for the men and women of the Commercial Crew Program and SpaceX, all the work they've done to get us to this point where we're on our way to completing this test flight. It's been a true honor.
As Doug mentioned, we're part of a test mission that began 2 months ago with the initial success of launching from American soil, bringing launches of astronauts back to the Florida coast. I'm extremely proud to have been a part of that. We've accomplished the next third of the mission, which was our time on orbit and checking out Dragon while it was docked to ensure that it would be ready for the next launch of the Crew 1 astronauts as they head to space station for an even longer stay. Now, as Doug mentioned, we're about to embark on the final portion of the journey. I've referred to some of our SpaceX friends as the hardest part was getting us launched, but the most important part is bringing us home. And so I look forward to the test objectives of not only separating from the International Space Station smoothly, but then coming down to a nice splashdown off the Florida coast to come full circle with bringing that capability to launch astronauts again to the United States. As I look back on the mission that we've had here on the International Space Station, I'm proud to have been a part of much of the science activities that happened over the last 2 months. As Doug and Chris mentioned, the spacewalks and robotics activity. Chris and I were able to join the 10 Spacewalk Club, which is a pretty neat thing that, just a few short months ago, I didn't think I would do another spacewalk, and to now have the chance to have done 4 more with Commander Cassidy was just icing on the cake for a wonderful mission. And as I look forward to heading back home for the splashdown, I do think that from a family perspective, my son and Doug's son are really excited not only to get their fathers back, but to get our Apatosaurus, our zero-G indicator that they nominated to go with us on this historic mission to the International Space Station and bringing that to launch and return capability back to the U.S. And so for Jack and Theo, Tremor the Apatosaurus is headed home soon, and he'll be with your dads. You'll have to pick which one of us is your favorite.
Speaking of historic moments, we were reminded fairly recently that we're about at the 45th anniversary of the Apollo-Soyuz test project, and which, of course, was also the last time a U.S. spacecraft splashed down rather than landed on land. And it's kind of neat to have that mission that exemplified the teamwork between Russia and the United States, of course, back then the Soviet Union and the United States, but now Russia, and to be able to share this expedition with Anatoly and Ivan, the tremendous amount of teamwork that they have put forth over the mission has just been exceptional, and we can't thank them enough for their contribution to the success of Expedition 63 and the DM-2 test mission. So, Ivan and Anatoly, thank you.
It's been our real pleasure to share the station with the Endeavour crew. Bob and Doug, thank you very much for being part of Expedition 63. 2 months have passed very quickly, and today, with the weather being favorable, it's time to close the hatches. As you relatively short but very eventful mission is coming to its end. We have no doubt that your return to our planet will be as successful as your launch was. And we wish you a safe flight home, gentlemen.
I'm glad that the Endeavour crew has been with us for 2 months. It has been great and interesting time, and I wish you guys a successful return to the Earth. And just say hello to the Earthlings for us.
Well, that concludes our ceremony. Thank you very much for joining us on board the International Space Station. We have a few more activities to do in the day. These guys are about, 10 hours or so from closing the hatch. Between now and then, we've got a little bit of downtime to rest, and then kind of after dinner, we hit the ground running with all the pre-hatch closing activities and the actual undocking itself. So please stay tuned and join us for that. Until then, thank you and all the best from the Expedition Crew 63.
Station, this is Houston ACR. Thank you. That concludes our event as we count down to 20 continuous years of humans living and working on the International Space Station.
Thank you all. Station, we're now resuming operational audio communications.
Hi, my name is Chelsea Walker. I'm a materials and process design engineer for Northrop Grumman, the lead contractor for the solid rocket boosters of NASA's Space Launch System. This is rocket science in 60 seconds. These boosters produce 7.2 million pounds of thrust during liftoff and flight. I work on the insulation that protects the SLS solid rocket booster during flight. Here, in the Insulation and Component Work Center, the insulation, a rubber-based material, is applied to the inside of the rocket motor case to protect it from the burning propellant. Combine raw materials together through a 2-roll mill to form a sheet. We then apply the insulation to the metal rocket motor case. After the insulation is cured, a liner is applied. This is an adhesive that helps propellant stick to the insulation. Then the case is ready to go to our casting facility where it is loaded with propellant.
Experience. Innovation. Safety. The Aeronautics Test Program at Dryden Flight Research Center. Flight Loads Laboratory. Research Aircraft Integration Facility. Western Aeronautical Test Range. Support Aircraft. The Aeronautics Test Program at Dryden Flight Research Center. NASA Dryden's Aeronautics Test Program, Flight Operations and Test Infrastructure Project offers government agencies, corporations, and institutions an extensive range of state-of-the-art support aircraft, communication and telemetry, simulation, and structures research capabilities. NASA's Aeronautics Test Program assets located at Dryden Flight Research Center. Advancing technology and science through flight. Flight Loads Laboratory. Given its vast physical resources and highly experienced technical staff, the Flight Loads Laboratory is a unique national resource constructed to support flight research and tests of aircraft structures dating back to the X-15 hypersonic research program. At NASA Dryden's Flight Loads Laboratory, a comprehensive set of structural test capabilities can be achieved, including thermal, mechanical, structural dynamic, and mass properties testing of large-scale structures performed independently or simultaneously. To support testing capabilities, the Flight Loads Laboratory utilizes both conventional and advanced instrumentation technology. The Flight Loads Laboratory utilizes a wide array of test systems, including radiant heating, hydraulic load control, a soft support system, and a variety of measurement systems to support ground and flight research. Tests conducted in the Flight Loads Laboratory utilize the most advanced structural instrumentation capabilities available, including state-of-the-art sensors and measurement systems, advanced sensor integration techniques, and systems for sensor characterization and validation. With its expert staff, distinctive capabilities, and flight line access, the Flight Loads Laboratory provides unique test solutions, all under one roof, that meet customer requirements, from subsonic through hypersonic flight. Research Aircraft Integration Facility. Another one-of-a-kind resource offered by Dryden Flight Research Center's Aeronautics Test Program is the flight simulation capability, located in the Research Aircraft Integration Facility, known as the RAIF. Designed to house project and facility management, vehicle maintenance, and engineering personnel, the RAIF can support a wide variety of advanced, highly integrated research aircraft through all phases of a research program, from concept to flight.
Okay, we'll drive all the way to hold and get some gas.
Copy.
Among its more rare capabilities, the RAIF offers high-fidelity, real-time and batch flight simulation, closed-loop, hardware-in-the-loop, pilot in the loop, and vehicle in the loop verification and validation testing. The RAFE offers 11 different simulation labs with the ability to customize for specific research aircraft and unmanned vehicles. The co-location of project and facility management, vehicle maintenance, and engineering personnel allows the RAFE to support advanced aeronautical and space-based research throughout all phases of the research program within a single facility. Western Aeronautical Test Range. Located at Dryden Flight Research Center and part of the Edwards Air Force Base Complex, the ATP's Western Aeronautical Test Range, or WATR, supports flight research operations and low Earth orbiting missions, supplying a comprehensive set of resources for the control and monitoring of flight activities and utilizing the most advanced tracking and data acquisition technology available. The WATR's ability to acquire and communicate information to flight and ground crews in real time is incomparable. Fixed and mobile telemetry antennas receive real-time data and video signals from research vehicles and relay the data to engineers in the mission control. The WATR even has mobile capabilities to allow for rapid deployment and remote testing for support outside of local airspace boundaries. Like a rendezvous at the International Space Station, in which the WATR plays a critical role in emergency situations. The WATR is also the primary communication support when the space shuttle lands at Edwards Air Force Base. Support aircraft. Dryden Flight Research Center's fleet of support aircraft play a number of vital roles in successful aeronautics research, flight, and ground operations. The aircraft provide safety chase support for research flights, mission video, and photography support, and can be utilized as adaptable research platforms if needed during modification and maintenance of research aircraft. While performing safety chase support, pilots maintain constant visual and radio contact with research test vehicles. Chase pilots monitor external flight-critical safety items, clear other aircraft operations, and can provide additional real-time feedback to the test pilot and control room personnel. Another vital component in the ATP's support aircraft program is the utilization of photography and video. Live video is captured plane to plane and transmitted to control rooms, allowing project engineers to watch the mission from the most optimal point of view in real time. Each of these support aircraft has unique performance capabilities, allowing the fleet to meet support requirements across the entire envelope of flight research operation speed, duration, and altitude ranges. This diversity also allows the aircraft to be utilized to meet pilot proficiency requirements on multiple platforms, ensuring Dryden maintains the most highly qualified, versatile, and experienced research test pilots possible. These pilots also support the unique flight operation activities of various Earth science research and deployment campaigns stretching around the world. The Aeronautics Test Program at Dryden Flight Research Center, advancing aeronautics research through flight. With NASA's Aeronautics Test Program flight operations and test infrastructure project, you not only get access to Dryden's world-class facilities and infrastructure, you become part of NASA's tradition of success and innovation. Dryden Flight Research Center. To fly what others only imagine.
It's the first word from space before history is made. From landing a man on the moon to assembling the International Space Station, NASA's Johnson Space Center serves as the iconic beginning to some of the greatest moments in American history. moments that are triumphs of engineering and international cooperation. Today, we are leveraging our past successes to create even more daring missions from the moon. Made possible with the Orion and Gateway programs, which are both orchestrated out of Johnson, the desolate moon will serve as NASA's jump-off point as we journey to unlock the secrets of the universe and understand how it all began. Today, we push forward to the moon. Tomorrow, we leap to greater heights and new destinations. There is history to be made. In Mission Control, we eagerly anticipate the first transmissions from unexplored worlds. Giant leaps start here.
Roger, go for deploy.
And everybody in the shuttle program, the crew is go for launch.
Roger, nice to be in orbit.
We have followed in their footsteps to get us where we are today.
Good afternoon. It's Saturday, August 1st here at SpaceX headquarters in Hawthorne, California. And on your screen is a live view of the interior of the Dragon spacecraft as we await its departure from the International Space Station. Now, we expect Dragon to push away from the space station with NASA astronauts Bob Behnken, who's actually in the frame right now, and Doug Hurley on board just after 4:35 p.m. Pacific time to make their way back home to planet Earth. My name is Shiva Bharadwaj, and I'm a space operations engineer here at SpaceX, and I'm really excited to be bringing you live coverage today of Crew Dragon as it completes its very first trip to space with people on board as part of our second demonstration mission for NASA. And joining me today is NASA Public Affairs Officer Leah Cheshire.
Thanks for having me, Shiva. It really is great to be back here for this historic milestone moment in NASA's Commercial Crew Program. Once Dragon departs station, Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley's flight home is expected to last roughly 19 hours. That'll include 4 departure burns that move Dragon away from station, a phasing burn to lower its orbit and line the spacecraft up with its landing location, and 1 final deorbit burn. Their trip home will also include an 8-hour sleep period later tonight, where both crew members will be able to get some rest before their arrival back on Earth tomorrow after a little more than 2 months in space. Dragon is targeted to splash down off the coast of Pensacola, Florida in the Gulf of Mexico tomorrow at 11:48 a.m. Pacific time, followed by the crew getting picked up at sea by one of SpaceX's recovery vessels.
Now, the mission began about 2 months ago on May 30th from historic Launch Pad 39A at the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. And after a successful separation from the Falcon 9, Bob and Doug enjoyed a 19-hour flight on board Dragon before they came to the International Space Station. Now, since arriving, Bob and Doug have been doing some real work aboard the station. In fact, Bob and Station Commander Chris Cassidy completed several spacewalks, and they've also been taking some really spectacular photos of planet Earth and the Dragon spacecraft as it's been in attached operations. We'll have a chance to share some of those later on in the broadcast.
And I can't believe it, but it's already been 63 days since they arrived in space, so they are just entering the final phase of their mission in just a few hours from now and have been preparing for over the last 2 weeks for their return flight. Today on board the space station is the Expedition 63 crew, led by NASA's Chris Cassidy and joined by Russian cosmonauts Anatoly Ivanishin and Ivan Wagner, and of course, Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley.
Now, while all the crew have been busy aboard, the ground teams have also been performing a number of checkouts in preparation for departure today. These checkouts have been going on over the last several days, and in fact, last week. They've included inspections of the heat shield, checkouts of the suits, some checkouts of the comm systems, as well as a number of activation procedures on the life support system on the vehicle, and cargo loading, which has been really cool. Actually, why don't we check in with Gary at Johnson Space Center? He can let us know how the station crew have been preparing and what we can expect from here. Gary?
Thank you, Shiva and Leah, and welcome inside the International Space Station Flight Control Room. Since arriving at the space station, Bob and Doug jumped right in as fully fledged members of Expedition 63. Over the last 2 months, they've helped execute more than 24 scientific investigations from every major category of research aboard the station, including studies in biology and biotechnology, earth and space sciences, human research, physical sciences, and technology demonstration. They've also had plenty of non-science related work on their timelines, performing maintenance on life support and vehicle hardware in multiple modules and transferring cargo in and out of the attached HTV-9 cargo spacecraft. Bob Behnken also executed 4 spacewalks with Station Commander Chris Cassidy, wrapping up one of the final phases of upgrading the station's large external batteries, with Doug assisting in all suit and robotic operations. Since completing the spacewalks, Bob and Doug have spent the last 2 weeks preparing to come home. They received some additional on-orbit training to refresh them on the departure, re-entry, and splashdown procedures, and have been busy packing cargo for their return. In fact, that's what they're doing right now. there will be approximately 150 kilograms or 330 pounds of cargo returning on Dragon. The majority of that is more than 200 pounds of science, largely made up of samples packed away into powered cold freezers. These samples are from a range of biological research experiments on the station dedicated to improving our understanding of how the human body adapts to microgravity or looking at ways to use space to improve life back here on Earth. Now, let's go through some of the major upcoming milestones for today's departure coming up soon at just around 2:35 p.m. Pacific. We're currently awaiting Bob and Doug to ingress or board the station, or board the Dragon for their return flight home. They're doing a little bit of closeout duties now, but that'll be one of the first items on their agenda today. So less than 30 minutes from now, they'll be closing Dragon's hatch around 2:45 p.m. Pacific time. Once inside the vehicle, Bob and Doug will don their SpaceX spacesuits, which will be worn during all dynamic phases of the flight. All those same leak checks on the spacecraft would occur before the crew makes their way into the seats and straps in for undocking. Once the Dragon's hatch is closed, Chris Cassidy will affix a docking target to the outside of the A-Pass hatch and then close it about 10 minutes later, 2:55 p.m. Pacific, creating a space between the Dragon and station known as the vestibule. He then has one more hatch to close. That's the Node 2 forward hatch. Now, after all of those hatches are closed, about 15 minutes later, a ground command will be sent to open the valves on the Dragon side and begin depressurization. That's at 3:10 p.m. Pacific, essentially venting air inside and bringing that space down close to vacuum. They have to pause for 5 psi for a few minutes, allowing the temperature inside that vestibule to stabilize, perform a good leak check, and then continue depressurization. 4:20 p.m. Central Time, they'll conduct a go, no-go poll. That'll be the NASA teams here in Mission Control Houston and SpaceX teams in Hawthorne. If all is go, the undocking sequence begins. The undocking command will be sent, followed by a few minutes for the umbilical that connects the power and data between the two spacecraft to detach. 12 hooks will retract, and then 2 firings of Dragon's thrusters will initiate, and the undocking will be complete. That separation scheduled for 4:34 p.m. Pacific time. Now, the departure burn, there's 4 departure burns. Immediately after those 2 burns, they'll actually have that physical separation, and the departure burns will take them around the zenith side of the International Space Station. Those departure burns taking place, there's 4 of them, and will be taking place over the first few hours of their flight, essentially getting that Dragon further away from the International Space Station. Now, overnight, the crew will be able to get a sleep period in. In fact, this orbital trajectory gives them plenty of time to allow for the crew's sleep, to get them in a good circadian rhythm, and allow them to perform all of their tasks prior to splashdown, including while they are asleep. They're going to also be performing a phase burn. Right now, they're in the orbital plane of the International Space Station, but that phase burn will align them with their primary landing site. Right now, we're looking go for Pensacola, just off the coast of Pensacola, Florida. They'll perform a series of checks right upon waking up when that phase burn occurs while they are asleep. Those checks, they'll put on their suits and get ready for the deorbit sequence. The deorbit sequence is, there's a few steps there. First, there's going to be the preparation for the claw separation. There's the Dragon's trunk. They're going to perform a heavy yaw of the Dragon vehicle and release the Dragon trunk off to the side so it doesn't intersect with the vehicle during the deorbit sequence. Align Dragon back up with the orbital plane and fire the forward bulkhead Dracos. This will be one of the longest burns, and that is the deorbit burn, almost more than actually 11 minutes long. And that will slow them down enough. They'll position Dragon for re-entry into Earth's atmosphere, and then the re-entry sequence will begin. Of course, before they do that, they do have to close the nose cone. So after they close the nose cone, they'll go through the atmosphere, shoot the drogue parachutes, main parachutes, and then splashdown. That's scheduled for tomorrow afternoon, Sunday afternoon, around 1:48 p.m. Central Time, 11:48 a.m. Pacific Time. Then the recovery operations begin. After that, Bob and Doug will be back on planet Earth. Now, Station Commander Chris Cassidy will be watching the undocking and departure burn from the cupola, but the prime monitoring role falls to Bob and Doug. Flight controllers in Mission Control Houston will be backing them up. Now, as you've heard several times, Dragon's flight is intended to be autonomous, but the crew on board has the ability to take control and maneuver Dragon during the departure if necessary. On the station side, we're looking good. Solar arrays are locked in place. We have good communication links, and all station systems are looking healthy. Attitude will remain on U.S. control until the time of undocking, when we'll switch to control moment gyros only. We're tracking no issues for an on-time departure here in Mission Control Houston. Now back to Shiva and Leah in Hawthorne.
Good copy. And finally...
So right now on your screen is a view of Mission Control. That's actually where the ground controllers are all operating. Actually, why don't we listen into the nets for a second? I think there's some chatter happening there.
Copy. Thanks. We're going to start 2.103, assuming we have a go.
You are go.
I believe I just heard a go call on the FD net, but I think we're still in the process of assessing vehicle health and actually making sure that Bob and Doug can ingress the capsule, which should be underway currently.
So with Dragon's ingress operations now underway, we're about 10 minutes to hatch closure and about 2 hours until Dragon departs the International Space Station at 4:34 p.m. Pacific time. So next up for Bob and Doug, they need to get in their spacesuits.
Yeah, and actually the suit's primary function is to protect the crew in the case of a cabin depressurization. If that were to occur, then the suits actually inflate with either a combination of nitrogen and oxygen, or oxygen depending on the pressure in the cabin. And they give them a habitable environment long enough to get home safely in an emergency scenario. The external portion of the suit is also flame retardant as well, so if there were a fire on board the vehicle, the suits would help provide the crew some protection in that event. The suits are actually really cool. They're very aesthetically designed and actually designed in-house here at SpaceX.
Yeah, they're definitely very sleek. The crew has actually been really busy all day as they have been preparing to leave. Got up this morning. It's actually evening on the International Space Station right now. And they got up and started working out. All the astronauts on the space station have to work out for 2 hours a day every day to make sure that they keep up their bone strength and their muscle strength, so that way they can walk when they get back home. And so they got up, got the opportunity to do that. Bob Behnken transferred some emergency equipment from Dragon into the space station. They keep that emergency equipment in there just in case they ever needed to make a quick, speedy getaway in Dragon or take a safe haven in that space in case something were to happen in the International Space Station.
Yeah, and Leah, you mentioned the idea of safe haven. Actually, a couple of the visiting vehicles, either the Soyuz vehicle and the Dragon vehicle, when they're attached to the space station, can provide the crew with a place to hole up if there were an emergency on the station, or if there was a leak or a fire or depressurization event. And so some of that emergency equipment is stored in the vehicle for quick access in case they needed to get inside very quickly. And the crew actually train pretty rigorously on those emergency scenarios, getting in quickly under all kinds of visibility scenarios and checking that their crewmates are safely aboard in their vehicles as well. We had a chance to do some training with the crew actually here in Hawthorne earlier for the Crew 1 crew earlier this month. So, and just a quick recap of kind of what's coming up next. So Bob and Doug going through the ingress operations right now. Coming up, planned about 2:35 p.m. Pacific time is hatch closure. So that's where we will close the forward hatch on the Dragon spacecraft. And then following that will be closure of the APAS hatch.
And after we close the APAS hatch, that's on the space station side. We'll have the space station crew be working on that. We'll go for vestibule depressurization, and the vestibule is that space in between the hatches that the crew flies through when they arrive, and then of course when they leave. But we are going to bring that space, which is at the same pressurization as the rest of the space station, down to as close to a vacuum as possible, because that's what it will be exposed to once Crew Dragon departs, hopefully in just a couple of hours.
Yeah, right now the planned departure and separation is looking like around 4:34 or 4:35 p.m. Pacific time, and that's when we're hoping to see Dragon do some small undocking burns that will separate it from the space station. On your screen is actually a view from inside the space station, looking down Node 2 towards the pressurized mating adapter. I think I saw Chris Cassidy in the view there, and I think those are his other expedition crewmates on board.
Yes.
And Bob and Doug probably inside the capsule at this point.
Yes, that looks to be Chris Cassidy over on the left, and then Anatoly Ivanishin and Yvonne Wagner upside down, or what feels like upside down to us, but really there's no up or down in space.
That's got to be nice.
Yeah, I know, right? And both the hatches still open, so we'll be waiting for that hatch closure.
Yeah, and actually I think you can see that's probably the APAS hatch. If you look just past where all the ISS crew are, I believe that's the APAS hatch that's sort of coming up, kind of that white circle. And Chris Cassidy will actually have some tasks to attach a docking target onto that when we're ready to close the APAS hatch. Looks like he might be hopping into Dragon to help out with some work inside the capsule for securing. Now, we mentioned earlier today, Bob and Doug have been busy today. They've actually been busy as well stowing cargo on board the vehicle. Just listening into the nets right now, it looks like they're actually going through life support activation. So I just heard a call out that carbon dioxide levels are coming down, which means that our life support system is actively taking in air from the cabin and revitalizing it so Bob and Doug can breathe nicely on board.
So just some statistics while we're thinking about it. Obviously, we mentioned that Crew Dragon has been on board the station for 63 days now. Feels like yesterday. And during that time, Bob and Doug have traveled over 27 million statute miles around the Earth. So
that's incredible.
Frequent flyers, I would say.
Yeah. Do you get is there a frequent flyer pass for Dragon? I hope so. Yeah, they're zipping around. I think on ground track they're going about 17,500 kilometers when they're at ISS's orbital altitude. If that sounds about right.
Yeah, I think it's 17,500 miles an hour.
I'm sorry, miles per hour. Thank you.
It's still extremely fast. So if you look just above the hatch, you see that ISS 20 flag. That is representing the 20th anniversary of the International Space Station, which we will actually be celebrating later this year. So for the past 20 years, I like to explain it to people as if you are under 20 years of age, you've never lived a day without humans in space. So for the past 20 years, we've had continuous human presence aboard the International Space Station. It's truly international. We have obviously our two upside down friends we see. They're getting a better look inside by turning in that direction. They are from Roscosmos, the Russian space agency. Looks like they are taking out the intermodule ventilation. That helps equalize the air in between Dragon's capsule and the rest of the International Space Station.
Yeah, that's right. Actually, while Dragon has been attached to the space station, most of its operations have been in what we call quiescent mode. So that's really just a low power state where we've only got monitoring on the thermal system, the propellant system, taking a look at some parameters in case we were to see anything that would trigger the Dragon's onboard automation to wake the vehicle up and let ground operators know something needs to be addressed. The onboard life support system is actually only used when we close the hatches and for brief periods when we are configuring the vehicle when we first arrive and periods when we're leaving, like right now. So that duct that they pull out, the intermodule ventilation duct, that actually provides clean, breathable air and circulates the air in the capsules, and providing that air from the International Space Station.
And it looks like hatch closure is soon to be underway.
Houston and Hawthorne from Endeavour.
Still working to take out some equipment inside Dragon, move it back into the space station.
Yeah, so as part of those activities, moving the intermodule ventilation duct, they activated, of course, the lithium hydroxide scrubbers on board Dragon. Cap and fan has been running. And I think we're just waiting on confirmation of hatch closure.
Yes, and I think they just called down that they are working on that, putting that into motion. We're getting one step closer to sending Bob and Doug home.
Closed for Endeavour.
SpaceX copies.
And Houston copies.
And we just got confirmation that Capsule Endeavour has closed the forward hatch. We can actually see on our screen the activities to close the APAS hatch as well.
And that Crew Dragon hatch closure came at 2:36 p.m. Pacific time as the International Space Station was flying over the North Atlantic Ocean.
Now, as part of hatch closure operations, Bob and Doug actually inspected the seal on the interior surface of the forward hatch on Dragon, and we're talking about the forward hatch and the side hatch. The forward hatch is actually the part that's attached to the front, sort of the front portion of the International Space Station. So if you imagine the International Space Station flying in a direction around the Earth, the forward direction of it is what we're attached to. And that, if you were imagining the capsule sitting on the rocket, is actually at the very top of the rocket underneath the nose cone. So if you're imagining the rocket as it was on the launch pad, it's a little bit sideways right now. And there's a sealing surface on that forward hatch that Bob and Doug would have done an inspection on, just to make sure that there's no foreign object debris or FOD that could cause a potential leak.
And looks like we may be stepping into a satellite handover. It happens commonly on the International Space Station, and it's called actually a TDRS handover, Tracking Data and Relay Satellite System. We're constantly moving from one to the next.
Yeah, so we actually use those tracking and data relay satellites as well on the Dragon vehicle. They provide our telemetry links. There's I believe they're in the GeoBelt. Hopefully that's correct. But they provide communications, uplink and downlink and commanding, actually. A downlink for us to command the vehicle as well if we need to step in on the ground side. Speaking of which, we actually have a view of mission controls in Hawthorne. So that is that's where our mission controllers are in Hawthorne. The folks who are issuing commands to the Dragon spacecraft are all sitting. In the third row there is the mission director, as well as, and here's an internal view of the Dragon spacecraft. We've got Bob in his, looks like his comfort garment, which would be what he wears underneath his suit. Nice to see the capsule getting all packed up.
And then another view from the International Space Station side of things. Looks like Anatoly Ivanishin flying out of view, and Chris Cassidy down there in between the hatches in that vestibule area. He is working through procedures to soon be closing the APAS hatch on the space station side and prepare for depressurization.
Dragon SpaceX, no response.
Yeah, so we talked about this a little bit.
On cameras for your suit donning.
Copy, SpaceX. Thank you.
Now we talked about this a little bit earlier, but the vestibule, the space between the APAS hatch and the forward hatch on Dragon is really just a small volume that is normally exposed to the vacuum of space when we don't have a visiting vehicle like the Dragon spacecraft. And we have to step through some depressurization steps once we have confirmed that all of those hatches are secured, both on the International Space Station side as well as on the Dragon side of the spacecraft.
So we just heard the call that Bob and Doug are go for suit donning. So the Dragon hatch is closed. They've said farewell to their orbiting friends for now until they're all reunited in the ground in the future. And they'll be going through that suit donning shortly. You did mention it looked like Bob Behnken was already in his comfort garment, that first layer of the suit.
Yeah, the comfort garment is it's basically like an athletic garment. Just helps them stay comfortable before they step into the suit. And the suit is largely a one-piece design. So the helmet is integrated into it. The boots are integrated into it. Really, they will unzip some interfaces on the suit, climb into it, zip all those attachment points up, and then there's actually an umbilical on the leg of the suit. So it's a kind of a connection that provides gases and electrical connections to the suit, so they can use the integrated microphones in their helmets, and it also provides them breathable gases for suit leak checks, and if we were to have one of those emergency scenarios, it would also provide pressurization to the suit. And I think notable to mention that these are different suits from what you might imagine for like the spacewalks and EVA suits. These are what are called intravehicular activity suits, meant for really activity inside the vehicle.
So what we just saw as Chris Cassidy was down there in between the hatches in that vestibule space, he was affixing that docking target that we mentioned earlier. I like to say it's like an X marks the spot because that's what the vehicles aim for when they arrive at the International Space Station. So one step closer to bringing Bob and Doug home. And we're actually really fortunate that the weather has turned out pretty good in the Gulf. Looking at a Pensacola landing site right now, we just, before we went on air today, we had the 2.5 hour prior to undocking weather briefing, and things are still looking good for an on-time departure today.
Yeah, really glad to see the weather cleared up. Storm moved back towards the Atlantic. Which opens up our opportunities for landing sites in the Gulf of Mexico, which Gary had actually mentioned earlier, Pensacola being the primary site today.
Yeah, so as they continue work on the APAS hatch, let's check in with Gary over on the International Space Station Mission Control Room side of things.
Stand by, Gary.
Thank you, Leah. We're watching the same view that you are seeing, Chris Cassidy working on that APAS hatch on the International Space Station side. As you saw, that hatch on the Dragon side closed. Now, this is an important set of procedures that Cassidy is working right now. You already mentioned the docking target. This is that rod with the X at the end of it. X marks the spot. As Leah mentioned, this is an important item to affix to that APAS hatch. Now, you see he set up a camera just outside of there, and he's also going to be taking some pictures for the ground teams to know exactly how the APAS was configured prior to closing, getting ready for some of those next crews. Now, you saw there was a white padding on the outside of it too. That's just for a safety measure as the crew was moving in between the hatches, but everything going according to plan here. That APAS hatch expected to be closed about 10 minutes after closing the Dragon hatch, which was closed just about 10 minutes ago. So it should be closing very soon. The crew already just a little bit ahead of that timeline. So a few items coming up after that APAS hatch closure. Now you see that hatch is on the station side. There's going to be a space in between the Dragon hatch and the International Space Station hatch. That space is called the vestibule. So about 15 minutes after they close that APAS hatch, they'll give a go for depressurization of that vestibule. That is all controlled from the Dragon side. But we'll be watching very closely here in Mission Control Houston. Now, the depressurization of that vestibule does take quite a little bit of time. It takes about an hour, actually, to get down to vacuum, but there's going to be a check at about 5 pounds per square inch. The check at 5 pounds per square inch is going to take some time. It won't take too long to actually get to 5 psi, but once they actually get there, bringing that vestibule down to vacuum creates a little bit of temperature swings. So we need that to dampen out a bit before performing a reliable leak check. That leak check will happen at the 5 psi mark, and then we'll continue down closer to depressurization towards vacuum. Now, that's all coming up very soon. The go, no go for actual undocking to occur a little bit more than an hour after depressurization. That at about 4:20 p.m. Pacific. And if everything goes according to plan, so far the crew a little bit ahead of schedule. We'll get them undocked right on time. We're looking at 4:34 and 58 seconds p.m. Pacific time. Everything going great so far from the International Space Station side. Now back over to you in Hawthorne.
Thanks, Gary. Now that Dragon's hatch is closed and Bob and Doug have donned their suits, we'll be looking for the APAS hatch on the station side to close very shortly. APAS is an acronym that stands for Androgynous Peripheral Attachment System. So you can see why we use an acronym, and it's an integral part of the docking system. Before closing it, we saw Chris Cassidy working to attach that docking target to fine-tune any alignment for the approaching spacecraft. So it's not something required for the undocking, but obviously we need it to be there for the next spacecraft that arrives at that port.
Yeah, and Gary had actually given us a...
Anna, I got you loud and clear. Good to talk to you again today. How's everything going?
Things are great. I'm super excited to be here.
So I think what we heard there was a comm check between the core here and Hawthorne Mission Control up to the crew. That's a very good sign. That means that they're well underway into their suit donning procedures. Suit donning just referring to getting into their suits. And one of the first steps there is checking that the microphones work both in the cabin as well as in their suits. Now, kind of what we were talking about earlier, once we get through suit donning, which will have a couple of steps involved in it, first with these comm checks, and then we'll actually do some pressure checks to make sure that the suits are leak tight. Once we get through that, then we'll actually go through a quick poll. Mission control teams will verify that we're go to depressurize the vestibule, again, which is that space in between Dragon's forward hatch and the station's APAS hatch on the mating adapter, pressurized mating adapter on the forward module.
And as you saw, some flashes in that area down in the vestibule. That's Chris Cassidy, commander of the International Space Station, down in that space. He's taking pictures, and he'll be sending those back down to the ground team so that they can check out how the hatch closure procedure went, and he'll be able to provide those detailed photos for future use as well.
Yeah, vehicle actually undergoing a number of reconfiguration steps at this point. With crew, of course, on board, we have to make sure that our life support systems and thermal systems are all operating as nominal. And the volume actually in between in the vestibule, that pressurized area, which is now at about 14.7 psi, will actually vent that through some vent valves on the Dragon side of the system.
So one of the two astronauts returning to Earth in Crew Dragon is Doug Hurley, the spacecraft commander for the Demo-2 mission. He previously flew on 2 space shuttle missions as the pilot on STS-127 and again on STS-135, which was the final space shuttle flight. Here's a closer look at NASA astronaut Doug Hurley.
Very excited. Yeah, very excited.
You feel ready? Still pumped?
Oh yeah, I think we're ready. I think we're certainly ready.
Joining the SpaceX Demo-2 test. He is a Marine Corps colonel and test pilot. He was selected as an astronaut in 2000. He piloted Space Shuttle Endeavour and Atlantis for STS-135, the final space shuttle mission. Introducing NASA astronaut Doug Hurley.
It's a life-changing process in so many ways to fly into space. It's just overwhelming in some respects. Just the sensations, the rumbling, the shaking, the acceleration. When the engines shut off and you go from, in the case of the shuttle, you go from 3 Gs to 0 Gs instantaneously and things start floating. And I remember distinctly just thinking, what just happened? To see a rocket launch in person, is it's a pretty emotional event. I remember the first time I saw a shuttle launch, and it was amazing. And then when I saw a shuttle launch with my wife on it, that is quite the emotional experience. My name is Doug Hurley, and I'm the spacecraft commander for the Demo-2 mission to the International Space Station. We are doing the first crewed flight for NASA and for SpaceX. So this is the test flight to prove end-to-end from launch to docking to ISS operations and then entry, descent, and landing. We'll wake up about 6 hours prior to launch. You'll eat breakfast, you'll do a medical check, you'll start to get your comfort garments on, you'll get a weather brief, and then you'll go get suited up. And it's the same suit-up room that astronauts have been using since Apollo.
And there they are, NASA astronauts.
And then we'll walk out, jump in our Teslas, and we'll ride to the pad. We will board the vehicle roughly 3 hours before launch, go through all those pre-flight checks, and then ideally we're off to the races from there at launch.
Ignition, liftoff of the Falcon 9 and Crew Dragon. Go NASA, go SpaceX, Godspeed, Bob and Doug.
It's about a 9 to 10 minute ride to orbit. We'll go through the on-orbit activities. We'll do some manual flying of the vehicle. We'll obviously sleep on the vehicle. And then we will continue through the rendezvous phase to where we end up in front of the space station the next morning, ready to dock.
Endeavour, this is Houston. Bob and Doug, welcome to the International Space Station.
We'll spend likely a few months on space station. We'll be able to do some on-board training with regard to undocking, entry, descent, and landing. Actually getting to fly the mission with Bob, we've been close friends for almost 20 years, so, the whole experience for me is what we're looking for.
For Doug personally, he's worked so hard, through his entire life to get to where we are right now. It makes me so happy to see that he gets to be part of this mission, the spacecraft commander. I'm just glad to see his hard work and his dreams come true for that. We're so proud of him.
It's been a huge amount of sacrifice and time away from home, but the fruits of our labor are coming to fruition.
Now, with Doug is NASA astronaut Bob Behnken. He's the Joint Operations Commander for Demo-2. He previously flew on 2 shuttle missions, STS-123 and 130, and he also served a tour as the Chief of the Astronaut Office. Why don't we learn a little bit more about him?
When you go through the launch day preparations, there's a lot of moments that kind of stand out to you. One is the kind of the celebratory piece of it, which is that you're walking out of the suit-up room and getting in the vehicle that's going to take you to the launch pad. When you close the hatch, that's really when Doug and I are in the vehicle, and it's our vehicle, and we're really in control of the mission at that point.
Test pilots, their task
SpaceX Dragon on the big
that man could fly into orbit around the Earth
when you are
and return alive and well to talk about it.
Section 1,
There's always a balance of managing risk as you go forward to execute a test point and figuring out a way to collect the data. We hear a sound. Okay, is that sound an expected sound? Or we see a light. Is that light an expected light? What's the source of it? Does it sync up with something else that's going on or not? So trying to dissect all of that in real time in your head is, a lot of things happen like that on launching of a vehicle.
From St. Anne, Missouri, he is an Air Force colonel and flight test engineer. He flew aboard Space Shuttle Endeavour twice. Introducing NASA astronaut Bob Behnken.
My career at NASA has kind of spanned a couple of decades at this point. I arrived with the class of 2000, went through the training program, primarily focused on the space shuttle and the International Space Station, learning those systems. Having launched a couple times on vehicles, you know, the second time was definitely different than the first time. You can feel a little bit guilty of, hey, should I study one more thing, or is there one more piece of information I should get? Am I really prepared or not? So that's definitely different between where I was on my first flight and where I'm at right now.
I think for me personally, as a spouse, watching everything that Bob has put into this over the last 5 years, the dedication that he's shown, the perseverance is pretty special. For both of us, though, the way our minds work, it won't be until sort of the mission is complete that you have really a chance to savor it and celebrate it.
On a deeply personal level, I'm really excited that my son is going to get a chance to see me launch into space. Being an astronaut has been a little bit of an abstraction thing for him because he's seen me do it in old videos, but he hasn't seen me do it for real. And so I'm excited for him to see me launch into space. Really, my role on the Demo-2 mission is to make sure that we get this vehicle tested and evaluated so that we can move on to more operational missions at the International Space Station.
3, 2, 1, 0. Ignition. Liftoff of the Falcon 9 and Crew Dragon. Go NASA, go SpaceX. Godspeed, Bob and Doug.
We've got a lot of objectives on board the vehicle that we need to accomplish to really make sure that it's good to go. We'll do everything from actually talk from the Dragon vehicle to a Russian Soyuz. We'll dig out all kinds of hardware that's stowed in the nooks and crannies of the vehicle so that we have a good feel for how things are in place and getting them back in place. We plan to do all those things as just a part of our test mission.
Welcome to Bob and Doug. I will tell you, the whole world saw this mission, and we are so proud.
I'm looking forward to that moment when he enjoys the accomplishment, when he realizes we did this, we did a great job, we accomplished what we set out to do. Whenever he lets himself feel that and experience that success, that's what I'm really looking forward to for him. For me, I'm looking forward to when he touches down at Ellington in the NASA plane that brings him home again at the end of it.
I think that the thing I'm most looking forward to is actually ending up in the water safely at the end of the mission. I'm expecting a little bit of vomiting maybe to happen in the end game. So when we get to that opportunity to do that, I'm looking for that kind of celebratory event for both of us in the water at the end of the mission.
So cool, great view on your screen. That's from a camera behind Bob and Doug. Bob sitting in the right hand as we see him.
Dragon and 2.5, 2 successful leak checks.
Dragon SpaceX, we see the same. Thank you.
So there's confirmation of a couple of great milestones. Forward hatch is closed, suit donning is complete. We just completed suit leak checks. Everything nominal. Bob and Doug just raising their visors, get a little bit more comfortable.
I love this view because it makes me feel like I'm in the back seat of Crew Dragon, just going along for the ride. We did have, as you mentioned, APAS hatch closure during that brief video, as well as the beginning of suit leak checks. I've got a few milestones coming up. Next, we'll be looking for that vestibule depressurization, bringing that space down to a vacuum. That should be happening very shortly, hopefully within the next 5 minutes, actually.
Yeah, so again, on your screen, left-hand side is Spacecraft Commander Doug Hurley. Right-hand side is Spacecraft Pilot Bob Behnken, and also Joint Operations Commander. In front of them are the 3 touchscreen displays in the Dragon spacecraft. And with suit leak checks complete, the next major milestone, as you mentioned, Leah, is vestibule depressurization.
So you can see they're checking out all their screens. The crew will actually be monitoring during the departure portion of the flight. On the way up, they had a couple of opportunities to perform some manual flight tests by piloting the vehicle and checking those out and seeing how it would fly if you ever had to. But fortunately, it is an autonomous vehicle. So the goal is that the astronauts are along for the ride, there to monitor and there to step in case anything were to go wrong. But it should be an autonomous flight home. We're not stopping for any of those flight tests along the way.
That's right. Just trying to take a look here to see what the vestibule is currently pressurized at. Taking a look at the data, it's about 14.1 psi, so pounds per square inch. For reference, at sea level on Earth, we're at about 14.7 psi, and if you're about 1,000 feet above sea level, then you're actually at about 14.1. Just happened to look that up earlier today. It looks like we might have lost the camera feed, might be another handover.
Probably so. We are waiting for that vestibule depressurization to begin. We're getting calls from the crew that they're getting ready for that. So things are moving along smoothly. Everything is happening on time for an on-time departure from the International Space Station today.
Yeah, and that call will actually be the ground side. We'll do a couple of checks, make sure that we're go, and all of the data and telemetry on the Dragon side of the vehicle looks good, and on the vestibule sensors look good. Then there should be a call to the crew from the core, letting them know that that we're planning to step into commanding vestibule depressurization, and then we'll actually issue that command. For this command, we are in joint operations. So what that means is the flight director in Hawthorne, or in Houston at Johnson Space Center, the flight director of the International Space Station has mission authority for the mission. And any commands that we want to issue to the spacecraft will actually have to get permission from the flight director. And so some of those calls will be happening in the background before we actually begin that depressurization.
Dragon SpaceX for status.
Go ahead, Anna.
The ground has verified system reconfigurations for hatch closure are complete and they are nominal. The ground will step into vestibule depressurization shortly. And finally, control of cabin air temperature via your procedure 4.080 is allowed at this point, and note that the hex is currently configured for maximum cooling.
Okay, copy off 4.080 if we need to change the temperature. Appreciate it.
And some words going up to the Crew Dragon crew from, as you mentioned, the core, the crew operations responsible engineer here on the ground at SpaceX. They spoke with the teams in Mission Control Houston and decided, yes, they are almost ready to begin that depressurization of the vestibule. This is the exact opposite procedure that we saw on the way up. And sounds like vestibule depressurization has begun. So as we mentioned, working to bring that space down to a vacuum in preparation for Dragon to depart today. That depressurization call coming at 3:04 p.m. Pacific.
And moving pretty quickly, data shows we're currently at about 12 psi in the vestibule. Just dropped below 12, and only less than a minute ago we were at 14.1. And should only take 5 to 10 minutes to drop down to that 5 psi holding point that Gary had mentioned earlier.
And that hold will be for 25 minutes while the teams make sure the depressurization is due to the actual removal of the pressurized atmosphere and not a change in the temperature inside Crew Dragon.
Yeah, a little bit of physics there. If you expand a gas, which is what's happening here, we're taking the gas in the vestibule and venting it away, and so taking the molecules in that vestibule and sort of expanding them out, the temperature tends to drop, and so we'll want to wait for that temperature to equalize, because as it warms up, the remaining gas will bump up a little bit in pressure, and that can look like a false leak from either the International Space Station side or the Dragon side. So we give it some time to equalize the temperatures, and once we feel confident that the pressure is stable in the vestibule, then we actually perform the leak check and look to see that we don't have a drop in cabin pressure on the Dragon side, as well as a rise in pressure in the vestibule.
And things are moving quickly. We are actually already at 8.5 psi, it's pounds per square inch, in the vestibule. And as you mentioned just a moment ago, we were at 14.1. So at 8.2 now, and then we'll be waiting for that 5 psi point where we'll do that 25-minute hold.
Yeah, and kind of wild to think, among the other fun facts I was looking up, so the pressure at Everest is about 4 psi. So that'll kind of give you a sense of this. The pressure in the vestibule right now would be about similar to you being at maybe like 12,000 or 13,000 feet.
Yeah, and very interesting. That's near the same pressure as in an EMU, or an extravehicular mobility unit, that the astronauts use when they go outside on a spacewalk. They keep that at 4.3 psi. That way they are more able to easily move their fingers and their joints, so that work outside isn't as difficult.
Something interesting to note on the extravehicular, or on the EMUs. So at that like roughly 4 psi, where you're not breathing the same mix of air that you would be breathing here on the ground. Here on Earth, we'd be breathing something like 70% nitrogen and then about 20-something% oxygen. You actually need the concentration of oxygen to be higher. So when you go to those lower pressures, those suits actually transition to oxygen, right?
And taking a look at the data, it looks like we are at 5.9 psi in the vestibule. So coming up pretty soon, we should be expecting that call of having reached that 5 psi level that we're waiting for that 25-minute check.
Mission controllers that you can see on your screen, specifically who we refer to as the systems officer, will be monitoring for the pressure. We'll also be looking for temperature checks on that area. The systems officer is actually responsible for the life support systems and thermal system on the vehicle, and so they're most familiar with that telemetry and able to make those calls for nominal leak check complete. And they'd also be responsible for checking that the vehicle configures into appropriate transition modes.
And I just heard that the initial depressurization of the vestibule is complete, looking at 5 psi, nearly on the dot.
So I think what we can expect next is a call from the core up to the crew to let them know that the thermal hold period is beginning. And then we will probably also hear when the leak check is complete and the results of that leak check. So we're kind of listening to the nets in the background. Just heard a conversation from the mission director prompting operators on next steps for start of this thermal hold period and then the leak checks. Bob and Doug really just sitting tight in the cabin at this point in their suits, able to monitor all this information from their 3 touchscreen displays in the vehicle.
Yeah, and we heard that we're about an hour and 20 minutes from the opening of the undocking window, so they get more than one chance today to undock. On the way up, we saw the astronauts really only had that single second that they had to launch so that they would line up perfectly with the International Space Station. It's a little bit different coming home. Those burns will really be what help us line up with our targeted landing site. Right now, looking at Pensacola and a scheduled splashdown tomorrow.
There's a view on your screen. Left-hand side is the International Space Station. So that's coming from Node 2, or the forward node. Looks like Commander Chris Cassidy taking a look down the PMA and sealing up the hatch. Probably checking the seal there, looks like.
Yeah, probably checking it for FOD, or foreign object debris, making sure that there's nothing, even a minuscule hair, that could impair the hatches from getting a good solid seal. So it looks like another handover of our TDRS satellite systems. Those are tracked. The flight controllers know when to expect those, and so they can target their communications with the crew and any of those operations around that as well.
And now would actually probably be a great time to kind of hear what the mission control team in Houston is doing and what's going on station side. Gary, can you give us an update?
I sure can, Shiva. We're seeing the same results of the vestibule depressurization. It went down pretty quick, but again, as you said, we're looking for that thermal stabilization before we perform the leak checks. We saw good leak checks from the crew's suit-up procedures. The suit's looking pretty good. And then we just saw Chris Cassidy aboard the International Space Station finishing out his closeout duties of the pressurized mating adapter. That was that long tube on the other side of the hatch that he just closed, putting some items there, getting ready for the next crew coming up later this year. He closed the A-Pass hatch and configured that for closure, and taking some closeout photos and checking for any foreign object debris, and then eventually closed that node 2 forward hatch. That'll complete Chris Cassidy's duties really aboard the International Space Station for today. The primary role of undocking monitoring actually goes to Bob and Doug, with Mission Control Houston flight controllers monitoring from the ground. Chris Cassidy will be able to go inside the cupola. The windows are the shutters of the cupola windows are scheduled to be shut, but he'll be able to open them for situational awareness, take some good closeout photos of Dragon departing. Right now, we're just, again, in a holding period for that vestibule depressurization, holding rock steady at 5 pounds per square inch, 5 psi. That is the final step. That is the final step, final check, really, for vestibule depressurization until we get down closer to vacuum. And then, of course, we have the go, no-go for undocking coming up in just about an hour, and then eventually we'll get to separation. Right now, scheduled for just after 6:30 p.m. Central Time, 4:30 p.m. Pacific Time. Everything looking good from the International Space Station side of things. Again, Cassidy's duties really wrapped up for today, closing both of the station hatches. With that, we'll continue to monitor this thermal stabilization, ready to continue depressurization of the vestibule coming up here shortly. With that, we'll pass it back over to you in Hawthorne.
Thanks, Gary. Appreciate it. On your screen, a view from that camera looking at Bob and Doug's console.
So when Dragon undocks today, it'll actually weigh over 27,000 pounds. We're looking at 27,600 pounds. Of course, in microgravity, that's nearly nothing. And they'll have about 3 days worth of food and snacks on board. So we're planning on them to get home tomorrow afternoon, well, tomorrow midday for us here on the Pacific Coast. And so those 3 days of food and snacks are there just in case there were to be some weather crop up that wasn't expected, and they can remain in orbit for a couple of days after undocking and be perfectly fine.
Yeah, that's right. The supplies that they have on board are really there in case we had a wave-off scenario. So if we were to have some kind of weather come in or something happen to the spacecraft where ground teams would want more time to troubleshoot and understand and see if they could recover fault tolerance on the vehicle, that would give them time to do a couple more orbits and then try again at another opportunity. Right now, vehicle looking very healthy. It's been very healthy the entire time. It's been attached to station. Actually, the entire period while we were attached to space station, we were doing weekly checkouts on the vehicle of the life support system, thermal system, power system, and the prop system on board. And spacecraft has been pretty solid the entire mission.
So while we are in this holding period right now of depressurization, we're holding at that 5 psi, 5 pounds per square inch, to make sure that there is no difference in temperature that's really causing that to fluctuate. A look ahead at the undocking, we are expecting to see undocking last about 5.5 minutes. And during that time, undocking for Dragon looks a little bit different than for other vehicles. When the Soyuz is on the International Space Station, it undocks by using spring springs that push it away from the space station, and Dragon will instead use a couple of undock burns. So 2 small, short burns, about 1.5 seconds for one of them and 5 for the other, and those will just do just enough to bring Dragon away from the International Space Station so that it can conduct its departure burns later.
Yeah, Dragon actually has 16 Draco thrusters on the base of the spacecraft, 12 in what we call the service section of the spacecraft, and 4 that would be underneath the nose cone around that forward hatch. The nose cone Dracos, the forward bulkhead Dracos, as we like to call them, are actually disabled for this portion of the mission and will be disabled for the next 3 expected burns, which would be that undock 1 burn, undock 2 burn, and then what we refer to as departure 0, which gets us on a path out of the approach ellipsoid and the keep-out sphere around the International Space Station. So these first 3 burns will actually only use the 12 service section Dracos. And we actually have that many because of redundancy on the vehicle. So we could lose certain combinations of those thrusters and still have full dimensionality control and the ability to control the vehicle's position, apply thrust to it.
So if you're wondering what's keeping Dragon attached to the International Space Station right now, there are 2 sets of hooks, 6 on each side, so 12 hooks. And when that undocking sequence begins, the hooks will open and the umbilical, which provides power from the space station to Crew Dragon, that will detach, and then those short burns will fire and Crew Dragon will be on its way.
Yeah, those 12 hooks, hard capture hooks, are actually what also provides the seal as well. So they ensure that the vestibule has that leak-tight seal. And on the way up, when we docked in late May, that was one of the major milestones after we had attached, verifying that the soft capture system had completely closed and that all those hooks had driven closed.
So as you can see, NASA astronaut and commander of the International Space Station, Chris Cassidy, he's staying behind on the International Space Station for right now, and he'll return to Earth aboard a Soyuz in October. But he has just closed the Node 2 hatch. So the APAS hatch was closed earlier by Cassidy. The Dragon hatch was closed, and now just even creating a more firm seal by closing that Node 2 hatch. And as you mentioned earlier, that's on the front end of the space station, if it really had a front side. So so that's where they're at. And you saw him taking some pictures, recording that process, and he'll be able to deliver those to the ground later for analysis and just to check out at how everything went, this first departure for Crew Dragon with a crew.
Good view from the interior of Dragon. We're looking at the pilot's side seat. So that's Bob Behnken, and you can see Doug Hurley's hands on just behind him.
Hey, Chris, that call came down on Space Ground 1, so I'm just going to read back on the big loop that we confirm.
And if you actually look on the right hand,
the Node 2 forward hatch and the MPEV are closed. And Chris, I owe you shortly what the undock sequence time is.
And that was a call to Chris Cassidy on the space station, checking out and making sure that they were just echoing that they saw that Node 2 forward hatch closure. Things progressing well for an on-time departure. When Doug and Bob got into the spacecraft today, they had a few housekeeping things to do. They wanted to make sure those footrests that you see right there are firmly attached for the ride home. And then you can see a window over to the right of your screen. Those have had some window covers on them. They removed both of those, but they are still available so that when the crew go to sleep later tonight, they'll be able to put those window covers back up. That'll keep them from seeing a sunrise every 45 minutes or a sunset, because the space station, as we mentioned, is orbiting Earth at 17,500 miles an hour. And so they see quite a few beautiful views, sunrises and sunsets every day, 16 to be exact.
Yeah, and you can actually kind of get a sense for how bright that might be. Spacecraft and the International Space Station are currently not in the Earth's shadow, so in sunlight, and you can see how bright the window can get, almost rivaling the lights in the cabin. Now that window is actually right next to the side hatch, so you can see there's a black strip next to that window. That's actually a handrest, a handhold, and next to that is the side hatch. And that's actually what Bob and Doug will be egressing out of after they do, after successful reentry, parachute deployment, and splashdown.
Yeah, so that's what we saw the crew climb in. Once they crossed that crew access arm, that last place that they were on Earth in that white room, they climbed in through that side hatch, but that's not what's attached to the International Space Station. The nose cone on Crew Dragon opens up and, as you said, exposes those thrusters underneath, and they actually floated through that hatch. So they arrived through that one and departed through that one, but once they get back on Earth, that side hatch is the primary egress or exit from the vehicle for Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley.
Yeah, and actually one of the steps right when Bob and Doug had entered the vehicle on the launch pad was to do a leak check of that hatch. Hatch remains sealed the entire time while we're in space, and really only gets opened once we're back safely on Earth.
So pretty noteworthy about this mission, there are a lot of firsts for this mission. It's our return to flight from American soil for the first time in 9 years, since the space shuttle program. And it's also going to be the first splashdown in over 45 years. So actually on July 24th, just a couple of weeks ago, that was the 45-year anniversary of the last Apollo capsule splashdown with the Apollo-Soyuz test project. So it's been a long time since we've seen a crew splashdown. That typically happens with a landing. Of course, the shuttle was an orbiter and could land like a plane. And then the Soyuz, which astronauts have been arriving in for the past 9 years, that lands on land in the steppes of Kazakhstan. So this one we're looking to land in the Gulf Coast. It means a much quicker ride home for Bob and Doug once they get back.
Yeah, once we get through the Earth's atmosphere, we'll have 2 drogue chutes deploy and then 4 main chutes deploy, and then splashdown currently targeted for Pensacola, so off the west coast of Florida. And recovery actually looks a little bit different than it did 45 years ago. So we have some pretty cool recovery boats, have helicopter pads on them, as well as a what we refer to as it's as an A-arm, but it's basically a crane on the back of the spacecraft. So excuse me, on the back of the boat. And a couple of fast boat teams will go out to the capsule, verify that it's safe to approach. Then that boat will come up, scoop up the Dragon spacecraft, put it on the deck. They'll secure everything and then open up the hatches and help Bob and Doug egress on the recovery ship.
If you've ever seen any of that old Apollo footage, the astronauts actually used to get out in the water. And so a little bit different this time. The crew will be waiting until that boat arrives with that crane to lift them up onto the deck, and they'll get the chance to get out on the boat instead of on the seas.
Yeah, and actually for recovery, we have 7 potential recovery sites, what we refer to as supported landing sites. So those are areas where a recovery team can get there very quickly, recover the crew within a couple of hours of their splashdown, but usually actually much faster than that. So we've got 4 sites in the Gulf Coast on the west, or in the Gulf on the west coast of Florida, and then 3 sites on the east coast of Florida. One of them, of course, being Cape Canaveral.
So as we were watching this past week, this tropical storm become a hurricane, there was some concern about returning today because we do have some recovery criteria. Landing in the water is a lot more difficult than landing on land because you have to consider things like wave height and wind speed. And so we are looking at those spaces in the Gulf, and they're looking pretty good compared to, obviously, the spaces on the east side of Florida. But yes, we have to take into consideration what the helicopters can arrive in and what all the boats can withstand and what the vessel, the crew capsule itself can withstand.
Yeah, that's right. The hurricane Isaias moving up, I think, the east coast of Florida now. So hopefully folks are staying safe out there. I know Doug actually took some photos from the cupola of this hurricane as it's moving up the east coast. But luckily, no major impact to weather on the west coast. Good winds, no significant lightning, no significant rain is projected for the area. And I think importantly as well, the wave heights, which are important for the spacecraft, but also for the recovery ship to be able to get close and for teams to secure the spacecraft and ensure that it's safe for recovery.
So currently we are in a hold period of the vestibule depressurization. That's the area between the hatches that the astronauts fly through or float through when they arrive and float through when they depart. So we are holding at 5 pounds per square inch for 25 minutes to make sure that checks out, and they continue with depressurization after that. But Bob and Doug, as you can see, this view over their shoulder makes it look like we're on the ride with them. They have donned their suits. They are in their seats, monitoring everything on those screens aboard Crew Dragon.
Why don't we actually check in with Gary at Johnson Space Center in Houston, hear how things are going on the space station side, and how do things look at Johnson, Gary?
Hey Shiva, things are looking great here. We are also watching that vestibule depressurization, of course, complete now, holding at 5 psi. We're just looking at that thermal stabilization, just waiting for it to stabilize, balance out its swings, so we can get a nice solid leak check before continuing down close to vacuum. On the International Space Station side, we did close the A-Pass hatch, affixing that with a docking target. It's a rod with a little X at the end of it. Chris Cassidy performing those duties and taking some closeout photos, just making sure that everything was okay, checking the configuration, and that'll be reported to teams here on the ground so they understand the configuration for future crews to visit. He then loaded up that pressurized mating adapter. That was that tube that he was on the other side of which was closing the A-Pass hatch, putting some items in there for storage, and then eventually he did successfully close and lock the Node 2 forward hatch, completing his duties for the day. So he will be, of course, watching Bob and Doug depart the station. He'll be in the cupola module. This is that 7-bay window that looks right down on the Earth, provides a very good view of the Dragon departing from the forward end of the International Space Station. He'll have a camera right in his hand and be able to take some pictures as they depart the International Space Station. But the primary monitoring role will actually be in the hands of Bob and Doug, the Dragon vehicle being an autonomous departure vehicle, Bob and Doug being able to take control if necessary with the monitoring role, and then the backup monitoring role here in Mission Control Houston. So as soon as we continue this depressurization of the vestibule close to vacuum, just about 4:20 p.m. Pacific time, we're looking to conduct a go, no-go. That's, I think, a little bit less than an hour from now at this time that we'll conduct a go, no-go to start the undocking sequence. So the undocking sequence will be detaching the umbilical and then releasing 12 hooks in sets of 6, 2 sets of 6. There's going to be 2 pulses that are going to be fired from the Dragon end. They're called undocking burns, and they'll actually physically separate Dragon vehicle from the International Space Station. That's scheduled just a little bit after 4:30 p.m. Pacific time today. So far, everything looking good, holding steady right now, 5 psi, looking to continue that depressurization here soon. With that, everything looking good from the International Space Station flight control room. We'll send it back over to Hawthorne.
Thanks, Gary. Appreciate that update. If you're just joining us, the Dragon spacecraft is currently forward hatch sealed. Earlier today, Bob and Doug had actually loaded some powered cargo into the vehicle, and the life support system is reactivated. And then after sealing the hatches on both the International Space Station side and stepping into the spacecraft, we did some leak checks on the suits to step into vestibule leak checks now.
Yeah, and so that vestibule area, we're holding at 5 psi, 5 pounds per square inch to conduct and make sure that it is holding and not fluctuating due to any temperature changes. Actually, the crew on the International Space Station, as I mentioned earlier, this is evening for them. And so it's actually 10:30 almost aboard the International Space Station, 10:30 p.m. And so they'll be getting ready to go to sleep soon. The crew here in Crew Dragon got to take a 3-hour nap today in the middle of the day. Looks like actually the whole crew was able to enjoy that nap. That way they'd all be alert and ready to conduct these departure procedures, whether it be sealing up the hatches or conducting any of the leak checks, monitoring the ride home. We want to make sure the astronauts are well rested, and even though the crew on the International Space Station will get their sleep period soon, we'll see Bob and Doug get theirs. They'll have about 8 hours later tonight to get some shut-eye.
Yeah, that'll actually sleep shift them well before they start to step into the deorbit burn, which is actually the largest burn of the day and actually a pretty dynamic period time for them. So I want to make sure that they are all well rested so they can monitor and step in if they have to take any contingency actions, and also read back on the status of the vehicle if ground control teams are unable to properly assess the health of the system. Of course, one of the nice things about having crew members aboard is they can see the health of the vehicle and they can respond. Bob and Doug able to issue commands via those touchscreen displays, and also getting quite a bit of training on potential emergency scenarios, wave-offs, scenarios where they might need to interact with Dragon, and if it were to lose comms or have a thruster issue. But right now, very healthy vehicle. Haven't really seen any issues with Dragon during its 63-day stay at the International Space Station.
And if you were wondering, once Dragon departs today from the International Space Station, we're not going anywhere. We're actually going to be live all the way until they come home to Earth tomorrow. So some of the bigger things we can look forward to after undocking, we've got a couple of departure burns. The first two are going to bring Dragon up and over the International Space Station, and then the next two will bring it down and in front of the space station before a phasing burn later this afternoon to help it really sync up with its landing zone for tomorrow.
That's right. I might have heard a call.
Heard a little something.
Okay, there might be a call coming on space to ground. We'll be sure to keep an eye out for that.
Looks like pressure in the vestibule is still holding.
Yeah, and so as part of those burns that they have to do, the first couple of burns are really just to adjust the apogee and the perigee. So the apogee, if you can imagine the orbit of a spacecraft as an ellipse going around the Earth, the apogee is the highest point, or the point farthest away from the planet, and the perigee is the lowest point. And so right now, Dragon and the International Space Station, of course, still docked, and they're in a roughly circular orbit. After the conclusion of these departure burns, Dragon's apogee will be about 10 kilometers below the International Space Station, but we'll be slowly reducing our perigee. And then later on tonight, Pacific time, we'll actually conduct what's called a phasing burn. And the goal there is to adjust the orientation of that orbit just so we get our orbital pathway to line up over the landing site, where we will, or line up with a path that will cross over the landing site, where we can, when we issue our departure burn sequence, we'll be able to line up landing off the coast of Florida near Pensacola.
As you can see, Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley in their suits now, but after those first couple of departure burns, they'll actually be able to take off their suits, and they won't need to put them back on or don them again until tomorrow, just before the deorbit burn. And then they'll wear them the entire rest of their ride home. But for the majority of the rest of the evening after the departure burns 1 and 2, they'll be able to take off those spacesuits, relax a little bit more, enjoy their ride in Crew Dragon. And while Crew Dragon was on the International Space Station, we actually conducted some habitability tests. Of course, there's 2 astronauts flying today, but our future crews are scheduled to have 4 astronauts. So we brought in a couple of the space station's current residents to test out what it's like to have multiple people in Dragon once it's in microgravity. Performed lots of tests inside the vehicle. They had a little sleep period to see how it would be to sleep with 4 people in the vehicle, and things went pretty well. Looking forward to that first Crew 1 launch later this year.
Yeah, so right now, Dragon and the International Space Station about 422 kilometers above the Earth's surface. And going about 7.6 kilometers per second, should be close to that 17,500 number that you probably hear pretty often.
Yes, and if you're looking at miles, it looks like we're about 261 statute miles above the Earth. And they are in the South Pacific Ocean. They'll be coming up across Hawaii not too long from now.
There's a view from the International Space Station looking at the Dragon spacecraft. So Bob and Doug inside the portion towards the right of your screen. If you can imagine how they're seating upright, their displays would sort of be looking up towards the direction the nose cone is opened up. And behind them is the trunk of the spacecraft. So that top side, the black shiny part, is actually our solar panels on the body of the spacecraft. And below that, the white side of the spacecraft is the radiator. So that's where we're radiating away our heat generated by the avionics and the electronic hardware aboard the vehicle, and of course from Bob and Doug themselves, generating a little bit of heat based on how much physical activity and exertion they're doing. Right now it looks like they're pretty comfortable, just kind of hanging out in their suits.
And actually, the vestibule leak check has started, and so they're testing to ensure the solidarity of those seals between the hatches. And as we saw earlier, they checked to make sure there was no foreign object debris or FOD, so that they would have a clean seal and be able to complete this leak check successfully. Another step toward undocking.
These leak checks should be pretty fast. They'll be looking to see if there's any pressure rise on the vestibule itself, which would indicate pressure coming through the forward hatch seal.
Dragon SpaceX on the big loop. Vestibule thermal stabilization is complete and the leak check period has started. Additionally, the Dragon to ground path is now available. If you would like to swap one of your audio destinations to Dragon to ground, I am happy to support a comm check at this time.
Okay, Bob will do that.
SpaceX Dragon comm checks Dragon to ground.
I hear you loud and clear. How me?
And Anna, you came in very quiet. I'll bump up that channel and maybe we could try it again.
Copy. How is this?
That's a little bit better, Anna, but got it cranked up to be able to hear you just for your awareness. A little bit different volume between the big loop and hearing you on the big loop and hearing you on Dragon to ground.
Copy. I will make sure to talk loudly into the Dragon to ground path.
And Dragon, Houston on Dragon to ground for a comm check. How do you copy me?
And Houston, we have you loud and clear on Dragon to ground.
Actually, my bad. I was not on the correct loop. Comm check again on Dragon to ground from Houston.
Okay, Leslie, we have you loud and clear on Dragon to ground. Much clearer, much less echo on this loop than the big loop.
That's a good data point, and we also have you loud and clear down here.
So we just heard some comm checks between the crew aboard the Crew Dragon and the core here on the ground, and then with the Capcom in Houston. They're two very similar positions. We call ours the Capcom because it stands for Capsule Communicator, and we are in a capsule once again. For a few years there, obviously we were flying a space shuttle, so not quite a capsule, but before that we had Mercury, Gemini, Apollo, all capsules, and this person was once used to be typically an astronaut so that they could communicate any specific details about the vehicle, especially based on their previous experience. Now we have Capcoms who are not necessarily astronauts, but obviously very, very well studied in the vehicle.
Yeah, the way we refer to them is the crew's advocate on the ground. They're trying to think of things ahead of their crew and have information that the crew might need where but they tend to act as the advocate for the crew on the ground, letting them know where equipment might be stored in the vehicle, letting them know of upcoming steps. If there's any troubleshooting that the crew need to do or information that the crew need, they interact with the crew. typically also train very closely with the crew in simulations and also during their training periods to get them familiar with all of the procedures that they need to operate in the spacecraft. Now, during those comm checks, there was some discussion about the big loop and Dragon to ground and space to ground, a lot of different loops. Really what a loop just refers to is a communications link. Operators all have the ability to talk on these loops and provide real-time communication. Usually they are redundant loops, so if you had a problem with one of the comm systems, then there's a redundant backup so you can ensure you have good voice communication with the crew. And once we get away from space station outside of the keep-out sphere and the approach ellipsoid, we'll actually transition to what's referred to as Dragon to ground. So we'll be issuing a lot of that communication via Dragon's transmitters through those TDRS satellites back to ground.
So as we mentioned earlier, 63 days aboard the International Space Station for these two spacefarers. Was not their first flight. They'd both had 2 previous shuttle missions, and they both have families that are very excited to see them once they get home. I know some folks here around at SpaceX refer to them as the space dads. Both have young boys, and I know that they have to be excited to get back to their families soon.
And the space dads actually brought a cool zero-G indicator up with them. An apatosaurus, a kind of sparkly apatosaurus, who was sitting in the seat next to them for the ride up. And as I understand, their sons actually voted that that was going to be the zero-G indicator between the two of them.
They're also bringing something really interesting and with a lot of history to it back to the ground. There was an American flag aboard the International Space Station that flew on the first space shuttle mission and the final space shuttle mission, and it was left aboard the space station. That way it could be retrieved by the next crew who launched from America, and so they are also bringing home that piece of history as well.
Yeah, so I was looking up some facts earlier. The first space shuttle mission in April 1981. So that flag has been to space quite a while, and it's been on station now for about 9 years, which is a pretty long time to be in space.
Yeah, it's probably traveled more miles than any human ever, or any astronaut ever, for sure.
So if you're just joining us, we're currently looking at 2 views inside the Dragon spacecraft. Right now in the seats are spacecraft commander Doug Hurley on the left-hand side, or in the left-hand seat, and Bob Behnken, the joint operations commander, in the right-hand seat. The crew got on board. They've had a relatively busy day packing cargo on board the spacecraft. They closed the forward hatch and the APAS hatch on the pressurized mating adapter on the International Space Station side. And they're currently in the middle of a vestibule leak check. So the vestibule, the space in between the 2 spacecraft, the 2 spacecraft being the International Space Station and Dragon. So we've brought that down to about 5 psi at this point, and verifying that there's no leakage from either side.
The International Space Station is also in the current proper configuration for that departure. They do something called feathering the solar arrays. And so what they do is they turn and lock them at an angle. That way, when Dragon leaves the space station, obviously it's going to use its thrusters. And those thrusters have exhaust that are emitted, and we don't want those to contaminate any of the solar cells on the arrays because that makes them less functional. They can't perform as well if they're coated in exhaust, and so those exhaust plumes avoid the solar arrays because they are feathered. And we also just don't want to put extra stress on the solar arrays. So it sounds like the International Space Station and is set up well for the upcoming departure of Crew Dragon.
And as kind of a preview of what's happening on the ground side, so operators and mission control in Houston, and of course operators here, mission control in Hawthorne, looking at the health of the vehicle systems. Right now we are in what are called joint operations because of our proximity to the International Space Station. And so in joint operations, the flight director out of Houston is actually the prime authority for any commanding or anything that'll occur up in space close to the International Space Station. So both teams are conducting health checks against a set of what we refer to as flight rules to check on the health of the vehicle, configuration of the vehicle, and then verifying that their procedures are go for undocking. All those checks happening concurrently with this leak check.
Yeah, and we'll be in those joint operations through the exit of the approach ellipsoid. So there are two invisible lines, sort of, that vehicles cross upon arrival and departure from the International Space Station, and these help us govern, we have specific rules for each one that the vehicle shouldn't cross if they violate any of those. And so some of those, for the keep-out sphere, that smaller sphere around the space station, we call that for orbit safe. So if the Dragon were for some reason lose control of any of its thrusters, it would be safe for 4 orbits if like not hitting the International Space Station if it's inside that keep out sphere. And then the approach ellipsoid has a little bit of a lesser time frame. You need to be 24 hours safe, and that gives time for the teams on the ground to troubleshoot anything that might arise, as we mentioned, if there were some reason that they couldn't send commands to the vehicle, or the vehicle couldn't be commanded by the astronauts. So those are typically hold points on the way up for our visiting vehicles, but on the way home, we won't be stopping any. We'll be heading straight for Earth with a splashdown planned for tomorrow.
Here's the external view of the Dragon spacecraft from the International Space Station. That structure that you see, kind of hemispherical structure on the top, is actually the nose cone. And then on the right-hand side of your screen is that pressurized mating adapter that we saw the crew in earlier. So Commander Chris Cassidy aboard the space station, closing the APAS hatch and Node 2 forward hatch on those two. And of course, Bob and Doug closing the Dragon forward hatch. And much later on in the mission, right before we are planning to step into, right before we really re-enter the Earth's atmosphere, we'll end up closing that nose cone to protect the sensors and thrusters that live underneath it.
Another thing we'll also see happen is the jettison of the trunk. And so the trunk was on the end of Crew Dragon. You could see it had the solar cells wrapped around it, helping Dragon gather power from the sun. And that'll be removed. There you can see it again. It's got some fins on it back there. That will not return to Earth with the Crew Dragon capsule. That will actually burn up upon reentry into the Earth's atmosphere. And that's where, on the way up, we would be able to store any unpressurized cargo. So if there were something that we'd like to install on the outside of the International Space Station, that would be a good place to put it, and the astronauts could use that. It's an extra trunk. I mean, it's exactly what it is. So it's not for any of their personal luggage, but it's great for any of that unpressurized cargo.
Yeah, those aerodynamic fins are actually pretty important. If there were a launch escape event, those aerodynamic fins provide stability to the vehicle as it were to separate from Falcon 9. Of course, we didn't need to see that during this mission, and hopefully we won't see that ever since the in-flight abort mission that happened. And the back on the trunk also contains the thermal coolant loops for the vehicle, so we radiate away heat to space Of course, on planet Earth, you can sort of just push a breeze by you to get some nice cooling, but in space you have to radiate away all that heat because there's it's a vacuum around you, so you can't take advantage of convective heat transfer away from the spacecraft. Although, interesting tidbit, there is just enough of an atmosphere to be a drag, and actually the International Space Station needs to do periodic reboosts to stay in its orbit, right?
And they did one of those very recently. That was factored into Dragon's departure procedures as the International Space Station used its thrusters to reboost it, and in preparation for this October, when it will have a Soyuz vehicle arrive with some brand new crew members. And so this was factored into Dragon's departure sequence, knowing at which altitude the International Space Station would be flying. And it looks right now the International Space Station is flying 262 statute miles over the North Pacific Ocean. It looks like they will be crossing into North America soon, and specifically coming up over the coast of Oregon.
Kind of a preview of what's coming up next. Currently conducting a leak check of the vestibule. Now, particularly important because any breathable gas that you bring with you into space is what you bring on your spaceship. So the International Space Station with a supply of breathable gases, and of course Dragon with tanks aboard that contain nitrogen and oxygen, and the life support system providing periodic injections of oxygen to keep the cabin at about 20 to 25% oxygen, which is about what we would have actually here on Earth. So doing a leak check, making sure that we're not losing any of that precious breathable gas through the forward hatch seal, which has been open really this entire time while we've been on space station.
We've seen a few milestones happen so far today. Of course, we've got a lot to look forward to, but we saw the Dragon hatch close earlier after Bob and Doug were safely inside. Shortly thereafter, Chris Cassidy closed the space station side. That's the APAS hatch, and then eventually the Node 2 hatch. That allowed us to step into this vestibule depressurization period, bringing that space in between those hatches down to as close to a vacuum as we can possibly bring it before departure later. So yes, now conducting those leak checks, and then we will be looking for a go, no-go for undock coming up at 4:20 Pacific.
So during that go, no-go for undocking, ground operators will be looking at the health of the vehicle systems, verifying that everything seems pressure and leak tight, verifying the configurations of both the Dragon spacecraft and the International Space Station. And then we'll actually expect to hear a call up to the crew, see if they're ready to come on home. And then ground operators here in Hawthorne will issue a command to the Dragon spacecraft that will begin the process of detaching the umbilicals that are providing power and telemetry from the space station to the Dragon spacecraft, and then actually removing those 12 hard capture hooks that are keeping the vestibule leak tight right now. And Dragon will do a couple of undocking burns as well, short little thrusts.
Yes, two.
From the service section.
Very short. Will actually specifically be 1.5 seconds and then another for 5 seconds. So I think Gary described them earlier as pulses. I think that's a great way to describe them rather than necessarily as long as a burn. But even our departure burns later are short to start off with. Departure burn 0 looking to be about 12 seconds long, and then departure burn 1 for 20 seconds. And those increase the opening rate between the spacecraft and the International Space Station. And after that departure burn 1, they can take off their suits, get comfortable, and relax until time for that deorbit burn tomorrow.
Yeah, the deorbit burn is a pretty big burn, and the departure phasing burn is actually a very large burn. Departure phasing should last about 6 minutes or so, and the deorbit burn will actually be on the order of 9 to 10 minutes. Definitely the largest thrusts of at least the return portion of the mission. And for For the phasing burn, that's really to line us up with our potential landing site over Pensacola in the Gulf of Mexico. And the deorbit burn will reduce our perigee, or the lowest point of Dragon's orbit, so that we end up getting caught by the Earth's atmosphere. Dragon will actually then get a chance to use its heat shield and slow down against the Earth's atmosphere. And then once we get to the right sort of pressure characteristics and altitude characteristics as sensed by the vehicle, then we'll have the drogue chutes deploy, slow us down even further before finally seeing those 4 main chutes deploy. That'll bring Dragon down to a nice gentle landing in the ocean.
And I learned something really interesting about parachutes. So whenever you see those drogue chutes deploy, they don't automatically inflate right away. That's because they're doing something called reefing, and that keeps the air from flowing into the parachute too quickly and shocking the parachute system on Crew Dragon. So they expand very slowly and begin to slow the vehicle down rather than all at once and giving a jolt to the spacecraft.
Yeah, and actually even with the drogue chutes and the main chutes opening slowly, Bob and Doug will still experience somewhere between 4 and 5 Gs of acceleration. So, 1 G is what we experience sort of just standing here. If you can imagine yourself being 4 times or 5 times as heavy just for that brief period of time, that's about how much force they'll experience. Of course, both of them test pilots. Test pilots usually train up to, depending on if you're in the Navy or the Air Force, 7 to 9 Gs. So nothing that they're probably unfamiliar with.
So you've got this really good close-up view of Crew Dragon attached to the International Space Station. That's the Node 2 forward hatch. You can see the nose cone is open. That will be closed later after the departure burn and prior to re-entry, but that is how the astronauts ingressed or entered the International Space Station when they arrived 63 days ago, and how they exited the space station when they prepare to depart today. So this is a great view, and that's where we will begin to see some movement once that undocking command is sent later this afternoon. So some more facts about our astronauts today. We mentioned that they have had 2 previous flights on the space shuttle, and this is their first flight not on a space shuttle, and so they both just logged 63 days aboard the space station. It'll be 64 by the time they return home. So Doug Hurley will have a total of 93 days in space over his 3 space flights, 2 on the shuttles, including that last shuttle mission. And then Bob Behnken will have logged a total of 92 days in space over his 3 flights. So very close there. But adding up some time aboard the International Space Station.
And Bob Behnken actually getting some pretty cool opportunities to conduct a number of spacewalks with Chris Cassidy, going outside the space station, conducting some work to replace power units and batteries on the space station?
Yes, they actually replaced some older nickel hydrogen batteries with some newer lithium ion batteries, and these upgrades have been going on for a few years now. And the astronauts were very efficient. They conducted 4 spacewalks, Chris Cassidy and Bob Behnken. And in the meantime, Doug Hurley was inside, and he was controlling the Canadarm2. That's the robotic arm on the International Space Station. And so all 3 with a very important role in those spacewalks. And it became quite a milestone for Behnken and Cassidy. They both now have conducted 10 spacewalks in their career, and that ties them with the most spacewalks by an American astronaut. They're now tied with 10 with Mike Lopez Alegria and Peggy Whitson.
Dragon SpaceX, we had a good vestibule leak check.
I can copy. Good news. Thank you.
There's confirmation from the core of successful leak check on the vestibule. That means 1 more milestone down and getting ready for undock.
Yeah, and that wraps up the completion of those leak checks, as you mentioned, in that small space between Crew Dragon and the space station, the vestibule. It was brought down from a pressure of, it looked like 14.1 pounds per square inch, and then to 5. So they had that hold period and then conducted leak checks. But that 14.1 was the same as the rest of the station. Now they are offset quite a bit, and so they're going to bring that all the way down to vacuum, since that's what they will be exposed to, the hatches, once Crew Dragon Endeavour begins its journey home.
Yeah, and actually, if we didn't bring that space down to vacuum, then it would almost act like a thruster. There'd be a little bit of pressure left up in there, and so as the seals came, or as the seals were sort of opened up and we removed those hard capture hooks, we'd see a little propulsive thrust. And of course, being this close to station, we want every maneuver to be very carefully choreographed. So trying to make sure there's as little energy imparted by that little bit of pressure in the mating adapter. So actually, now's would be a great time to hear what's going on at Mission Control Houston and get an update on the space station. Gary, can you let us know how it's going?
Hey Shiva, we're watching the depressurization of the vestibule now. It's a little bit less than 4.5 psi, a little bit slower than what we saw just a little bit an hour ago when we went from about the pressure of sea level down to 5 psi. That really only taking a few minutes. This one's a little bit slower, but we are seeing a good depressurization of the vestibule, those all being controlled from the Dragon side, and we're monitoring here from Mission Control Houston. Now, some of the views you might see from the outside of the International Space Station looking at the Dragon vehicle, some of those cameras being controlled from Mission Control in Japan. Working from here in Mission Control Houston with the Japanese Mission Control Room to make sure we're going to get good views with those cameras. We're going to get a little pan as the Dragon makes its way away from the International Space Station, and that first departure burn 0, brings it a little bit faster away from the station. We'll get a nice view from the Japanese side of the International Space Station. Right now, the International Space Station configured for undocking. We do have those solar arrays feathered. That's in a locked position.
Station Houston on the Big Loop. Endeavour's undock sequence start time is planned for 23:30 GMT. That is 28 minutes from now.
You heard that from Capcom here in Mission Control Houston. That is Leslie Ringo here in Mission Control Houston. That start time is 4:30 p.m. Pacific, 6:30 p.m. Central. That is the on-time start time for the undocking sequence. Once that kicks off, that'll be the initiation of the umbilical retraction, followed by 12 hooks that are keeping Dragon in place attached to the International Space Station. Those will drive and be released 6 at a time. They're in 2 gangs. And then, of course, there's 2 undocking burns, more like pulses, just short little burps, that are going to physically separate Dragon from the International Space Station vehicle. You can hear right now everything going according to plan. We're right on the timeline. That physical separation, as long as we're on the timeline, should happen at 4:34 and 58 seconds p.m. Pacific time. Everything going well. We'll continue to monitor the depressurization of the vestibule from here in Mission Control Houston. Until then, we'll send it back over to you in Hawthorne.
Thanks, Gary. So once Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley arrived at the space station on May 31st, it did not take them long to get to work. During the time on board the orbiting laboratory, as we mentioned, Bob Behnken ventured outside the hatch 4 times for spacewalks to upgrade those batteries, and Doug Hurley used the Canadarm2 to command the station's robotic arm from the inside of the station. But when they weren't focusing on the outside of the station, they continued science and research inside the orbiting laboratory. Of course, as we mentioned, they also exercised the mandatory 2 hours each day. And many of you have seen some of the incredible pictures that they took of our home planet. This is one beautiful view of a sun glint off the ocean. And then there's also one that we have from Comet Neowise in July. If you had the opportunity to see that from the ground, we saw our astronauts had a great shot of that from the International Space Station.
Yeah, they had some really cool opportunities. We're sharing a lot of those photos on Twitter. And of course, earlier this morning, as they've been preparing for undocking, they had some work to do as well in packing cargo into the Dragon spacecraft. So underneath their seats, they've got room for powered and unpowered cargo. Right now, they're bringing home about 150 kilograms, or about 330 pounds of cargo. Most of that is science and sampling hardware. About 94 kilograms, or about 200 pounds of it, is science that's happening aboard the space station. And Dragon does have the ability to return a lot of that cargo, so it can come back to labs here on Earth who can continue to do human science studies on those biological samples and cold sample studies on those cold samples that they're returning. And it's really something that we've been doing even since our previous version of Cargo Dragon, just continuing that capability with Crew Dragon.
Yeah, that's one thing I was going to mention. When the astronauts know that there is a Crew Dragon or a Cargo Dragon vehicle coming, they know it's about to get really busy with a lot of science. Because Cargo Dragon is currently the only vehicle cargo resupply ship we have that can bring back cargo. The others disintegrate, burn up in the Earth's atmosphere upon re-entry. So we mentioned earlier that Comet Neowise picture, and I think we have it now. Look at how beautiful that is. The comet streaking across the sky just above the Earth below. I can't imagine.
Yeah, especially to see the glow of the Earth's atmosphere, kind of creating that blue sheen as the light refracts off of it. Really cool.
And this was probably taken from the cupola window, and that's, as Gary mentioned, that bay window area on the International Space Station that faces down toward Earth. It's truly the best view in the house. Chris Cassidy might head over there after undocking today to take a look outside and watch as his friends depart. We saw that on the way uphill, he was in there monitoring their arrival and taking some pictures of Crew Dragon as it arrived as well. But aside from all of that science talk, we'll also be returning some vehicle hardware like spacewalking cooling garments, which the astronauts wear under their extravehicular mobility unit suits. There's tubes of water that they can control the temperature of. So when they are in the sun outside of the space station, it can be up to 250 degrees Fahrenheit.
Wow.
And when they are in the darkness and outside the space station, it can be negative 250 degrees Fahrenheit. So that cooling garment is also, in a way, a little bit of a heating garment and can help them control their temperature when they're outside on a spacewalk. So we'll be returning some of those. Also some glove connectors for refurbishment back on Earth, and along with any crew provisions like food, small electronics, and even their sleeping bags. NASA will have cargo specialists embedded with the recovery team. They'll be able to quickly recover and unload that returned cargo very shortly after Dragon returns on the recovery ship to shore tomorrow.
Yeah, and it was really interesting. You're mentioning the wide temperature variations. That's something you don't really see on Earth because we have air and we have humidity in the air that helps us sort of regulate that temperature. Of course, you don't have all that humidity and atmosphere around you to help with that. So when you're in the sun, you're getting the full brunt of that heat, and when you're not, you're getting the full coolness of being in eclipse. And so that's part of the reason why you need those extra vehicular suits, as well as like the thermal systems on Dragon, to help regulate that temperature into something that is palatable for humans.
And speaking of heat and atmosphere, when the astronauts re-enter tomorrow, they will be traveling, or they will experience temperatures up to 3,500 degrees outside the crew vehicle. Inside it'll be nice and cool. They've got some air conditioning, and their suits will have cooled air venting through them. So that's a pretty fiery re-entry tomorrow.
Another view on your screen of the Dragon spacecraft, and now looking at a camera that's positioned just behind Bob and Doug. So Doug in the left-hand seat, Bob in the right-hand seat, monitoring the vehicle. Looks like they've got the forward view, so on each of their individual panels. You can sort of tell that because it looks like they've got an attitude ring in front of them. And then they've got a view in the middle that has their procedures and cue cards up for what they can expect next. And speaking of which, actually, so then the next thing we'll really see here is final configuration for undocking. So there'll be a go, no-go poll for issuing that final configuration. We're expecting that to happen, the actual command to occur right on time at 4:30 p.m. Pacific time. And then shortly after that, we'll have a couple of those undocking bursts that will just separate any sort of friction, any sort of forces that may have statically built up while Dragon's been hanging out on station. And separation is planned for 4:34 p.m. Pacific time, 4:34 and 58 seconds, actually.
Yes, so from the time that command is sent from the ground to start undocking, as you mentioned, those hooks have to be retracted, those 12 hooks, 2 sets of 6. The umbilical that has been providing power to Dragon from the International Space Station will detach, and they will use those 2 short bursts to begin their journey home.
Again, a lot of those steps are automated. Once we issue the command for undocking configuration, operators here in Mission Control will be monitoring that Dragon performs the correct state transitions. Dragon has flight computers aboard that they're triplicated for redundancy, so if one of the flight computers gets out of sync with the others, you still have the other 2 to make a good call. And of course, we have ways of resetting them and trying to understand those faults. That's part of the job of the mission controllers, to make sure they understand the health and status of the vehicle. So those flight computers will transition the vehicle through a number of states and then activate those thrusters. We'll have a couple of short bursts from the service section Draco thrusters. So those are the thrusters on the lower part of the vehicle, just above the heat shield and the trunk. And we won't be using the forward bulkhead Draco thrusters that are underneath the nose cone. So we'll see those 2 bursts that'll help take Dragon up and above, away from the International Station into a slightly higher orbit, letting Space Station move ahead.
Yes, those will be departure burns 0 and 1. Then that'll just increase the opening rate, the distance from the space station, and moving it out of the keep-out sphere, as we mentioned earlier, and eventually the approach ellipsoid. And then after it's out of the approach ellipsoid, it'll have departure burns 2 and 3. Departure burn 3, as you mentioned earlier, is like a co-elliptic burn. So it puts it on the same orbit all the way around, rather than necessarily having a widely varying apogee and perigee, or higher point of the orbit and lowest point of the orbit.
Yeah, and we were talking a little bit about the keep-out sphere and the approach ellipsoid. So those are imaginary spheres. The keep-out sphere being a 200-meter radius, I believe, sphere around the International Space Station. So that represents a space where any spacecraft that are in those operations need very choreographed maneuvers with the flight director before they issue any commands or perform any thrusts.
Station and Dragon crew on the big loop. I want to let you know that at this time we are removing ISS power to Endeavour.
Okay.
So a call there from the Capcom saying that both the station crew and, of course, Bob and Doug no longer receiving power from the International Space Station through those umbilicals on the docking mechanism.
Yeah, so Dragon is operating on its own power, generated and gathered by those solar panels wrapped around the trunk of the vehicle. And that's actually a very similar look to the new cargo Dragon. For all of the Dragon missions until now, we saw solar wings with solar arrays, and now the cargo Dragon missions will have the solar arrays wrapped around the vehicle, just like we see here with Crew Dragon.
Yeah, and actually it's something that adds to the overall reliability of the vehicle. Anytime you have a mechanism in space that's potential for something to go wrong, you need a motor to drive it. You need checkouts potentially on the actuators. There's probably software that drives it. So having conformally wrapped solar panels around the trunk of the vehicle reduces that little bit of complexity, and actually ends up being a little bit lighter too. So we can add a little more cargo and add a little bit more to other parts of the system. And on the other side of the trunk is the thermal radiator. So we've got a fluid running through that, almost like an air conditioner. And that fluid is being pumped throughout various different points in the vehicle Actually, earlier on, we heard a call from the core mentioning that the crew could adjust the hex or heat exchanger to the position that they wanted to control internal cabin temperature. So that part of the cabin air as it goes through the revitalization system is getting passed over that heat exchanger, and that allows the crew to keep it nice and comfortable inside the cabin.
I hope they both like the same temperature, because I like to keep it warm, and I hope they both like it cool or warm, or they can agree on temperature for the long ride home.
Well, taking a look at some of their interviews, I think Bob and Doug have expressed just how close of friends they are. So I'm sure it's something that they've worked out over time. I think earlier I took a look, and it was about 76 degrees Fahrenheit in the cabin. So definitely to my tastes.
Yeah, I could survive in that. And yeah, you mentioned they are very close. They were selected as part of the same astronaut class, so they went through astronaut training together, and ultimately remained very close friends, and now get to fly a once-in-a-lifetime mission like this.
Yeah. I mean, flying a test mission together with your best friend has got to be very fun. Of course, our favorite space dads here at SpaceX.
So just a look at these two mission controls. On the left, you have the International Space Station Flight Control Room in Houston, and that's the team that's monitoring and sending signals and controlling the International Space Station side of these operations. It is staffed 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. We've always got someone in there protecting the astronauts in space, making sure that everything is working well on the International Space Station. And then on the right, Shiva, why don't you introduce us to the Mission Control Hawthorne?
Yeah, so this is Mission Control in Hawthorne. It's actually right behind us where we're standing here in Hawthorne. And in that room is a number of specialists as well as the primary Dragon operators. Of course, if you've tuned in for some of our other webcasts, you've seen Mission Control as well. We use that same control room for Falcon missions. That's where the Falcon operators stand in. But today, the third row is where most of the primary operators are. And then we have a number of specialists sitting in other roles, folks who have really devoted the larger part of their careers and a lot of their expertise to understanding the nuances of the life support system or the propellant system, and even, of course, the health and safety of the crew. We have a flight surgeon, actually a NASA flight surgeon, who is in that front row. And he's there as well to make sure that Bob and Doug, if they have any sort of complaints from a physiological perspective, that he can weigh in and help them stay healthy. So really a big team to help make sure that Bob and Doug get home safely, both from the vehicle performing well as their own individual health.
Yeah, and speaking of the vehicle, that vestibule pressure looking now at less than 0.3 psi, so getting down there as close as it can to a vacuum. But yeah, I'm glad you mentioned that the astronauts have a flight doctor. They have somebody who's specifically assigned to them for all of their pre-flight medical and their in-flight medical and their post-flight. Somebody that is able to speak with them at almost any time and conduct health checks and just wellness checks and make sure that everything is going well while they're in this very, very rough environment of space.
Yeah, I mean, among the cargo that they have aboard is emergency medical kits and actually medical sort of medicine and like trauma kits that they would use if there were a significant medical emergency. And so the flight surgeon can help them as they're working through first aid and give them specific instructions, since if they need to do anything in an emergency scenario, it's those two taking care of each other. And of course, when the hatch was open, the entire International Space Station crew of this expedition taking care of each other. So at this point, we're about 13 minutes away from the transition for undocking, and then about 5 minutes after that, we'll have the two undocking burns happen, really just short little bursts from those service section Dracos. We're expecting separation to happen around 4:35 p.m. Pacific time, just a few seconds before that. Heard a go, no-go poll earlier from the mission control teams that we were talking about earlier.
So just like it's during its approach to the International Space Station, Dragon's departure and deorbit is designed to be fully autonomous, so it requires no action from the crew on board. Station Commander Chris Cassidy, he won't be the prime for monitoring Dragon's departure. That'll be done by the crew on Dragon. They'll be able to monitor with these screens you see here, and they'll be backed up by flight controllers on the ground. But as always, Bob and Doug will have the ability to send commands manually to the vehicle if they need to.
And once the undocking sequence is complete, Dragon will then use its Draco engines. It'll thrust away from the station in a series of pretty carefully choreographed maneuvers or 4 departure burns to increase that distance between the 2 spacecraft. And then from there, it'll perform a phasing burn that will put it on the right trajectory to get back to Earth and the landing site.
Next on its trip home is deorbit, entry and landing, and that covers all operations after the final departure maneuver. That includes trunk separation, closure of the nose cone, deorbit burn, and deployment of the drogue and main parachutes, and finally, splashdown off the Florida coast, at which point our teams will recover Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley inside Crew Dragon from the water.
So at this point, a little bit ahead of schedule. We always put in a little bit of margin into the schedule in case there were any problems with, for example, the suits or if the leak check didn't quite go as planned. Right now, the planned time to perform the undocking commands to the spacecraft will be around 4:30 p.m. Pacific time, and we'll expect to see Dragon go through a number of state transitions as well as transitions of its life support system, and then shortly after we'll see those Dracos come to life very briefly, just to unstick ourselves from the space station and then thrust away from where it's called home for the past 63 days.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, those will be the service section Draco thrusters. Those are what are used when the spacecraft is around the International Space Station. We don't want to use something as powerful as those nose cone thrusters, the forward bulkhead thrusters, I should say, just yet. But that's what we will see being used for the deorbit burn tomorrow.
Yeah, those forward bulkhead thrusters just a little bit more efficient because they can expand the propulsive gases a little bit more. Sort of the principle of providing thrust to a rocket vehicle is you burn some kind of propellant or have some kind of gas that you expend from the vehicle, and that mass that you're ejecting away from your launch or from your spacecraft is through Newton's laws pushing you and giving you some momentum. So those forward bulkhead Dracos, when we use the thrust out of those, the propulsive gases in there, we're able to more fully expand than we are on the service section Dracos. Gives us a little bit better performance, but of course they're pointed directly at the space station. Yeah. So any of that propulsive gas that we're shooting out from Dragon would, of course, go directly then to the space station, which is not ideal.
I just heard the call that Mission Control Houston is go
Dragon
for undocking.
SpaceX on the big loop. The final reconfigurations for undock are complete and nominal. The ground is go for undocking at the undocking sequence start time of 23:30 GMT. Please confirm your visors are down and that you are ready for undock and departure.
Dragon copies, go for undock on time. Our visors are down and we're ready for departure.
We copy all.
And we just heard the confirmation. Dragon is a go to undock. So now we are waiting for the undocking sequence to actually begin, and they are targeting that for 4:30 p.m. Pacific time, so it looks like 8 minutes from now. And once that begins, it'll take less than 5 minutes for Dragon to separate from the International Space Station, which has called home for 2 months now.
Now, the first step in the undocking sequence, which is, again, automatic, is for the umbilicals that are providing power, telemetry, and commanding capability between the space station and Dragon for those to retract. Once those retract, we'll actually have Dragon perform an unlatch from the space station, releasing 12 hard capture hooks that are around the vestibule. Those hard capture hooks are what are providing that airtight seal around the vestibule, and they'll actually come in 2 separate phases. So we'll hear a call for 6 of those, and then we'll hear a call for all of those being detached. And then finally, after that entire process, which takes about 4.5 minutes, then Dragon will be ready to actually depart and push itself away and separate using its Draco thrusters.
Yeah, and so Dragon's initial departure from station is a little different from any of the other docked vehicles like the Soyuz, because that relies on springs to push them away from the docking port. In this case, Dragon will actually execute those 2 short thruster firings to undock. That uses a combination of those 12 Draco engines around the base of the capsule, with the first breaking any stiction between Dragon and the docking port, and the second slowly backing the spacecraft away. And so we're expecting the call for undocking sequence to begin in the next few minutes.
And the crew aboard, they will be able to see those transitions. So what will be happening here is the flight computers on the vehicle will issue themselves into a state when that command is issued. And actually on the crew displays, on every display, they've got a prominent location that shows what the current states are. They're also able to follow along and see what the state of the vehicle is. So those are the displays that they've got pulled up on their screen right now. That middle display actually has the cards that describe what they can expect to see, along with some inline telemetry that they're getting from the vehicle directly, as well as their current positioning relative to the International Space Station. And then they've also got some views on the side that are each of them in their respective displays that are showing a forward view of the spacecraft as well as the status of those docking hooks. At this point, the umbilicals both still installed because that command has not been issued. And the vestibule should be pretty close to vacuum.
Getting closer every second to that undocking command being sent. We're looking for that in about 5 minutes from now.
Taking a look at data here, I see the vestibule is reading as 0.1 psi. So definitely not very friendly to humans.
Everything moving smoothly throughout the day to bring us to this point with the crew ingressing Dragon, donning their suits, getting in their seats, closing the hatch, and then Chris Cassidy closing the A-Pass hatch on the station side, along with that Node 2 forward hatch, bringing that space down to as close to a vacuum as possible, and that's where we're at right now. Conducted some leak checks to ensure the seals between those hatches were solid. Everything looking good for an on-time departure today.
Pretty comfy in the cabin right now. You know, that vestibule is pretty near vacuum, but in the cabin it's actually pretty close to what we would see at sea level, and still about 76 degrees in there. So pretty comfortable. Of course, Bob and Doug are only partially seeing that. Earlier they closed down their visors, and so the suits that they're wearing protect them in the event of a depressurization event. They also protect them if there was a fire on board, as they're made of fire-resistant materials. And so as we're getting to this critical step of separating from the space station, if something were to go wrong here, those suits would provide that critical life support to them, pressurizing if the cabin pressure were to unexpectedly drop. It's actually part of the reason why we've spent so long in this vestibule depressurization. The operators, both on the space station side and the mission control Hawthorne side, scrutinizing the data for any indication of a leak through the forward hatch. Of course, that leak check performed earlier with no findings, showing that the vehicle is nominal and ready for undocking.
And as once we mentioned, that undocking will take a few minutes before we actually see the separation occur. But once the command is sent, those 12 latches will be retracted. The umbilical will be disconnected. Dragon is already on internal power, however. It's not receiving any power from the International Space Station. But once that umbilical is retracted, those hooks are removed. Be looking for those 2 short bursts to send Dragon on its way, and then things will speed up with those departure burns afterward. Just a couple of minutes away from that on-time undocking. That'll be 4:30 p.m. Pacific, 11:30 p.m. GMT, or the time that the astronauts use aboard the International Space Station. Looking for the undocking command to be sent in just about 30 seconds.
And again, a quick preview of what we expect to happen. Umbilicals will retract, then we'll see those docking hooks disconnect, and then we'll actually see those undocking burns followed pretty shortly after by a departure burn.
Dragon SpaceX, undock sequence commanded.
Pepper copies.
So that undocking sequence right on time.
And that was 4:30 p.m. Pacific time, 11:30 p.m. GMT. The umbilical now retracting. The International Space Station flying 263 statute miles over Namibia in Africa.
Dragon SpaceX, umbilical demate complete and nominal.
There's confirmation of the umbilicals retracted, so no longer receiving power or data or commanding from the International Space Station. And there's a view on your screen of Dragon, currently in eclipse. Gary, how's it looking from Mission Control at Johnson?
We're looking good, Shiva. We are now inside the undocking sequence. Good umbilical retraction. Standing by for the driving of those hooks. There's 12 hooks that will be released in 2 gangs of 6. Standing by for the driving of the hooks. Here we have good motion on the primary set of hooks. Again, first set of hooks driving the navigation light, the forward end of Dragon clearly visible from this view from one of the Japanese cameras. Again, we are inside of the undocking sequence now. Good umbilical retraction, and we're driving the first set of hooks.
Dragon SpaceX, first set of hooks open and nominal.
Copy nominal hooks in the first set.
The first 6 hooks have completed their driving first set down. The second set is now driving. We're now committed to undock. Seeing good motion on that second set of hooks. Continuing to drive. These will be the final set of hooks. There's 6 of them holding Dragon into place now. Afterwards, we'll conduct 2 undocking burns to physically separate Dragon.
Dragon SpaceX, all hooks open and nominal.
All hooks open.
Dragon departing.
Dragon SpaceX, separation confirmed.
Separation.
Great burns. Physical separation 4:35 p.m. Pacific. Thrusters looking good. Counting down to a nominal departure burn 0 coming up shortly.
Dragon SpaceX, depart burn 0 complete.
Copy complete. We're visors up.
And you heard depart burn 0 complete, that 12-second firing, moving Dragon slightly faster away from the International Space Station using those service section Dracos. And with that, Bob and Doug have concluded their stay aboard the International Space Station. They're on their way back to planet Earth. Confirms a physical separation at 4:35 p.m. Pacific as the station and Dragon were flying 267 statute miles over Johannesburg, South Africa. 2 good undocking burns and a nominal departure burn 0. Next departure burn coming up in about 5 minutes. We'll be monitoring Crew Dragon throughout the departure sequence, but with Dragon flying free, that'll do it from us here in Mission Control Houston. Godspeed, Bob and Doug. To take you through the rest of the departure sequence, we'll send you back over to Hawthorne.
Thanks, Gary. Departure burn 0 sets Crew Dragon, Endeavour, and Bob and Doug on their journey home. Dragon ship Endeavour is now on a trajectory to head up and over the station before additional maneuvers will change its orbital path to take it below and in front of the station. Dragon will autonomously accomplish that through 3 additional departure burns, with that next one coming up in just a couple of minutes to get Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley well away from the space station and on their way home.
Beautiful view. Just had a beautiful view there of the relative navigation sensors providing an infrared view of the International Space Station as Bob and Doug drift away from it. And of course, as they are drifting away, going into that slightly higher orbit, just because of balancing the force of gravity along with their centripetal acceleration, they will move a little bit slower than the space station. And so we'll expect space station to sort of drift ahead, and then as they conduct those additional burns, getting out of the approach ellipsoid and the keep out sphere, then they will come back down below space station with their apogee being about 10 kilometers below space station and slowly reducing their perigee.
Next up in just a couple of minutes, scheduled for 4:40 p.m. Pacific time and 11:40 p.m. GMT will be depart burn 1. That's a 20-second burn to further increase the opening rate between Crew Dragon and the International Space Station.
Yeah, and that view, what we just previously had, and you can actually see it on the right-hand screen of Bob's display, is a relative navigation sensor that's providing an infrared view from the forward hatch of Dragon, looking back towards the forward module of the International Space Station. So that's where Dragon has been for the last 63 days. Coming up in less than a minute is departure burn number 1. This burn coming just about 5 minutes after separation. And this is going to increase that opening rate between the space station and Dragon.
And separation occurred on time today, as with everything else occurring on schedule, sending Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley back toward Earth, back toward home.
So very, very exciting moment. We should expect to hear a call out here for departure burn number 1. Departure burn number 1 is pretty short. It only lasts about 21 seconds, but it's the burn that's going to get us on our way up, out, and away through the keep out sphere and through the approach ellipsoid. Again, the keep out sphere about 200-meter sphere around the International Space Station, and the approach ellipsoid, 4 by 4 by 2 kilometer ellipse. If you imagine 2 Central Parks in New York City next to each other, that's about how big that is. Just guidance references for visiting vehicles.
And we're seconds away now from departure burn 1. These are autonomous burns. Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley are not pushing any buttons to make this happen. These are programmed into Dragon, and we will be looking for that in just a few seconds from now.
That's a view from the space station. Those 2 lights, the green light is the view that on the right-hand side of the Dragon vehicle. That would be the side that Bob Behnken was sitting on, and the red light, the side that Doug Hurley was sitting on. It's actually made pretty quick work getting away from the station. Gonna look up some data, see if I can get the actual distance to station right now.
And departure burn 1 has begun, that 20-second burn. This will also take it outside of the keep-out sphere and outside of the approach ellipsoid, and after complete.
Dragon SpaceX, depart burn 1 complete. Nominal burn, you are go to doff your suits per procedure 4.012. Reminder that the ground will be deactivating the big loop following exit from the approach ellipsoid, which is approximately 12 to 14 minutes from now.
Okay. Station Endeavor on the big loop.
Go ahead, Endeavor.
Chris, we just can't thank you enough. It's been an honor and a privilege to be part of Expedition 63 with you, Anatoly, and Ivan. It's been a great 2 months, and we appreciate all you've done as a crew to help us prove out Dragon on its maiden flight. I'd also like to thank Zeb and his team in Mission Control in Houston for the incredible amount of work they did to make the dock to ops successful for Dragon, and also the teams at SpaceX that keep us going towards the end of our mission that we look forward to splashdown tomorrow. I'd also like to wish you a great success on the rest of your expedition and a safe flight home in the fall. Take care, friend.
Endeavor,
Thank
stay
you, Chris.
safe.
Thank you, Anatoly. Thank you, Ivan. Thank you, Houston, and thank you, SpaceX.
Endeavor Station, Bob and Doug, wholeheartedly agree with those sentiments. It's been a real pleasure. It's been an honor to serve with you. Safe travels and have a successful landing. Endeavor's a great ship. Godspeed.
Endeavor copies all. Thanks, Chris.
And we just heard some kind words exchanged between Crew Dragon Endeavor with Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley now on their way home.
ISS and Dragon on the big loop. Endeavor has exited the keep-out sphere. See you guys when you're back home.
Endeavor copy.
Behnken and Hurley leaving behind 3 people aboard the International Space Station that will return this October. That's Station Commander Chris Cassidy, Anatoly Ivanishin, and Ivan Wagner of Roscosmos. So you just heard they exited the keep-out sphere. That's an imaginary sphere, 200 meters in diameter, and that is around the space station. So it's one of the several safety zones set up to govern any visiting spacecraft either arriving or departing the station. Before moving into the keep-out sphere, spacecraft have to be configured where they would not cross that boundary for at least 4 orbits, even if, as we mentioned, the spacecraft were to, for some reason, lose all of its maneuvering capabilities.
Yeah, and that capability, really what we're looking to hear is that the spacecraft is what's called on what's a, I am having such a hard time saying that.
You'll get there.
It's on a 24-hour safe free drift trajectory. And that's what the call that we're hoping to hear from. So exactly as you mentioned, Leah, if we were to completely lose commanding authority over the spacecraft, we would want to make sure that we wouldn't potentially re-interact with the International Space Station in an uncontrolled way. And so these burns helping us to get out and away from the space station in a way that we could, if something were to go catastrophically wrong on the vehicle, protect the crew aboard the space station, of course the crew aboard the spacecraft, until you were able to recover Of course, Dragon spacecraft has been really rock solid this entire mission and has a lot of redundancy into it. So that scenario is pretty unlikely, but it's a good safety standard that we design all of our spacecraft to.
And this departure burn 0 and 1, as we mentioned, is bringing Dragon up and over the International Space Station. It's not just making a straight journey home. That will be determined later once the phasing burn is complete, and then the deorbit burn, which commits us to leaving space, to bringing Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley back into Earth. The next
Dragon on Dragon to ground comm check with the cabin mic.
I hear you loud and clear on Dragon to ground. How me?
Loud and clear, Anna.
As we heard, they are now testing out the cabin mic, so they may be beginning to doff their suits, take off their suits, which is allowed now that the first 2 departure burns have been completed. And the next is scheduled for 5:27 p.m. Pacific time. That'll be depart burn 2, and that'll be 12:27 a.m. GMT. So it's really the middle of the night for the space station crew right now, and they'll be getting ready to go to sleep pretty soon. But our astronauts are awake for several more hours before they get their sleep period later.
Of course, they all got a chance to take a quick sleep shifting nap to be alert and awake for these operations. And you know, as you mentioned, the crew are in the middle of doffing or getting out of their suits. That was a pretty dynamic period of time around the station, a time where there could have been a potential depressurization, or if there were any problems with the thruster, we would want the crew suited. Of course, with that big burn out of the way and Dragon now on a confirmed trajectory away from the space station on its way out, close to exiting the approach ellipsoid, Bob and Doug can get out of those spacesuits and get into something a little bit more comfortable. And that test step of verifying the cabin mic, the spacesuits actually have 2 microphones in them just towards the near the jaw, actually in the base of the helmet. And so with Bob and Doug removing those spacesuits, they're testing their cabin mic just to make sure that they still have good communications with the crew operations responsible engineer here in Hawthorne. So we should expect a few more calls here as Dragon moves away from the approach ellipsoid. We heard a couple of calls from the Capcom as well about deactivating the big loop, so to speak, and transitioning to Dragon to ground. The big loop is a comm network that connects flight controllers and Mission Control Houston, the International Space Station crew, visiting vehicles, and of course, like our Mission Control team here in Hawthorne, all together on one comm loop so we can all communicate with one another if anything needs immediate attention. As we step out of integrated operations or joint operations with the International Space Station, we'll transition into mission control here in Hawthorne, having mission authority, and transition all of those calls to the Dragon to ground loop.
Yeah, so life on space station is kind of back to normal now that Dragon has departed, and they are still monitoring the departure. The crew on board Crew Dragon is specifically, and I can imagine that the astronauts aboard the space station might be looking out and getting a final last view of Dragon before it returns to Earth, maybe in those bay windows, that cupola window we have on the International Space Station. Now, as we mentioned, Dragon is outside the keep-out sphere, and it is a little more than 500 meters away from the International Space Station. So we'll be looking for it to exit the approach ellipsoid coming up here in about 6 minutes.
Yeah, right now, Dragon moving away just under 1 meter per second, or close to like 3 feet per second away from the space station. And as it really starts to get further and further away, that speed will pick up a little bit until we get into an orbit where eventually we will have our highest point of our orbit be about 10 kilometers below the space station. And coming up after that approach ellipsoid exit, we'll also have 3 more burns scheduled for today, so 2 more departure burns as well as a departure phasing burn, and then that should button up the major activities for today, and Bob and Doug will hopefully be able to get some rest before a pretty exciting day tomorrow.
Yes, I can imagine they are very excited, and tomorrow they'll wake up, and then several more milestones to look forward to, including, as we mentioned, that deorbit burn, that final commitment to bringing them home, because if there were a change in and potentially the weather over the next several hours, we would still be able to have Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley in Earth's orbit, and they have enough crew supplies on board that they could stay there until a couple of days. That way we would have an opportunity for the weather to clear or for us to find another splashdown site. But everything's looking good for us to come home to Pensacola tomorrow.
Right now on your screen, views of Mission Control. On the right-hand side, this team is Mission Control in Houston, and on the left-hand side of your screen is Mission Control in Hawthorne. Currently still in joint operations as we're still in the approach ellipsoid, and as we transition out of that 4 kilometer by 2 kilometer ellipse, we will transition mission authority to the mission director here in Hawthorne. While we've been in integrated operations and while we've been attached to the space station, any commands, any operations that we wanted to do on the Dragon spacecraft, of course, we're getting permission from the flight director in Houston to conduct those commands, because the flight control team in Houston really responsible for the health and safety of the crew aboard the International Space Station, as well as the safety and performance of the International Space Station. It's kind of wild to think about it. Sometimes I think about the International Space Station as a destination, but it's really a spaceship. And in fact, earlier this, I think it was about 2 weeks ago, the space station had yawed completely around by adjusting its orbit, and so it was flying backwards, so to speak. So it's a spacecraft just like Dragon, just bigger.
Oh, definitely a spacecraft. It's actually an orbiting laboratory, and so while they were on board, we talked about some of the science that Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley conducted, and while they were there, they completed 114 hours, approximately, of scientific research aboard the International Space Station, and it's really amazing how much of that benefits life on Earth. The space station obviously is in microgravity, and that gives us an opportunity to test things and to look a little closer at phenomenon that we can't when we're here on Earth. And so the International Space Station has provided countless medical advances and technological advances for us over these past 20 years. And as we mentioned earlier, this is the 20th anniversary of the International Space Station this year. And so it's a big milestone. We'll be celebrating that later in November. And that means there have been people living in space continuously for 20 years. So that's quite a feat. I love that it's international. I love that this is just such a good example of how when we work together, we accomplish something that at one time no one could have ever dreamed of.
Yeah, just reading some of the books by former crew members, I know they like to talk about the food aboard the space station and the sort of the international cultural events that they do between crews. They really consider themselves a big family, and those kind words that we heard between Bob, Doug, and the station crew as leaving sort of shows just how close they became over just a short period of time, just a couple of months. Of course, I'm sure they all knew each other pretty well from training in Houston.
Yeah, but something about being there with a common goal, and those are your family when you're there, you know. And so, of course, our astronauts get the opportunity to speak with their family pretty regularly because we want them to not get too homesick. Of course, they get a pretty good view in exchange. But yes, so we actually are coming up very shortly now. It looks like about a minute until we exit that approach ellipsoid and joint operations end between Mission Control Houston and Mission Control Hawthorne, which is just right behind us.
And again, that approach ellipsoid, a 4 kilometer by 2 kilometer by 2 kilometer imaginary ellipse around the space station, really designed as a marker as spacecraft, as their trajectories enter into the space around the space station. They need to coordinate their operations with the flight control teams at Johnson Space Center. The way that we do that is, of course, through the loops and the nets that we have. So on your screen, a shot of those 2 mission control centers, and also through a set of what we call flight rules. So both mission control teams will establish operating principles, philosophies, procedures, sometimes even going down to specific failures. For example, if a specific engine was failed, or if a certain attitude capability was lost, or even the state of the life support system on board the vehicle, they'll come up with go, no-go criteria that are very specifically analyzed. And when it comes time to actually perform the operation, they'll check those lists against the health of the vehicle and then make those go, no-go calls before performing operations in close proximity with one another.
So the next call we do expect to hear up to the crew is that they will have exited the approach ellipsoid. Everything occurring on time for Dragon. And the International Space Station currently flying over the Indian Ocean, 269 statute miles above us all, about to come up on the southern coast of Australia.
And really the next major event for Dragon will be around 5:27 Pacific time, or that'll be tomorrow morning at 12:27 UTC, and that will be the next departure burn. So a little bit of time before any significant milestones.
And we are outside of the approach ellipsoid. So now that we are outside of the approach ellipsoid, as we said, everything happening like clockwork today for their departure.
Dragon SpaceX on the big loop. Dragon has exited the approach ellipsoid and is on a safe free drift trajectory. Houston will be taking down the big loop shortly, and expect ISS audio traffic to cease.
Dragon copies on the big loop.
So with that exit of the approach ellipsoid, or the AE, that other imaginary three-dimensional ellipsoid measuring 4 kilometers by 2 kilometers, in the same family as the keep-out sphere, as we mentioned, that means that they are now 24 hours safe in a free drift trajectory. So if the spacecraft were to lose maneuvering capabilities, it wouldn't cross into the approach ellipsoid. We heard that call from the core here on the ground in Mission Control Hawthorne up to the crew aboard Crew Dragon Endeavour.
The crew acknowledging that call. They typically do some comm checks on Dragon to ground when they transition out of the big loop. Of course, we heard those earlier while they were doing their suit doffing. Suit doffing, again, being where they remove their spacesuits, get out of them, and then they'll transition into something a little bit more comfortable, probably a polo and maybe just some pants. And really, they'll just be in a monitoring mode until the next major event, which is the depart burn number 2. That's scheduled for about 30 minutes from now. And that depart burn 2 will really increase the rate away from space station and start reducing both the apogee and perigee of Dragon's current orbit. And following that, there'll be an additional depart burn as well as the phasing burn. Coming up later on in today's broadcast, the phasing burn being actually a much larger burn than these 2 departure burns, on the order of 6 minutes.
And so that departure burn 2 will be the longest one we've seen so far today, and that'll be a 43-second burn that will send Dragon down and lower its perigee, the lowest point of its orbit, to beneath the station. It'll move down and out in front at perigee.
And so we can, on your screen, is sort of where we're conducting this burn. So depart burn 2 at the apogee, performing an orbital burn or imparting velocity to the spacecraft at the highest point of the orbit is actually the most efficient way to move the opposite end of the orbit. So in this case, because we want to bring our perigee, our lowest point of our orbit, down a little bit further, we're trying to conduct that burn at the apogee and get the most bang for your buck and most mileage out of that propellant.
After they'll have depart burn 3. That'll be a 41-second burn. So as we mentioned earlier, it's kind of like a co-elliptic burn, and it will keep Dragon always down below the International Space Station. Later tonight, we'll be looking for a phasing burn. That'll be the longest one we've seen so far at over 6 minutes. And it'll put Crew Dragon on the proper orbital path to line it up with the splashdown zone. And then eventually we will have our deorbit burn tomorrow. We'll see the nose cone close. We'll see the trunk jettison, and they will come on home looking for a splashdown tomorrow in the Gulf of Mexico.
around 10:48 Pacific time plus 7. Let's see, that would be around 5 o'clock in the morning or so.
For GMT.
GMT. And again, that's the last major burn plan for tonight. That'll happen right before Bob and Doug end up getting some shut-eye for the night. They'll get about 8 hours of sleep, and then tomorrow morning get a wake up from the core to get them started on preparation steps for the final burn of the mission, which will be that deorbit burn. And then hopefully a successful re-entry.
I don't know if you heard when they arrived on the International Space Station, Commander Chris Cassidy asked Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley how the ride was, and of course they said it was very smooth, and asked how if they got any sleep, and they said yes, they did get some sleep. So I'm hoping they get the same opportunity tonight that will leave them very refreshed and ready for their splashdown tomorrow, their reunion with their families, and tomorrow they will also arrive back in Houston. So they will fly back to Ellington Field, and that's part of the Johnson Space Center. It's where we do a lot of our astronaut training in the T-38 aircraft. And so they will arrive back there tomorrow, have a welcome with their families, and then it'll be, 3 people on the International Space Station until October.
And that's a pretty busy day for them, because I think tomorrow morning they'll get up around, I think I know the time in Pacific, they'll get up around, I want to say 5 a.m. Pacific time, and if their splashdown time is around noon. And then if they're flying to their final site near Ellington Field, that's a pretty packed day considering they've been up that long.
Oh yes, absolutely. I think it's definitely one of the most dynamic days of the mission, with the deorbit burn, with the splashdown, and then eventually flying back, being recovered in the ocean, and then getting to see your family after 63 days. It has to be pretty exciting.
We were talking a little bit earlier. Looks like no call that time. One thing we are expecting here is the teams here in Mission Control will be conducting a go-no-go poll for the upcoming departure burn, just to ensure that the vehicle systems remain healthy. Before each of these burns, the core, the crew operations responsible engineer, will give a call up to the crew to let them know if the Mission Control team believes Dragon is healthy for the burn. And then after those burns as well, we expect a call from the core to provide a quick status update on performance of the system and whether the burn was nominal. Some of the things we're looking for there are, of course, performance of the engines, as well as the amount of impulse transmitted to the vehicle. The navigation officer, of course, paying close attention to the amount of momentum transferred to Dragon, as well as the current orbit as described by onboard navigation sensors. So all part of the responsibilities of the Mission Control team. That burn expected about 25 minutes from now. At 5:27 p.m. Pacific time, or about 12:27 UTC. 12 a.m., so 12:27 a.m. UTC.
So we don't have a signal from Dragon at this moment, so we're not getting those views that we had earlier, but we are taking your questions. So if you're watching and you are on social media, specifically Twitter, feel free to use the hashtag AskNASA, and we will try to answer your question here on air. This one comes from Amal, who asks how much time it will take for the Dragon spacecraft to reach Earth after undocking from the International Space Station. Well, Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley have begun that journey, and they are on their way, scheduled for splashdown tomorrow at 11:48 a.m. Pacific time, and that would be 6:48 GMT, or Greenwich Mean Time.
Dragon SpaceX on Dragon to ground. Friendly heads up that your audio destination is on ISS, so if you are calling us, we will not hear you.
So, now with that splashdown tomorrow, it's looking like about a 19-hour mission for Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley from the time they undock to the time they splash down.
Of course, that time can be brought in and made a little bit shorter. For this mission, we opted to give them a 19-hour opportunity, and that gives them a chance to get some rest.
And SpaceX, say again for Endeavour.
Yes, just wanted to give you a heads up that your audio destination was on ISS, but I see you've swapped that over to ground now. We just wanted to make sure that if you were calling us, we would hear you.
Okay, Anna, thank you. I appreciate the heads up.
That fuzzy little dot is a view from the International Space Station looking at Dragon, currently on its way away from the International Space Station.
Speaking of the International Space Station, another Ask NASA question, this one from Colin, who asks, how do you keep time on the ISS? Well, you've heard us working to convert that in our heads. The International Space Station uses GMT, or Greenwich Mean Time. It's kind of the in-the-middle space between Russia and Houston, and so since those are two of the major partners in International Space Station operations, we use that time aboard.
Some cool views from the cameras on board the International Space Station. And one other note there, GMT is also sometimes referred to as UTC, or Universal Coordinated Time. They both mean the same thing, just slightly different nomenclature. And you may hear some of those calls over the nets and from the core.
It's now been 30 minutes since Crew Dragon separated from the International Space Station, an on-time departure. Separation coming at 4:35 p.m. Central, 11:30 p.m. GMT. It has completed its first two departure burns, Depart Burn 0 and Depart Burn 1. And the next will happen in about 22 minutes. We'll be looking for Depart Burn 2. The astronauts, Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley, are now out of their spacesuits. They won't need to put those back on until tomorrow, just before the deorbit burn.
So another question on social media right now lines up well with the view we have of Dragon. From Michelle, why is Dragon glowing right now? And actually, Dragon isn't glowing. What we're seeing is the reflection of the sun. So right now, both Dragon and the International Space Station not in the Earth's shadow. And just from this view on the camera, compared to everything else being so dark in the background of space, Dragon is just coming out looking a little bit whitewashed just from the exposure. So not glowing, but just seeing the reflection of the sun as we sort of adjust the white balancing. Now, actually, Dragon right now departing about 4.4 meters per second, about 3.3 kilometers away from the space station. So what we're seeing on the screen is a view from the International Space Station, and Dragon about a 5K away, or not a 5K, excuse me. That would be a 5K if it was in miles. About 3.3 kilometers away from the space station. Now, we got a question from Lucas on what the main differences are between the Draco thrusters and the other burners. And I think what Lucas is referring to here is the Super Draco thrusters. So Dragon has two types of propulsion systems on the spacecraft. We have 8 Super Draco thrusters that live in those pods on the side of the capsule. Those are only used, for launch escape. So they're pretty powerful thrusters that if we were to experience an anomaly during the ascent portion of the mission, then we can pretty much use most of our propellant to accelerate away from the Falcon 9 launch vehicle. We actually had a demonstration of that during our in-flight abort test that preceded the Demo 2 mission. The Draco thrusters are actually much smaller thrusters, and we have more of them. We have 16 of them around the vehicle, 12 of them around the service section of the vehicle that we actually have been using for all of these departure burns, and then we actually have a set of 4 of them that we refer to as the forward bulkhead Draco thrusters that are right around the forward hatch. They use a propellant called nitrogen tetraoxide as the oxidizer and monomethyl hydrazine as the fuel, and those are what are known as hypergols, so if you squirt them together, you get fire.
And we have another question from Kate, actually from her 4-year-old son, Fritz. Hello, Fritz. He would like to know if the astronauts on the space station can feel how fast they are flying on the space station or Dragon. And if not, why not? It's interesting if you think about it. The way I like to describe it is if you're sitting in a car, and let's say the car is going 60 miles an hour, you don't necessarily feel like you are going 60 miles an hour because you're essentially part of that vehicle as it moves. And so, of course, you would notice if it stopped, but as the astronauts are inside the International Space Station and it's constantly moving at 17,500 miles an hour, they do not feel that speed. And when they're outside the space station, they don't feel that speed either because there's no wind for them to feel as it moves around the Earth.
Yeah, so really if they were to feel, that's part of the fun of microgravity. Gravity is still acting on anyone who is in orbit or not, but it's really a matter of you're in a state of free fall while also your spaceship is in a state of free fall. And so you would only feel acceleration if you pushed against something or if the spacecraft pushed against you. So during those burns, actually, Bob and Doug will probably feel a little bit of thrust since they're in their seats, but otherwise not too much. And we have a question here from Glenn about if the astronauts can get out of their seats during any part of their trip home. And that's partially true. So actually during this phase of the mission, the crew are actually free to roam about the cabin, if you will. But during earlier portions of the mission, we actually had them be seated. So during the earlier undocking burns, the crew were seated. Part of the reason for that is if there was a depressurization, we would actually need them to be seated so that their suits could act as safety devices for them. And then, of course, when we get to deorbit, that's a pretty dynamic time as well, where they will be seated.
But as for this moment right now, they actually have the opportunity to be out of their seats, as you mentioned, roam about the cabin, and out of their suits as well. So they may have donned or put on some much more comfy clothes for this relaxing portion of the ride, all up until deorbit burn tomorrow.
So if you're just joining us, Dragon is on its way away from the International Space Station. We separated from the space station around 4:30 p.m. Pacific time, 4:34 p.m. Pacific time. And actually, is that right? Do I have my time wrong?
We did. Separation was on time at 4:35 p.m.
4:35, that's what it was.
Pacific time, and 11:30 p.m. GMT.
And spacecraft is now on its way away. We're awaiting departure burn number 2. So we've conducted 2 undocking bursts from those Draco thrusters, as well as the first departure burn and first and second departure burn. Burn number 2 coming up, where it'll last about 43 seconds, and we'll use a combination of the service section and forward bulkhead Draco thrusters to reduce the lowest point of the orbit, the perigee of Dragon, get that a little bit closer towards the Earth's atmosphere.
Oh, we've got a question from Karen's 9-year-old who wants to know what the astronauts eat on the International Space Station. And they actually get a variety of choices. We have a food lab at the Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. And before the astronauts go on a mission, they have the opportunity to go and taste test some of their foods. And so there are a variety of types of food that are available aboard the station. A lot of it needs to be reheated with hot water. They can eat anything from at holidays, they have a lot of the same food we have down here, sweet potatoes and turkey and those kinds of good foods. They have candy like we have here on Earth, so they're not lacking on some of those sweet things. But one thing that they don't typically have are a lot of the fresh fruits and veggies that we get to enjoy. And so that's one of the things that can sometimes arrive on a cargo Dragon spaceship, and the crew loves it when it happens, but it's hard to get that food up to them just because it has to be fresh when it is packed and when it's launched and by the time it arrives. And sometimes that can be several days. So whenever they can do a late load of that cargo and get some of those fresh fruits and veggies up to them, it's always greatly appreciated. And there's always some good pictures of people juggling oranges.
SpaceX on Dragon to ground. The ground is go for depart burn 2.
SpaceX, we copy go for depart burn 2.
So confirmation there from the core and a good readback from the Dragon spacecraft that vehicle is go for depart burn number 2. That's expected just in about 12 minutes from now. And again, what we expect to happen here is Dragon will slew. That's just a term for adjusting its orientation or attitude. So there'll be a few Draco pulses to adjust the orientation of the spacecraft. And then we'll use a combination of those forward bulkhead and service section Dracos to perform this burn. Burn's expected to last about 43 seconds, and that really just that little of impulse because of the orbital altitude we're at will lower the perigee to our desired target, and then the burn after that will get us into our holding orbit below the International Space Station, where we'll be about 10 kilometers below space station before performing that final departure phasing burn for the afternoon.
And this is the third of those 4 departure burns. As you mentioned, this one lasting about 43 seconds. Depart burn 3, which is scheduled to be at 6:14 p.m. Pacific time, or it looks like 1:14 a.m. GMT. That would last about 42 seconds. So that'll be the next burn until we have the phasing burn later this evening, and then it'll be time for Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley to get a little shut-eye.
Before that, of course, they'll get a chance to have a meal aboard the space station, or a meal aboard Dragon. They've got plenty of food and water on board the spacecraft, of course, for the expected trip of this mission, which would have them landing tomorrow. And they really have like meal ready to eat on board the Dragon spacecraft. We actually have a question here from the Denver OG. How many Gs do they experience on reentry? So Gs here referring to the gravitational force that they'll experience from the reentry forces. Took a look at the data earlier from the Demo 1 mission as well as some of our simulations, and we're expecting the crew to experience somewhere around 4 to 5 Gs during reentry. A lot of that will actually happen when the chutes deploy. Then on the way up, I believe they experienced on the order of 3 to 4 Gs during Falcon 9's ascent. So nothing too far out of family for the crew members.
So this view of Crew Dragon is from the International Space Station, and these cameras can actually be controlled by flight controllers in Mission Control Houston. Joint operations with Mission Control Houston have ended now that Crew Dragon is outside of the approach ellipsoid. It is entirely under the supervision of Mission Control here in Hawthorne. However, Houston is still monitoring the status of the astronauts and the vehicle. But these cameras can be controlled by teams on the ground. They help us to find what we're looking for whenever the astronauts are on a spacewalk, or to get a better view of an arriving or departing spacecraft as we have today. Crew Dragon looking pretty small compared to how we saw it just even 40 minutes ago. Just before undocking, you can see the trunk there near the top of your screen, and then Crew Dragon's capsule down at the bottom, and that's the only portion that will return tomorrow and splash down in the ocean. The trunk itself will be jettisoned and will burn up upon re-entry into the Earth's atmosphere.
We got another question from David Hernandez about if the Dragon crew vehicle will be visible from Earth. You know, there were actually some really cool photographs when the ISS had passed in front of the sun while Dragon was attached, and you could actually make out on those photographs from a telescope the silhouette of the Dragon vehicle. I think right now, if you had a telescope pointed at the right direction, you might be able to see it, sort of depending on whether the sun was behind the vehicle or not. But definitely not visible with the naked eye. So would definitely need some help from a telescope.
And your telescope would have to be set just perfectly because Crew Dragon is still moving very quickly. Right now it looks like Crew Dragon and the International Space Station are flying 261 statute miles over the North Pacific Ocean and moving at about 17,500 miles an hour. So don't want to miss it.
So we have a question from Supermom HK fan, actually from their 5-year-old. Why does the rocket need a heat shield? And in this case, I mean, Dragon technically it does have rockets on board, although we usually refer to it as the spacecraft. But Dragon has a heat shield on board to handle the intense heat from re-entry. So as Dragon hits the Earth's atmosphere, we're going to slow it down a little bit, but we really use the atmospheric drag to slow down the spacecraft. And as the Dragon spacecraft hits into that part of the Earth's atmosphere, it'll actually compress the air and form a plasma at the base of the heat shield. And that plasma is very hot, very, very hot from the friction and compression.
And they'll reach at approximately 3,500 degrees Fahrenheit on the outside of the vehicle. That's probably not uncommon for Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley, considering they both live in Houston. They're probably used to pretty hot temperatures outside, but they'll be nice and cool inside with air conditioning, as anybody in Houston, Texas knows is a necessity.
Yeah, actually, when we get to that phase in the mission, ground controllers here in Hawthorne will do a check on the internal temperatures, potentially run some cooling, because before we get to that phase, we'll actually detach the trunk, and with that goes our ability to radiate away heat. So we'll actually do some pre-cooling on the cabin and flow some nice cool air to Bob and Doug during that pretty toasty portion of the mission.
And a cool little glimpse right here, you can see Crew Dragon and the nose cone open, and that will remain open until after the deorbit burn tomorrow. They'll be using those forward bulkhead thrusters to make that burn. It'll be the longest that we see throughout the return home to slow Crew Dragon down enough to drop it out of orbit and bring it back into Earth's atmosphere. It'll then close after that burn, and it also serves as some protection for the vehicle upon re-entry.
Yeah, it protects those navigation sensors on the top of the vehicle, the ones that we were getting those cool infrared camera views of the space station with, and what we also use for relative navigation when we're in proximity ops with the station. All of those underneath there. And actually, just coming up in about 4 minutes from now, we'll get a brief glimpse at those forward bulkhead Dracos. They'll be used during this next burn, departure burn number 2. Again, expected to last about 43 seconds to bring or reduce the perigee, get that a little bit lower.
So we'll be looking for that burn at 5:27 p.m. Pacific time, or 12:27 a.m. GMT. That is the time zone the astronauts have been used to when living aboard the International Space Station. But now that they have departed, They will begin shifting their time zone back to life on Earth and back to that of Houston, Texas, which is Central Time.
Got another question here from Kevin Shannon about who the core is and what their role is in astronaut and vehicle health. The core is a position here in Hawthorne Mission Control, very similar to the Capcom role at Johnson Space Center. Stands for Crew Operations Responsible Engineer. And really, they are responsible for understanding all of the procedures that the crew run, as well as looking out for the crew and providing them updates on the status of the vehicle. They synthesize information from the other mission controllers, as well as think ahead to things that the crew will need to know to conduct their actions on orbit and transfer that information over the comm loops. So we heard a bunch of that earlier. I think on the Capcom side, that role has traditionally been an astronaut, although that may not be the case these days.
It was at one time solely astronauts who held that capsule communicator position. Nowadays, it does not have to be. It's always, though, someone who has extensive knowledge of the vehicle or of the space station or of the task at hand. So at one time, it was always an astronaut because they do have that experience in that vehicle, but now it can be any other very experienced individual. We got another question from Dill Dillon, who asks, I believe I heard you say there's no up or down in space. Can you explain that? Well, it's when you're in microgravity and you can orient yourself whatever which way, there's not really the same up or down as we have on Earth. I'm standing on the floor right now, but when you're on the International Space Station, that floor could also be where some of the research racks that you're working on are located, and so you just flip upside down to get better access to them. So there's not necessarily an up or down because there's that gravitational pull is not as strong there in microgravity, and so direction really goes out the window when you become an astronaut on the space station.
Of course, orientation is still very important, so we have frames of reference defined for the spacecraft. If you noticed when we were showing views of Dragon attached to the space station, the nose cone was up, so to speak. Dragon fits to the pressurized mating adapter in a very specific way. So the guidance officer and the prop systems officer and the team here are, of course, understanding the orientation of the vehicle, but up or down is sort of a relative sensation.
And we are about a minute and a half away from departure burn 2. And this one's going to bring Dragon, it's going to lower Dragon's perigee, or the lowest point of its orbit, to below the space station. We've had Dragon above the space station at this time, but it'll be bringing it back down and in front of the space station's orbit. So it'll be a 43-second burn. And we'll be looking for that here in just about a minute now.
Really cool to still be getting these views from the International Space Station. Dragon right now is about 10 kilometers away from the space station, still retreating at a rate of 6.3 meters per second. So we probably have a pretty good lens on that camera that's giving us these views.
So a 10K. If you ever run a 10K, that's how far Dragon is from the International Space Station. And they've made pretty good time, too. They separated about at 4:35 p.m. Pacific, 11:35 p.m. GMT. So under an hour for their 10K so far. Depart burn 2 in just a few seconds. And the burn has begun. We'll be looking at a 43-second burn using a combination of service section thrusters and thrusters on the forward bulkhead, which is the area of the nose cone, or that the nose cone would be covering when it's closed.
Dragon SpaceX, burn complete, nominal burn.
Dragon copies, nominal burn.
So there's confirmation from the core of a nominal burn, that burn happening just off the west coast of the United States, out over the Pacific Ocean.
And the next burn will be Depart Burn 3. That'll be almost 42 seconds, specifically 41.8 seconds. And that will occur at 6:14 p.m. Pacific, 1:14 a.m. GMT. That'll be the last of those 4 depart burns, and then we'll be looking later tonight to the phasing burn.
Yeah, and in between them, Bob and Doug will get some time to get a meal, and of course they'll start into their sleep preparations. They get about an hour before they actually go to sleep to get some time to sort of collect themselves, do whatever pre-sleep activities that they need to do. As I understand, on the space station, that is also some time for them to go hang out in the cupola, take photos, maybe talk to folks on social media.
Yes, and they love to talk to their families as well. They are able to video conference with their families every so often. It's very important to us that we keep the astronauts connected with their families. It's important for mental health, and we've seen a lot of this on Earth recently with going through the coronavirus pandemic, people being apart from each other, and we've seen people connecting virtually now more than ever. And so that's something that the astronauts have been doing for a long time, and dealing with isolation. And so we have teams on the ground that research how they are able to deal with that. And it also feeds into the future of spaceflight. You know, looking at when we go out on these missions to the moon and eventually Mars, that the astronauts will be gone for extremely long periods of time. How do we give them the opportunity to feel at home, to feel connection with people back here on Earth?
Yeah, especially interesting problem when you consider that Mars is just the light and signal delay can create either anywhere from a 25-minute delay to about a 45-minute delay, which is actually part of the reason why it's even more impressive about like Perseverance and the other Mars rovers that have to do everything totally autonomously. There's really no time for a ground operator to issue a command and then see if it worked. But that adds an interesting aspect to connecting with your families, because that's a long time to have to wait for a reply.
It would be. Now, a lot of the research we're doing right now on the space station is in preparation for that. We've got the Artemis missions coming up. We're looking to go back to the moon for the first time in almost 50 years, and that's scheduled to be in 2024. We'll be putting the first woman and the next man on the moon, and so a lot of the research we're doing on the International Space Station is paving the way for how we're going to establish a more permanent human presence on the lunar surface.
So next expected burn is departure burn number 3. That's expected at 6:14 p.m. Pacific time, or that would be about 1:14 a.m. UTC or GMT or Greenwich Mean Time. And again, as mentioned previously, 41.8 second burn that will use a similar combination of service section and forward bulkhead Draco thrusters. Those service section thrusters to really provide attitude control, make sure that the forward bulkhead thrusters are pointed at the correct location, and then those forward bulkhead Dracos providing the majority of the impulse for that burn to reduce, to finalize us in an orbit that is co-elliptic with the station, so on a similar ellipse, but with the highest point being about 10 kilometers below the current space station altitude.
And speaking of those forward bulkhead thrusters, we have another Ask NASA question. So a reminder, if you are watching on social media, on Twitter, go ahead and use the hashtag AskNASA. Send us your question, and we'll see if we can get that answered on air. So this one's from Gary. He wants to know why the nose cone can't be closed now, and it's because we're not done using it yet. That won't be closed until tomorrow after the deorbit burn. So we've seen those first 3 burns now accomplished, and looking forward to departure burn 3 coming up next. And they will once again use those forward bulkhead thrusters that are located under the nose cone. So don't want to cover those up just yet, but it will be closed prior to reentry.
Yeah, another note there is there's also a number of navigation sensors beneath the nose cone that help Dragon know where it's pointing in space and also help it communicate with those tracking and data relay satellites. So not only is it for those burns, and we have a couple of big ones left before this mission is complete, but also to help Dragon know just where is it around planet Earth.
We've got a question from Hurricane Force who asks, how can kids work toward being future astronauts or work with NASA? That's a great question, and I will give some advice that the astronauts give. I've always heard them say to pick something that you love to do, because the path to being an astronaut is very, very difficult, and it requires a lot of studying and learning and growing in your field, and so that's much easier to do if you enjoy what you're doing. And so typically we would encourage you to pick something in the science, technology, engineering, or math career or field, and then pursue a career there. And then we have astronaut applications open every few years or so. We pick just around a dozen astronauts to come and go through 2 years of training, which will set them up for readiness of future missions. But working with NASA has a lot of different career opportunities. Obviously, I work in communications, and so NASA needs people to help tell the story. So even if maybe STEM is not necessarily your thing, you can still have a great part of NASA and be part of the NASA family.
I think the best piece of advice I've heard from crew members and otherwise is to stay curious. And if there's something that sounds really interesting to you, don't take someone else's word for it. Go do your own research. Stay curious about it. Go learn about it, and you will probably become the person who knows more than anyone else about it. That's a real good way to get to work on cool things like this. Well, this is an interesting question, and I'm not sure I know the answer to it. This is a question from Lucas the Hunter. What does space smell like?
I personally haven't been, so I haven't had the opportunity to try it. But I've heard a few different things from the astronauts. One has said it smells like burnt cookies or burnt steak. So the common theme there is it smells a little like something that burned. So, like I said, I haven't gotten to try it out.
Dragon SpaceX, no rush, but please let us know when it is okay to come back on board with video.
So the core there, just relaying to the crew. We have cameras, of course, aboard Dragon that we've been looking at earlier. Relaying to the crew that we've had those off for their privacy so they could doff their suits, and requesting if we could come back aboard.
And SpaceX here, welcome to come on board at this time, and we've just wrapped up our timer for suit drying.
Copy all. Thank you so much.
And Doug there referring to the drying time for the suits. So, of course, any perspiration, any wetness in the suits just from having people in them, we want to try to dry that out, make sure that the suits are nice and clean, wouldn't have any possibility of getting kind of gross or building up any sort of microbes. In fact, when we got first to station, we did a longer drying period, and the crew wiped down the suits with some cleaning wipes just to make sure that there was nothing that would grow in there for the 2 months that we were on station, and conducting a similar operation right now.
So another walkthrough of everything that's happened today. If you're joining us now, or if you weren't here for the start of our broadcast, we joined the International Space Station while the astronauts were still on board the space station with their other three counterparts. That's NASA's Chris Cassidy and Anatoly Ivanishin and Ivan Wagner of Roscosmos. And then we saw the crew board the Crew Dragon, say, farewell, and don their suits or put their suits on and close that hatch of Crew Dragon, followed up shortly by NASA astronaut Chris Cassidy closing the hatch on the space station side, known as the APAS hatch. We then stepped into the vestibule depressurization. That's the space in between the hatches that was exposed to vacuum whenever Crew Dragon departed. And we saw an on-time departure Separation occurring at 4:35 p.m. Pacific time. That's 11:30 p.m. GMT, or the time used aboard the International Space Station. We had those 2 short bursts using the thrusters on Dragon and the umbilical detaching, those hooks releasing, the 12 hooks releasing Dragon from its home for the past couple of months. So after that, we saw the first 3 departure burns of Crew Dragon, those first 2 bringing it up and over the International Space Station. The astronauts were then able to take off their spacesuits after that burn was completed, and then we just saw departure burn 2, which has lowered Dragon's perigee and brought it down below the International Space Station at all times. So next up for us will be departure burn 3. We're looking for that at 6:14 p.m. Pacific, 1:14 a.m. GMT.
Been a pretty busy day for Bob and Doug aboard Dragon. They managed to. There's actually a view of inside the cabin. So Bob and Doug out of their spacesuits. You can actually see one of their spacesuits. It's that sort of white and gray item on the left-hand side of the screen, and then it looks like that might be Bob on the right-hand side of the screen. And we're looking at a view. You can kind of see the cargo, so the seats in front of them. Looks like they've got a spacesuit in the way of this camera. But beneath the seats, they've got some storage room where we've got about 150 kilograms of cargo. A lot of that, more than half of that actually, is scientific experiments and samples coming from the research program aboard the International Space Station, which is, of course, a national laboratory. You actually had a number earlier. I think Bob and Doug combined had done
114 hours, approximately 114 hours of science in the lab while they were on the International Space Station. And of course, that doesn't count towards the upgrades that were completed outside with those battery changes that enable us to keep going further. But yes, it of course tripled the amount of time we were able to do, because that's the U.S. lab. And Chris Cassidy was, prior to the arrival of Crew Dragon, doing all this work on his own. And so having Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley come on board for a couple of months really expanded the amount of scientific research that was conducted during that time.
Getting some cool views of the interior of the cabin. We got a sort of a sweep around of the cameras. So right now we're looking at a camera that would sits ordinarily right behind the crew members, looking up at their displays. The view that we actually had previous to this was a view looking towards Doug Hurley's seat. And actually, when on the uphill portion of the mission, we got a quick tour of the interior of Dragon from Bob and Doug, and they gave us some insight and a quick tour of the cabin. And it looks like Bob just putting his suit away in his suit storage bag, suit drying complete. They were wearing those suits earlier, just in case they needed to. The suits really for their protection if there was a depressurization or a fire in the spacecraft. Now that we're past some of those dynamic moments close to the space station, the risk of one of those events is pretty low. The suit storage bags, though, of course, will be kept in close proximity, so if there were any sort of anomaly later on in the mission, Bob and Doug could quickly get into them. And pretty cool. They're actually pretty much a single-piece design. They can be put on within less than 15 minutes.
As you mentioned, I think you made a good call. It looked like a polo and some khakis to me, so they're now out of those suits and able to relax until before the deorbit burn tomorrow.
Probably a lot of Velcro on those as well, I'm guessing. I know on space station side, they tend to have a lot of Velcro on pretty much every surface.
Yes, it's interesting. The astronauts use Velcro on, their pant legs will have strips of Velcro, and anything that they work with, their spoon or some, like their drink bags might have a little spot of Velcro on the other side, so that way if they need to put it down, they can't really put it down, and they don't want it to float away and become lost in the recesses of the vastness of the International Space Station, and so they can just tack it to their little Velcro spot on their little pants leg and come right back to it.
Yeah, and you might wonder how something would float away. There's actually a couple of things. One, it's really hard to impart something with no force. if you've watched videos of crew members on the space station sort of playing with their food or playing with drink bags, they might put something and it'll start to twist and turn, move, and they'll grab it, move it close to them, and it'll start to twist and move. And the other, there's actually a life support reason for doing that as well. As the crew members are exhaling carbon dioxide, unless you have really good circulation in the life support system from all the fans and scrubbers on board your spacecraft, that carbon dioxide will tend to sit and bubble and create pockets of unbreathable air. So the life support system is also providing a lot of positive pressure and moving gases around the cabin just to make sure that we are circulating and revitalizing that air, running it through our scrubbers, and of course regular injections of oxygen so it's nice and breathable.
Really cool views inside Crew Dragon. And it has now been over an hour since they left the International Space Station. So much has happened in that time, with obviously the on-dock burns, the departure burns, and exiting the keep-out sphere approach ellipsoid, the termination of joint activities between Houston and Hawthorne, and now the crew settling in for the rest of the ride until tomorrow.
Yeah, you can kind of see what we're talking about here. Is the suit helmet, sort of as Doug is putting away his suit, kind of floating a little bit. Nice, cool view into that clear visor. That visor actually creates a sealing surface as well, so those suits will keep pressure in them in the event of a depressurization.
It looks like we have a good Ask NASA question. I think it's tailor-made for you, Shiva.
Yeah, this is a good question. So a question from Anir. My 9-year-old son has a question. What is Dragon's outer layer made of, like the material you used to make it? So I think what Anir might be referring to here is our heat shield material and our thermal material. The external surfaces of Dragon are actually made of a material called pica, which I think is phenolic impregnated carbon ablator. So pica material is something that that actually NASA developed, and Dragon and SpaceX have actually done some work to upgrade it over both the crew program as well, over the cargo program and as well as over the crew program. And so we're using something called Pica 3, I believe, on the Dragon spacecraft. A cool example of kind of the partnership between the NASA teams and the SpaceX team in developing the spacecraft.
It looks like the windows outside or to the outside of Crew Dragon are a little bit dark now, and that is the case because the International Space Station is now in an orbital nighttime, or I should say Crew Dragon Endeavour, flying over the Atlantic Ocean, about 261 statute miles above us all. As I mentioned earlier, the space station orbits the Earth sees 16 sunrises and sunsets a day, so currently constantly moving at 17,500 miles an hour, and Crew Dragon is about on that same trajectory at this moment.
Yeah, again, this next upcoming burn, which is scheduled for about, let's see, 28 minutes from now. This next upcoming burn will put us into a co-elliptical orbit with the station. So all that means is the station is on a slightly elliptical orbit, mostly a circle, but not quite. And Dragon will be on a very similar ellipse to the space station, but just with its highest point of orbit about 10 kilometers below the space station. Right now it looks like we're flying right over the middle of the Atlantic Ocean, just off the, well, not quite just off the coast, west coast of Africa, but off the west coast of Africa.
One fact I love about the International Space Station, perhaps not, maybe not Crew Dragon Endeavour as we discussed. You might be able to see that with the telescope, but for the International Space Station, you can see that with the naked eye. You don't need a telescope. It's the third brightest object in the night sky, and so if you go to spotthestation.nasa.gov, you get the chance to to see when the space station is flying over your area. So it's pretty amazing if you get the chance to look it up, and tells you when you can go outside and where to look in the sky to see the space station fly over. Every time I get the opportunity, I love to go and try and see it, and I wave at whoever is on board the International Space Station. It's funny for me to think that they're only about 250 miles above us. Of course, they're in outer space, but 250 miles is not that far when you think about it on Earth. So
that's a pretty short road trip, honestly.
Exactly.
But pretty hard to get there. Need a lot of thrust and power to get through that, and that's why we need something like Falcon 9 to be able to get us into orbit. And of course, once you're in orbit, that's not the end of the story. The Dragon spacecraft as well, in this case, had to provide quite a bit of thrust to then rendezvous with the International Space Station. Got a question here from Anna about how the crew can configure the capsule for sleep. So can the crew turn off the lights in the Dragon capsule to sleep? And they can, actually. As part of their sleep configuration processes, the crew can control the cabin lighting. They actually have some covers as well that they'll put on those windows. So there's 2 windows on either side of the side hatch. And of course, there's a window that looks through the forward hatch. And crew will put some covers on those just so they don't get woken up by the orbital sunrise. Right now, I believe, as you mentioned, we're currently in orbital nighttime, so a little bit dark in the cabin without those lights.
It would really mess with your circadian rhythm if every 45 minutes you were getting a bright flash of light for 45 minutes.
And kind of another fun thing, too, is the crew do have a white noise generator on board, so they can also turn that on if they want to try to mask some of the sound of space and get a little bit more rest. Seemed like they enjoyed their sleep period.
It sounds like I would sleep pretty good on Crew Dragon Endeavour, honestly. To have a white noise generator, that's a nice perk.
So this might be a question for you, Leah. Can you actually see fireworks from the International Space Station?
You know, I'm not positive about fireworks, but one thing you can see is lightning. And so that makes me think that fireworks might be visible from the International Space Station, in which case I can't help but wonder if maybe they got a real show about a month ago for 4th of July. But yes, they can see lightning on the International Space Station, and especially it's just amazing to see the photos they send back of the forces of nature. I can't remember if it was Bob Behnken or Doug Hurley this morning that posted a picture of Hurricane Isaias, and, you know, it just looked like a monster on Earth.
Luckily, moving away from our landing sites, though, that was actually one of the concerns for the flight control teams. We were monitoring the weather, checking if Hurricane Isaias was going to move into the Gulf of Mexico or whether it was going to move up the eastern seaboard into the Atlantic. And until we had some certainty on that, we actually didn't have our go decision for undocking. Luckily, the storm does seem to have picked a direction and is moving up the East Coast. So hopefully everyone is staying safe out there. But that does open up the opportunity for Bob and Doug to come home towards a primary landing site pretty close to Pensacola. And that's the primary landing site, and there's a backup landing site actually near Panama City, also off the coast of Florida.
And this was no rush to come home today. This was really the beginning of opportunities for Crew Dragon Endeavour to bring Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley back to Earth. And so over the past several days, you know, we've gotten weather updates, weather reports, even up to the time that Crew Dragon was undocking. We were looking at meteorologists providing weather reports on what we could expect in the next 24 hours, really, in the Gulf. And so the astronauts could have stayed aboard the International Space Station if that weather turned out looking nasty in the Gulf. But it looks like everything is going to be clear, and we should get nice splashdown tomorrow.
And of course, still no rush. The crews aboard, we're continuously performing weather monitoring on the landing sites. We get those reports, I think, about every 6 hours. And so if something were to turn up unexpectedly, poor weather, of course, we always have the opportunity to do a deorbit wave off. And so that would then set us up for our backup landing opportunity, which would be a little bit later, not quite on the same time scale, but about 2 days later. And of course, Bob and Doug have plenty of supplies on board if that were to happen. But right now, both the primary and alternate landing site looking healthy and go for splashdown attempt tomorrow.
And right now, we are awaiting the next departure burn. That's scheduled at 6:14 p.m. Pacific, 1:14 a.m. GMT, and so that will round out the departure burns for the evening. We've had 3 so far. This will be the 4th. And that has brought Dragon out of the keep out sphere, away from the approach ellipsoid. The first 2 took Dragon up and over the station, and then this next one brought it underneath, and then the last one will circularize Dragon's orbit, and it makes it roughly co-elliptic with the space station. We saw a burn like this on the way uphill as well.
And it's interesting you mentioned that this is the 4th burn, but it's called Depart Burn 3. And actually, we saw a little bit of this on the way in. So there are 3 hold points and a hold 0, 1, and 2 on the way to the International Space Station. All of those depend on the distance that you are from the space station. So it can be a little bit confusing when you consider the nomenclature here. Part of it is sort of the counting scheme, and part of it is also, are you at that point that is known as hold 0, hold 1, hold 2. So depart burn 0 being that first burn that we conducted, and then the depart burns 1 and 2 we saw earlier today, getting us out of the approach ellipsoid. And then depart burn 3 being our 4th burn of the day, if you don't count those 2 undocking burns that we saw.
And we've got another Ask NASA question. Don't forget to submit yours on Twitter with the hashtag AskNASA. This one from Blank and 195 others. So they want to know how many times a day the International Space Station flies around Earth. It is a very, very fast orbit. They see 16 sunrises and sunsets a day, so we make an orbit almost every 90 minutes. So that's a sunrise or a sunset every 45 minutes.
And Dragon actually seeing something relatively similar right now. Its rate of sunrise sunset will be a little bit faster just because it's going in a slightly lower orbit, but something similar right now. About eclipses lasting about 36 or 37 minutes, and seeing those about every 40 minutes. So we've got a question here from Merv about how we keep Dragon oriented in the proper reentry position to make sure that the heat shield is deflecting heat properly. And that's a great question. The spacecraft actually will have some aerodynamic forces on it. So part of the way that the spacecraft is packed will have the aerodynamic forces balancing with the force of gravity on its center of gravity, which really just depends on the sum of all of the mass in the spacecraft. And so that'll help it orient in the correct direction. It's designed aerodynamically to put the heat shield down. And for small correction maneuvers, we'll actually be able to use the Draco thrusters to provide small orientation burns while we're going through reentry. And then once we actually get through the reentry portion of the mission and get to drogue deployment, the positioning of the drogue chutes on the vehicle will keep Dragon in the correct orientation. Although at that point it's less about heat rejection and more about making sure that the capsule splashes down with the heat shield side facing towards the ocean.
Another question from Daniel, wondering how late into the reentry can you change the landing site? So the landing site is determined based on a lot of criteria, anything from wave height to wind speed, making sure that we give the astronauts the most safe location to splash down. And so if for some reason at this point we saw that Pensacola site that we're targeting tomorrow was starting to look like maybe a no-go area, we already have backup sites identified. And so even though Crew Dragon has already departed and already conducted its first few burns, it's not really committed to one site until its deorbit burn tomorrow.
We also got a question here from Bob. If either of us were asked, would we go to the space station? And absolutely. That is 100% absolutely yes, sign me up.
I would definitely go. My mom always says, though, make sure I don't know about it until you get home. So I would definitely go to the space station, but I'd have to save all my cool pictures for when I got home so she wouldn't worry the whole time.
I think it would be pretty busy on Space Station, too. Hopefully they'd be able to put us to work. Both Bob and Doug have extensive experience in test pilot school. And, of course, Bob also has his PhD. So both of them getting some good scientific work in on Space Station.
Right.
Those would be some pretty big shoes to fill and try to work with.
Of course, a lot of that science, or all of the science, is developed by researchers here on the ground. And so the astronauts are really the hands in space that make it happen for the researchers here. So when that science returns tomorrow in Crew Dragon, it was just loaded this morning, that'll be delivered back to those researchers. Our priorities for what we want to research in the International Space Station, but it is the national lab. So we have payloads of all kinds that arrive for research on the space station.
Yeah, and actually, kind of a fun thing there, and it actually segues pretty well to this next question from Andy. So where does the Dragon capsule get its electricity from? So we were talking a little bit about the cargo aboard. Some of that cargo is in freezers, and it's sitting in a set of cargo pallets right underneath the two middle seats. Those cargo pallets actually receive power from the spacecraft, and the spacecraft receives power from solar cells that are on the trunk. So earlier we saw some pretty cool views of the trunk. Half of it is black and shiny with solar panels covering it, and the other half has a white structure on it, and it's radiating away heat through a thermal radiator. That upper portion receives solar power from the sun whenever we're not in the eclipse or shadow of the Earth. And when we're not in the middle of a burn, we actually point the spacecraft such that those solar panels are pointing towards the sun, as well as pointing the radiator away from the sun, so we can get the most performance out of both of them.
And the next question, how long did it take to build the International Space Station?
Dragon SpaceX, the ground is go for depart burn 3.
Copy, Anna, go for depart burn 3. Thank you.
And we just heard they are go for depart burn 3. We'll be looking for that about 14 minutes from now, the final of those 4 departure burns. But back to our question, how long did it take to build the International Space Station? The first element for the International Space Station was launched in 2018, or in 1998. So we celebrated the 20th anniversary of the first element launch in 2018. But people started living full-time on the International Space Station in 2000, as we mentioned. So this marks the 20th anniversary of continuous human presence. But, you know, even now, pieces are continuing to be added to the International Space Station. There will be a new scientific airlock that arrives later this year. A few years ago, we saw the arrival of the BEAM module, which is the Bigelow Expandable Activity Module. It's helping us test out future habitable zones for deep space exploration. And so it was launched flat, and we had it expanded, and it's still aboard the International Space Station. And I think that Bob actually got to check it out last week. So
that's pretty cool.
Yeah. So the International Space Station it continues to grow in a way.
And of course, that capsule itself sometimes can act as a little bit of habitable space. So anytime you've got a visiting vehicle aboard, if there's room in there, I'm sure you can go hang out if you need a moment of privacy.
And the International Space Station is actually huge. It's the size of a football field, which is one reason it makes it so easy to see with the naked eye, from the ground, from Earth. But the habitable space inside is that it's equal to about a 6-bedroom house, also the same as a Boeing 747 aircraft. So that's about the amount of space that the astronauts have to live and work inside.
Of course, you have that entire space, though, but it's not covered in equipment. If you were imagining a 747, you'd only have the part that you could walk on, but because of microgravity, you can really take advantage of the ceiling and the floor, because there isn't really a ceiling and a floor.
And no assigned seats.
So here's another question from What the Bug Said. Appreciate the explanation of the core role. But who is she today? Listening in feels like she could be Anna Menon, who so impressively took the reins in May. Is it? And yes, actually that is. That is Anna Menon. She handled the docking portion of the mission, earlier in May. Actually, part of the way that the mission control shifts are structured, each of the shifts practice every portion of the mission. So every console operator is capable of performing a phasing burn or a departure or a deorbit opportunity if an emergency required it. But specific shifts focus on portions of the mission so they can be the most prepared. So Anna is on the shift that focuses on proximity operations. That includes the docking portion of the mission and the undocking portion of the mission. And we'll actually see a few other folks today who operated during the phasing portion on the back in May, who will be bringing Bob and Doug home through entry, descent, and landing.
We have a question from Michael, who is curious about the activities planned for Bob and Doug immediately after their safe return. Well, they will be lifted from the water using a crane that's on the ship that will come and retrieve them. So they will still be in the capsule. They'll be lifted out of the capsule and placed onto the ship. Once they are on the ship, they will actually be lifted. They won't be walking just yet because, let's be honest, it's been a couple of months and they need to regain their center of gravity because they have been out of gravity. This is a common occurrence and something that we practice with all crew members that arrive back home from a Soyuz capsule as well. Additionally, they will be landing on the water, and so even somebody who is well accustomed and has been walking on Earth their whole life sometimes needs to gain their sea legs. And so once they get out of the capsule, they will be taken to have some medical checks, as we always do with our returning crew members, just to make sure that they're feeling well and they can share any of their concerns. And then they will be taken to by helicopter back to Florida, and then eventually they will board a plane and head back to Houston, Texas. So home sweet home, all by tomorrow evening. And they will be welcomed to Ellington Field, which is part of Johnson Space Center and where we conduct a lot of our astronaut training in the T-38 jets. So another busy day even once they've splashed down.
Yeah, it seems like they don't get too much rest in there, but I guess that's why it's so important that they're getting some rest on the spacecraft. And I do wonder if they'll take a nap on the airplane or something, depending on how they feel. You mentioned a little bit about the inner ear deconditioning that they experience. It's actually part of the reason why the crew members, that deconditioning from being in microgravity is part of the reason why they exercise so much on station, to try to keep their muscle mass up and try to keep their heart rate up. It's very interesting. In your there's a feedback mechanism between your brain and your heart, and so when you get to space, because of sort of fluid shift in your body from microgravity, you get slightly higher pressure in your head, and your heart and brain will basically reduce the rate at which your heart beats. And it takes a little bit of getting used to, depends for each crew member, when you get back into gravity on Earth, for your system to readjust to that. Actually, another question here from Baraket. Why do we need to do a burn to get back to Earth? Why not just use gravity or free fall? So that's actually an interesting question. If we had all the time in the world, and just kind of let the capsule do its thing, there is enough atmospheric drag in the upper portions of the Earth's atmosphere to deorbit the Dragon capsule and actually eventually the International Space Station as well. But of course, that will deorbit you whenever the drag just happens to work out the right way, and it becomes really then difficult to pick which landing site you want to go to. So there's, of course, a team of folks that are helping us, helping the crew as well with the recovery operations, so we want the capsule to land pretty close to them. These burns, for the first, ensure that we get far away from the International Space Station, but then also ensure that we land close to our targeted landing site.
And this one from Starman, this question asking, do the astronauts bring any music with them when they go up to the space station? They do have some music. I'm not sure how it arrives with them, but I know I have heard in several videos sent back from the space station before that they take some time to jam out, enjoy their favorite songs.
Yeah, I think I actually saw a Twitter post from Chris the other day. He did a little bit of a music video, I think yesterday morning. So definitely had the tune somewhere.
Oh, now this is a good question. This one from Hashim. Where does the ISS get its water? And is there any water backup? So the International Space Station, we have this little phrase, this little saying that yesterday's coffee is today's coffee, or today's coffee is tomorrow's coffee, because almost all of the water on the International Space Station is recycled. And so that means any of the astronauts' urine or sweat or any humidity at all, that's recycled, that's pulled and processed and cleaned, and so it just becomes the next day's water. And this keeps us from having to launch water all of the time, because we would never be able to keep up with the amount that we needed. And additionally, water is very heavy, and so by not having to launch water, we are able to send up more science or more spacewalk equipment. So that's where the water comes from.
Yeah, and actually we don't do that on the Dragon spacecraft. Of course, having a recovery system for that means that you also need power and sort of the real estate to have that equipment aboard. So because we know the durations that the Dragon spacecraft is intended to operate, we actually carry food and water bottles for the duration that we expect to go, replenishing those and adjusting the storage of those based on the consumption for the uphill portion and the downhill portion. And of course, Bob and Doug have more than enough food and water for the next couple of days for a splashdown attempt tomorrow. And of course, if they had to do a wave off on orbit, or if they needed to go into an emergency recovery scenario and use that as emergency supplies.
We are about 5 minutes away from departure burn 3. Looking at that occur on time at 6:14 p.m. Central Time, 1:14 a.m. GMT. This is the fourth and final departure burn for the Crew Dragon, but it's not their last burn. And it sounds like they are getting ready and getting set up to begin that burn on time. It'll be a 42-second burn, and it'll be the last until the phasing burn later tonight.
Yeah, this burn using a combination of those 4 forward bulkhead Draco thrusters, and then using some of the 12 surface section Draco thrusters really for attitude control, attitude just meaning the direction that the spacecraft is pointing. So we want to point those forward bulkhead Draco thrusters in what's referred to as the retrograde direction. So if you imagine the spacecraft flying in a direction, pointing opposite of that direction is the retrograde direction. And that will slow down the spacecraft when we fired those thrusters, and that'll bring the orbit a little bit down. And then with that, it'll bring the spacecraft roughly co-elliptic with the space station, about 10 kilometers lower in altitude. So it'll be moving just a little bit faster than the space station, getting slightly out of sync with it as it continues its mission.
So as we mentioned earlier, Dragon's flight is totally autonomous. The crew on board is not going to push any buttons to make this departure burn happen. This is something that's programmed into the vehicle, and so they just have to sit back, let spacecraft do its work. I know that they probably enjoy monitoring everything that's going on, so they might be in their seats taking a look at how that burn is unfolding.
Yeah, of course, both Bob and Doug are test pilots, went to test pilot school and have pretty extensive experience on the order of thousands of hours in test aircraft. And so for them, testing out a new spaceship is pretty exciting. And for these burns, they, of course, have the opportunity to step in if need be. So typically, one of the crew members will monitor the burn performance and step in if something needs to happen. Ground operators, of course, able to issue commands if need be, but most of the time the vehicle handles autonomously any faults that it incurs during a burn. And that's actually part of, so, it's been pretty quiet for mission control, and that's exactly how you want a mission to go. But almost everyone in the mission control room and everyone across all the shifts has gone through simulations, some of those with the crew embedded in the simulation, some of those with the Houston control team, where we throw all kinds of faults and problems, scary problems at the sim, to see how operators respond, to exercise our procedures, and to make them better. So today, nice, quiet mission, just the nominal events happening exactly as you'd like to see, but everyone in that room and, of course, the crew aboard prepared to step in if need be.
I've had the privilege to sit in on some of those sims and help prepare to be here, and it is so nice to hear some peace and quiet on the loops, on the nets, everything going pretty well so far. And we are just under a minute to departure burn 3. Looking for this burn to last 42 seconds. Bring it roughly co-elliptic, in a roughly co-elliptic orbit with the space station, meaning it's not got, or it'll be constantly about 10 kilometers lower in altitude.
And once that burn occurs, we'll also expect some words from the core to the crew, acknowledging how the burn went and sort of next steps after this. So fingers crossed for a call out for a nominal burn. Now it's worth noting what some of the other folks in mission control are doing during a burn. Even though the vehicle is actively monitoring its health and systems, there's also operators monitoring those the health of the systems aboard. Notably on burns, the systems officer will be checking performance and health of the Dracos, and the navigation officer will be doing analysis on the burn performance, as well as what Dragon reports its current attitude, velocity, and orientation are.
And that burn is now underway. We can actually expect it to be complete in just a few seconds.
Dragon SpaceX burn complete, nominal burn, and at your convenience, I have 3 additional items for you.
Okay, Anna, we're ready to copy.
All right. The first is that we understand that you would prefer to report food and water consumption and movement after each of your meals. At your convenience, we're happy to take your evening meal report. Just let us know.
Okay, copy that. We'll give it in a few minutes.
Sounds great. The second item is that we have some updates for your tablet timeline. It'll take me a few minutes to talk you through them, so when you are ready to copy those, let me know that too.
Okay, we have the tablets open to the timeline in the anchor section, and we're ready to copy.
Copy. So on your day 1 primary timeline, please scroll to crew pre-sleep day 1, and I am requesting that you add 30 minutes to the 6 continuous events, beginning with crew pre-sleep day 1 and ending with GSC collection entry.
Okay, we've got that up, and so for crew pre-sleep day 1, it should be 02:40, and then we add 30 minutes in each subsequent milestone up through GSC collection at 13:10, which will now be 13:40, it looks like.
Good readback. The second change to make is to please subtract 15 minutes from your scheduled fluid load start and fluid load end events. Your new fluid load start time is 1448.
Okay, copy. 1448 for fluid load start, and we'll change that.
And you copied the fluid load end subtraction of 15 minutes too, correct?
We copy. Start and end minus 15.
Perfect. All other entries in your day 1 primary timeline should be good to go. For your day 1 alternate timeline, all burns are within approximately 15 minutes of accuracy. Should we find ourselves needing to take advantage of that timeline, we recommend tagging up at that point to update all the details, but if you have an alternate preference, please let us know.
We love your plan. Let's take a look at that if we need to at that appropriate time. Thanks.
Sounds great. And finally, for the third item I had for you, beyond the inventory post-meal, there are no more required tasks for this evening. So if you would like us to configure for sleep early, we can do that. Just let us know. And do note that there is a departure phasing burn during your sleep.
Yep, we saw that. We'll get the inventory to you in a few minutes, and then probably once that's complete, we'll start working our way towards configuring for our sleep period.
We copy all.
So we heard some words there from the Corps talking up to the crew, talking about adjusting the timeline. So the crew actually have a set of tablets aboard that has a copy of the timeline. And of course, as we are conducting burns during the mission, there might be slight adjustments based on the actual performance of the vehicle. And so some of those timeline adjustments getting made to the crew's schedule, they have the ability to insert those adjustments from the Corps call-ups. And to make sure that they are in sync for when events are expected to happen.
It's been a really long day for the crew so far. Very productive, obviously. They got up and loaded the last bit of cargo, that cold stowage science research cargo, into Crew Dragon. And then just before we went live today, they had the final weather briefing, and everything looked good in the Gulf, and so a pleasant surprise based on how things have been trending the past few days. But it looks like Hurricane Isaias is going to stick to the east coast of Florida and leave a clear space for us to land in the Gulf tomorrow.
SpaceX Dragon to ground with the food inventory.
And I am ready to copy.
Okay, from location 9, bag 204, we consumed 1 bottle of water. From location 10, bag 208, we consumed 1 bottle of water. From location 11, bag 317, we consumed 1 dinner. And from location 12, bag 321, we consumed 1 dinner.
I copy 1 water consumed from each bag 204 and 208, and 1 dinner consumed from bags 317 and 321. Thanks for the report.
And Anna, I have a issue with the
So cool. Got some words there from the Corps, just giving us a quick check-in on their supplies.
The timeline. It just started. I had a functioning timeline, and now I don't.
And Dragon SpaceX, we lost you perhaps through some blockage through part of that call. Can you repeat, please?
Yes, the timeline application on my tablet gives me a error message that says Safari cannot open the page, and then it's got a HTML address because your iPad is not connected to the internet.
And can you confirm that Wi-Fi is off and airplane mode is on?
Yes, Wi-Fi is off and airplane mode is on. If you have the display cameras up, I'll try to show it to you.
We will take that. We are coming up on a ground station pass, and we have the display camera up. And Dragon SpaceX, can you bring that a little bit closer? Dragon SpaceX, we got a good image of that. Thank you. We will look into that and get back to you. And to be clear, this is just happening, Bob, on your tablet, not on Doug's.
Yeah, it's just happening on my tablet. I did have a fine timeline before, but when we started investigating to set up to load the changes that you just read up to us, it went to that page instead of the timeline that I had before.
Copy all. We'll dig into it and get back to you. Thanks.
So that was the Corps checking in with the crew aboard Crew Dragon. Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley reporting. Bob Behnken's trying to monitor his timeline and having a little glitch, but they're working it out on the ground. But yes, a busy day for the astronauts, as we mentioned. They ingressed the hatch. We saw them don their suits and then eventually closed Crew Dragon's hatch and began the departure process. In the meantime, Chris Cassidy, the commander of the International Space Station, closed the space station side of the hatch. It's called the A-Pass hatch in preparation for the vestibule to be depressurized. So they brought that level down to a vacuum because that would be what is exposed to once Crew Dragon departs the International Space Station. And then we were set up for all of the undocking procedures.
Yeah, of course, during that process, there was also a leak check of the suits. Bob and Doug were suited up while we underwent vestibule depressurization, and they were also suited up when we did the first of the 2 departure burns. Before that, we'd had to do a little bit of reconfiguration on the vehicle. So we had the umbilicals retract. There's a couple of power and data umbilicals, basically electrical connections that connect the docking system and the Dragon spacecraft to the systems aboard the International Space Station. We stopped providing power through those, retracted those umbilicals, and then along the vestibule there's a set of 12 hard capture hooks. Those hooks actually provide the seal on the vestibule and keep all that precious breathable gas in there. So we detached those, and then there was 2 undock burns, very, very quick, like less than a second burns, that used those service section Dracos to propel Dragon a little bit away from the spacecraft, followed by our 3 departure burns.
Yes, and all of those burns were conducted nominally, and all of them conducted on time. Everything has been like clockwork today for Crew Dragon, and so with all of those 4 departure burns complete, the next will be the phasing burn. But the crew, as you saw just a moment ago, a view from inside the cabin, they are now outside of their suits. They're able to kind of relax. There they are. It looks like Bob Behnken there monitoring and maybe even troubleshooting that little glitch he saw while monitoring the timeline. But everything moving smoothly for Crew Dragon, and in the background there you can see Doug Hurley looking out the window. Let's see, the International Space Station is currently flying over Australia, just came up across the coast, and I'm sure it's a great view. So Crew Dragon is not too far from them because now their orbit is roughly co-elliptic, meaning they stay about 10 kilometers beneath the space station at all times.
Yeah, so Dragon right now just coming up on the west coast of Australia, and looks like they're in an orbital daytime, which you can see, and you can actually kind of get a sense for how bright it would get in the cabin without those window shades. One of the next activities that the crew will get is an opportunity for some rest. They'll get 8 hours of sleep in the Dragon capsule, and so when they do that, they'll put on some window shades just to make sure that they aren't getting that bright light from the reflection, well, from 1, directly sunlight entering through the windows, and 2, from, I'm sure, the beautiful reflection of that sunlight off the Earth's surface. And ground team's actually coordinating with the crew a little bit, so we've been hearing regular calls up from the Corps, the crew operations responsible engineer, up to the crew about burn performance, upcoming milestones and events. We had the crew give us a little bit of an inventory of their supplies, let us know that it looks like they got through a meal on board. And actually, that's kind of an interesting thing to talk about. So we were talking about location 9 and 23 and a couple of other locations. Dragon looks like a very, very clean vehicle on the interior, but actually behind a lot of those panels are actually stowage locations. You can actually see a couple of those here on the right-hand side of your screen. You can see that there's some stowage areas behind those panels. So ordinarily those panels stowed inside, we've got bags designed by the SpaceX team that fit inside of them, and then inventory of supplies, water, medical supplies, of course crew personal supplies, and food. Looks like right now Bob getting some great snaps of Australia. I'm pretty excited to see what those turn out to look like.
Yeah, absolutely. I've been very impressed with their photography skills while on board the International Space Station. And astronauts, before they depart for the space station, actually get a little bit of a photography class from our teams at Johnson Space Center. So it helps them determine a target and how to frame it, because Earth observation is a really important part of some of the research that we do. As we mentioned, it looked like earlier Doug Hurley was able to get a picture of Hurricane Isaias. And we've seen, land changes over the years from the International Space Station, tropical storms and hurricanes, and so it's an important part of what we do aboard the space station by doing those Earth observations.
And of course, also getting some opportunities to look at the heavens as well. We got some cool photos earlier of Comet Neowise from the International Space Station above all of the atmospheric distortion that you would see on the ground. Of course, when ground telescopes look at those, especially the large telescopes, they've got active control mechanisms to try to deal with the disturbance created by subtle motions of the Earth's atmosphere. But if you can put a telescope above the Earth's atmosphere, then you don't have to deal so much with those disturbances. So Bob and Doug, where they're at, pretty thin on the atmosphere, and able to get some great photos of Neowise as well.
Taking every second they get to take a look outside of the windows, some last views from orbit before returning to Earth tomorrow. So Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley are riding right now in the Crew Dragon Endeavor. Not a lot scheduled for the next few hours except their crew sleep period, which will come up at, let's see, well, they'll get a pre-sleep opportunity to conduct any of those nighttime routines they might have at 7:40 Pacific, and then they will go to sleep about an hour later. And then we'll be looking for the next burn. That'll be the biggest one we've seen so far, taking place at 10:48 p.m. Pacific, and that is 5:48 a.m. GMT. So that's the phasing burn. We will be looking forward to that. The crew will already be asleep, and that burn will last over 6 minutes.
It's a pretty big burn as well. It's what gets the spacecraft aligned on the right trajectory for the landing site. Again, our primary landing site is off the coast of Florida, the west coast of Florida, and the Gulf of Mexico. That'll be near Pensacola, Florida. And we've got a backup site near Panama City in Florida. And so those burns pretty important to get Dragon aligned on that. Dragon will be coming up on what's called an ascending trajectory. So if you imagine the Dragon spacecraft sort of coming, it'll be moving up from sort of the southwest corner of Florida up to the northeast corner of Florida, and that pathway up along the northeast is ascending relative to the equator. If Dragon were coming down the opposite direction, so if it were coming from sort of the central part of the United States down towards Florida, then we'd refer to that as a descending opportunity. It sort of just has to do with how you define the ellipse in orbit. Actually, we got some really cool views of the interior of Dragon, and that ties pretty well to a question on social from Infinity Gabe. So there's so much room in Dragon, they're walking around. Can you go into more depth on the vehicle's dimensions? Yeah, I sure can, actually. So just making sure I get the numbers right. The capsule itself is about 13 feet in diameter at its base, and actually going up to the top of the nose cone, it's about 16 feet. The nose cone is actually pretty big. So I think it's about 4 feet for the nose cone. All of that is not necessarily habitable space. Below that is the forward hatch, and then you've got sort of the bulk of Dragon. The interior volume of the vehicle is 326 feet cubed, about, so 9.2 meters cubed for our metric friends. And there's plenty of space in there. I hear it can get a little bit crowded when you've got 4 crew members in there, but of course you can use the entire volume.
And this question from Julia asking if the crew gets jet lagged when they land. You know, it's going to be interesting. They've tried to sleep shift their schedules as much as possible today so that they are awake and able to monitor these major dynamic parts of the mission, the burns and things like that. So today they woke up at about their normal time, but in the middle of the day they got a 3-hour nap. And so later tonight, they will take an 8-hour sleep period, getting the opportunity to get well rested before tomorrow. They won't get a nap tomorrow on Crew Dragon before splashing down. But I'm not sure if they get jet lagged. I'm sure that there's some amount to get used to when your time zone changes that much from GMT to CT, where they're going in Houston.
Well, I also wonder how much the adrenaline probably kicks in for them, because they've been training for this for a while. Actually, earlier this week, we had an opportunity to do what we refer to as on-orbit training, so giving them a brief refresher about what to expect during the deorbit opportunity. Of course, both Bob and Doug underwent a tremendous amount of training with the teams here, a number of simulations, but they've been on Space Station for 63 days, about 2 months. And so that refresher on what calls to expect, what their responsibilities are, what the ground is expected to do, and what kinds of actions they might be required to take during the descent portion of the mission. Always good to get that refresher. Dragon, of course, is a completely autonomous spacecraft, so hopefully all Bob and Doug will need to do is enjoy the ride back down. And here's a question from Amy's kiddo, Ben. He'd like to know if the astronauts sleep in their seats in the capsule or if there's different sleep space. So actually, when the crew get into their pre-sleep period and then for their sleep configuration, they've got sleeping bags, and they're kind of like camping sleeping bags, except they've got a couple of cutouts where they can sort of have their hands out if they want to and get some of that nice flow. Cabin temperature is about 76 degrees right now, so like it's pretty nice and comfortable in there. So they'll stow those either in the seat buckets, or actually they can stow and secure their sleeping bags below the seats over the cargo and kind of spread out and get some space. But from what I hear, both options are pretty comfortable. And it was actually kind of interesting looking through the training. We had actually done some demonstrations of that with some of our engineers and crew members up in our capsule simulator, getting some shut-eye to demonstrate that you could sleep in the capsule.
And it's funny, one of the things that the astronauts really get a choice of on the space station is they have those cutouts for their arms. And some people like to strap their arms down because in microgravity, your arms just naturally float up to about this area, halfway up, kind of looks like a zombie state. So crew members have the option if they want to strap their arms in and snuggle up, or they can just let them float free. And this question from Inulia, wondering if the muscles of the astronauts weaken after their trip to space. We do a lot of counteractive measures while the astronauts are in space. One of those being they work out 2 hours a day every day. We have a couple of different exercise devices up there. We have a treadmill. And of course, it's kind of difficult to work out in space. You can't run on a treadmill like you would on Earth because you just bounce right off. And so they have bungees that they attach to that keep them pulled down and running on that treadmill. We actually had an astronaut run the Boston Marathon while in space once. So that was impressive. And then additionally, they have something called the Advanced Resistive Exercise Device, or the ARED. And that can be configured for a lot of different exercises. Anything you can think of. They can do squats with it, bicep curls. They can even do crunches with it. And so by using all of these these exercise devices, they also have like a little bicycle on the space station, or the stationary bike. By using all of those, we help keep their bone density strong and their muscles strong, so that when they can return to Earth, they're strong and they're able to get back to normal life pretty quickly.
Yeah, and actually, it's that's an interesting point. So I think a lot of people, when they think of lifting weights on Earth, you lift a weight and it's heavy, and you exercise your muscle groups and go through whatever repetitions you need to work on your physical fitness. But of course, in microgravity, any action that you want your muscles to act against needs some kind of resistive force, because your weights would be free falling with you, and so they'd effectively weigh nothing. And that's actually part of the one of the cool reasons why Bob and Chris Cassidy were able to move around those massive many 100-kilogram battery assemblies on the exterior of the space station. If you're all falling at the same rate, then you don't have to worry about the carrying it. So on the ARED, it's a resistive device. You've almost got like resistive bands, if you will, that are counteracting the motion of the crew's muscle. And so when they're exercising against that resistance. Some really pretty views from the interior of Dragon. Looks like we might actually have a call here from Bob shortly.
And SpaceX Endeavour, could you secure the cameras, please?
And by secure, you mean go external on the cameras?
Yep, that would be great.
Consider it in work.
So of course we can move the camera views from interior to exterior. We saw a little bit of that earlier today when the crew were donning and doffing their suits, give them a little bit of privacy. And when we get to the sleep period as well, we will take the camera views exterior.
We've got an Ask NASA question from
Dragon
Jim.
SpaceX cameras are external.
Thank you.
So this one's actually a fun Ask NASA question from Jim on whether Dragon will lose radio contact during the re-entry burn. And actually, so I think there's something interesting here. During the deorbit burn, which is that final burn, Dragon will not lose radio contact. However, when Dragon re-enters into the Earth's atmosphere, because of the compressive forces on the atmosphere, you end up getting heating on the air as Dragon sort of slams into the Earth's surface, and that heating gets high enough to turn that air into a plasma. Well, it also turns out that plasma is a very good conductor of electricity, so you end up creating sort of an electromagnetic shield around Dragon that is very hot but also blocks radio contact. And so during re-entry of spacecraft, we do expect to see a loss of communications or a communications blackout while that plasma buildup occurs. That'll last a few minutes, and then we'll expect to get communications back with the spacecraft.
And we have another question, this one from Rachel, actually from Matthew, who is 13, who wants to know, how does the Dragon capsule attach and detach from the International Space Station? Well, we saw the full detachment today when it undocked from the space station, that separation occurring on time at 4:35 p.m. Pacific, 11:30 p.m. GMT. And when Dragon arrives at the International Space Station, there are a series of hooks that drive into the International Space Station's docking adapter and secure it to the vehicle. Additionally, there is an umbilical that attaches to the International Space Station and allows power to flow from the station into Crew Dragon. Today we saw the reversal of that. The 12 hooks around Dragon, there are 2 sets of 6. Those detached and that umbilical detached as well. And shortly after, there were 2 short pulses, small burns to help separate Dragon from its home for the past couple of months aboard the International Space Station. So it's a series of events, really, that help Dragon attach and detach from the station.
Got another question here from Yashwant. How many parachutes does Crew Dragon have? So Dragon has 2 sets of parachutes. We have drogue parachutes that are designed to slow us down from sort of our re-entry speeds to something a bit more palatable for the main chutes. And then we also, there's 2 of those drogue parachutes, and then we also have a set of 4 main parachutes. So what will happen is when we get through the re-entry portion of, or when we get through the atmosphere and that heating from re-entry, the Dragon sensors aboard the spacecraft will detect both the atmospheric pressure as well as the altitude as read by its onboard altitude sensors. And once we hit the designated pressure and altitude, then we'll deploy those drogue parachutes. They actually sit above the side hatch on the vehicle. So we'll pop off some panels there and shoot out the drogue chutes. And then when the drogue chutes sort of reef, so that's a slow opening of the parachute, and deploy, they will be open for a short period of time before exerting enough force on the main chutes to actually pull them out. And there will be 4 main chutes that will bring Dragon down to a pretty soft landing speed, just a few meters per second before we touch down, splash down into the ocean.
We have another question from Janie asking, will Crew Dragon go into a museum after this mission, or will it be reused? Crew Dragon is designed for reusability, and so after splashdown, it will go to post-processing at a SpaceX facility in Florida. They will take a look at how the vehicle performed, and all of the things that we learned on this mission are going to help inform the steps for the next mission. This was a test mission called Demonstration Mission 2, and so all the things that we learned from the vehicle, any changes that need to be made, those will be implemented on future spacecraft, including for Crew 1, which is coming up in just a couple of months.
Another question here from Steve about the duration of a shift at Mission Control. So I'm actually not sure what the duration of the shift is at Johnson Space Center, but here in Hawthorne, shifts tend to be between 9 and 10 hours, sort of depends on the mission and the phase of flight. As we sort of talked about earlier, each of the phases, or each of the shifts specializes in a certain phase of the mission. So, for example, our phasing shift, if the duration needs to be pretty short because of the overall duration of the mission, they may not have a full 8-hour shift. So it really kind of depends, but somewhere between 8 and 10 hours is a good number.
And it's about the same for Mission Control Houston. It is staffed 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. So we actually have 3 orbits, is what we call them: Orbit 1, Orbit 2, Orbit 3. And those people divide up the day and take care of everything going on the International Space Station.
Here's a fun one from Darren. Have any of you played Kerbal Space Program? Definitely have played Kerbal Space Program. There's, in fact, a couple of my friends upstairs. Apparently, there's a mod for Kerbal Space Program where you can write your own flight computer software and try to launch the spacecraft totally autonomously. So a few folks upstairs who work in flight software are pretty good at that. But it is a very fun physics simulator for rockets.
I can't say I've played it, but I have friends that love it. And another question, what happens to the Dragon trunk when it's released, and when will Crew Dragon Demo-1 trunk be removed from space? The Crew Dragon trunk that is released tomorrow will burn up upon re-entry into the Earth's atmosphere. It won't return with the Crew Dragon capsule that will splash down in the Gulf of Mexico, but instead it will be jettisoned. We won't need it anymore. And as for the Crew Dragon Demo-1 trunk, I'm not positive on that information.
Well, the Crew Dragon Demo-1 trunk would have re-entered after Demo-1. Sort of the phasing of, or the time when the trunk is jettisoned happens, just let me double check my notes here, happens right before we perform our deorbit burn, but at that point, you're actually in reasonable amounts of the Earth's atmosphere. So over time, that picks up enough drag and would re-enter it by itself. Here's a question from Akash about what the Draco thrusters are powered by. So the Draco thrusters, and actually the Super Dracos as well, use a fuel called monomethylhydrazine and an oxidizer called nitrogen tetraoxide. They're referred to as a hypergolic propellant. So what that means is when you combine the two, they combust, and then of course we combust them in a converging diverging nozzle and are able to take the force created by that controlled explosion and use it to propel the spacecraft. Now on the Super Dracos, it's just a much higher flow rate of those two propellants into a slightly different nozzle structure. And so the higher flow rate allows us to get higher Gs, which allowed us to actually separate during our in-flight abort test from a Falcon 9 at maximum dynamic pressure, or the highest forces aerodynamically on the vehicle.
This question from Nathan asks, this mission has 2 astronauts. Crew 1 and Crew 2 flights will have 4. Are there any plans to fly in the 7-seat configuration? Right now, NASA is focused on flying 4 crew members aboard the commercial Crew Dragon vehicle. At this time, there aren't plans to fly in the 7-seat configuration, but it's really nice to have that capability, and SpaceX may be able to use that in the future for other missions.
Here's a question from Chance asking how the astronauts on board the International Space Station are able to work out when there's no gravity. It's actually because of resistive exercising devices. So here on Earth, you've got gravity to sort of provide weight to things, and your muscle groups counteract the weight of if you're lifting weights, of those weights, and you're able to exercise them. But you actually have some pretty cool equipment on board the space station to help the crew exercise.
Yeah, we have a lot of really cool equipment on the station, and one of those being the treadmill. And the astronauts can run on it. It is pretty much like a normal treadmill, except it has it's like 2 tethers, and they're bungees, essentially. And so that keeps the astronaut from floating off every time that he or she takes a step on their run. We also have the ARED, the Advanced Resistive Exercise Device, can be configured for dozens of different workouts. And then a stationary bicycle as well. The astronaut can strap in and take a ride.
So I have a question here from Dewono. Is there any way we can view the panel in front of Crew Dragon that the crew are interacting with online? And actually, there is a way you can do that. There is a website, iss-sim.spacex.com, and it's actually running pretty much exactly the software that the crew are interfacing with, and you can use this to try your hand at manually piloting the Dragon spacecraft up to the International Space Station. I know a bunch of us gave this a try during the uphill portion of the mission, and I haven't met anyone yet who's done it on their first try.
I thought it was going too slow, and so I walked away for a while and came back, and I had far surpassed the International Space Station. So it's a good thing that it's autonomous and I'm not piloting it.
Of course, manual piloting being one of the capabilities that the Dragon spacecraft has. The crew can step in and perform manual translations and attitude maneuvers if they needed to. They can also do that if they needed to adjust locations of the port that they're attached to on the space station. So all parts of the capabilities of a pilot being able to fly the spacecraft.
Another question, what kind of experiments are conducted on the International Space Station? It's a wide variety of experiments. And not only in the lab do these occur, we are also looking at how astronaut bodies react to the International Space Station and life for extended periods of time in microgravity. As we mentioned, Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley were able to spend 114 hours devoted toward science and research over the past couple of months, 63 days to be exact. One of the really interesting studies that I learned about was the capillary structures study. So this studies the use of different structures and containers to manage fluids and gases. And so what happened was Doug Hurley used fruit punch, and I didn't know this, but fruit punch physical properties are similar to urine. So he conducted a foam infill demonstration. So basically what he did was used a long tube from the bag of fruit punch into another container that had a block of white foam, and that may seem simple, but it helps researchers better understand capillary forces, and those are the small pushes and pulls that move a liquid through a tube. So the researchers are looking at how that foam holds liquid in microgravity, its resilience, and more, so that it could be potentially used on future spaceflight missions for water purification systems, and even here on the ground in water recovery systems and desalination plants. And it's just one of the examples of the way the research we do in space provides insight for life on Earth as well.
Yeah, and I think something really interesting about what you mentioned there is capillary forces are very small relative to a lot of the other forces acting on them. So if you're trying to conduct an experiment like that on Earth, it's hard to do. You've got to try to construct an environment where you can try to account for the pull of gravity, trying to force all the fluid in a specific direction. Of course, in microgravity, you don't have that problem because everything is in a state of free fall, so you're able to better counteract some of those forces. So it helps you build much better models, which then allow us to do more precise engineering and scientific study here on Earth.
Another Ask NASA question, how big is the International Space Station? It is pretty big. It is actually the size of a football field from end to end, solar arrays included, and the interior is the habitability space inside that our astronauts can actually float in and live in is about the same size as the interior of a 747 aircraft. We also like to say like a 6-bedroom house. They have a bay window. They have a space to eat and share meals together. They have, their own crew quarters, and their crew quarters are where they strap their sleeping bags and get to go to sleep at night. It's about the size of a small closet, so it's not big, but it's really all you need. And some people put up pictures in there and really make it their own while they are away from home.
So I got a question here from Moneydeep. Hi, can you please elaborate how to interpret these paths going orbital and then in straight lines and then 2 curved dips? Thank you. So I think what he might be, I got to read the whole question.
I love it. So polite.
I think what you're referring to are these graphics. So one way to interpret this is the distance to the International Space Station. And really what we're trying to convey here is that the spacecraft, both the International Space Station and Dragon, are on ellipses. And their ellipses are only the same when they're both attached to each other. When they separate from each other, the essentially what we're trying to capture is the apogee and the perigee, so the highest point and the lowest point, as well as capturing time. So on this graphic right now, we're showing sort of time. So at depart burn 0, we've got the Dragon spacecraft moving a distance away from the space station. So that's what that first curve represents. And then at depart burn 1, sort of the vertical axis here is trying to represent the apogee or the highest points of the orbit. That is, Dragon is moving a little bit higher above the space station's orbit. And moving away from it. Then, as we were talking about earlier, because of orbital mechanics, going into a higher orbit and the sort of interaction between centripetal force and gravitational force, spacecraft that are further out will go slower on their orbits. So as we go into a higher orbit, represented as the sort of the up-down direction on this photo, we'll end up falling behind the International Space Station. At the time that we performed departure burn 2. Now, at departure burn 2, we're actually reducing the overall apogee and perigee of the spacecraft to get into a point where we're about 10 kilometers below the space station. And again, because of how speeds in ellipses around orbits work, we'll end up speeding up and sort of moving ahead of the space station. Finally, there is shown the departure phasing burn. So what those two burns are showing, and you can actually kind of tell from the dashed line there, is just trying to show that the apogee and perigee of Dragon over time is moving up and down until we actually do that final deorbit burn. And that deorbit burn isn't actually a direct drop into the atmosphere, but it puts us onto an ellipse that will land us close to our targeted landing site near Pensacola, Florida. So hopefully that gives a little bit of an explainer of how to interpret these charts. I know the first time I saw one of these in my own training, I had no idea how to read it. And so the departure phasing burn is expected for later today. That'll be actually a pretty long burn, lasting about 6 minutes. That's expected to happen around 5:48 a.m. UTC and around 10:48 p.m. Pacific time. That'll be the last major burn for tonight. Will actually come while Bob and Doug are getting some rest in the Dragon spacecraft.
And if you're just joining us, that is along the lines of what they're getting the opportunity to do now. As Dragon is fully autonomous, they are just monitoring the mission. They are outside of their suits and able to float around the cabin. They were taking some pictures outside the window earlier. The astronauts are well on their way home after a successful undocking and departure earlier today. We saw that departure happen on time with separation occurring at 4:35 p.m. Pacific, 11:35 p.m. GMT, the time that we use aboard the International Space Station. And that was farewell from 63 days aboard the International Space Station for Crew Dragon, undocking from the Node 2 forward port and beginning its journey home.
With that, just a couple more departure burns, or excuse me, just the phasing burn to go for today. Finish those burns with the Draco thrusters, the forward bulkhead thrusters, to get us into our right co-elliptical orbits, which will then put us in the right opportunity for those landing sites in the Gulf of Mexico. And of course, the ground teams and the recovery teams have been monitoring the weather out there with Hurricane Isaias. Luckily, the hurricane moving away from the intended landing sites and leaving some pretty nice weather. The weather teams, really the recovery teams, monitoring the surface wave heights, the slope of those waves, and including the wind speeds as well as rain and lightning strikes in the area. All things that would reduce the likelihood of a successful recovery of the vehicle. So far, weather is looking nice and clear, everything well within margins and the flight rules for recovery.
And currently inside the Dragon capsule are Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley. Coming up next for them in about 30 minutes will be their crew pre-sleep time period. That means they'll get the chance to relax, conduct any of the last activities they want to do before time for them to get a little sleep. We're looking at about an 8-hour sleep period for them tonight. And it'll be after they go to sleep tonight that that phasing burn will be conducted. As we mentioned earlier, this is a fully autonomous vehicle, so the crew doesn't need to be awake to press any buttons and send that command. The vehicle will conduct it on its own. It's pre-programmed into Crew Dragon, so hopefully they sleep right through it.
And actually, that's a great capability to have on the vehicle that allows them to get synced up with the events for tomorrow, because the spacecraft can handle those steps automatically. And really, the ground teams as well don't really have that much by way of actions that they need to perform for those burns. We perform no-go, go, or go-no-go criteria evaluation of the spacecraft health and systems. But if the spacecraft is ready to perform the burn and we see no issue to stop the burn, Dragon will perform it automatically. Speaking of which, there's a view of Mission Control here in Hawthorne. In that room, a number of specialists who focus on various different subsystems on the spacecraft, including folks who are focused on the health of the crew aboard. And then we've got a set of operators as well who are very familiar with all of the logistics of each phase of the mission. So the shift currently on, very familiar with proximity operations, both for docking and undocking operations. And we'll actually get a chance to see a shift handover to what's referred to as the phasing shift. That should happen around 9 p.m. Pacific time. So 9 p.m. Pacific time, around 4 a.m. UTC tomorrow.
Keep sending in your questions using the hashtag AskNASA. You can submit those on Twitter and tune into the broadcast to see if they are answered. We have one from Tony asking how long the other crew members will be at the International Space Station. So yes, our coverage tonight is focused on Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley, who just spent 63 days aboard the station, but they left behind a few people as well, and that includes Station Commander NASA astronaut Chris Cassidy, as well as Roscosmos cosmonauts Anatoly Ivanishin and Ivan Wagner. They will all be at the International Space Station until October, when they return on a Soyuz. However, they will not return until another crew has been sent up earlier in the month, also on a Soyuz spacecraft.
Right now, actually, so Dragon and the International Space Station are flying in roughly co-elliptic orbit, meaning that Dragon is just a little bit below the space station in terms of altitude. Currently flying over, looks like over the border between Canada and the United States.
Yeah, specifically, let's see, it looks like they are flying over central North Dakota. And they're also crossing into an orbital nighttime, so it's that entering one of those sunset periods that they see every 90 minutes.
So here's a question from Chase asking about the weather. So if weather had unexpected changes when Dragon is on its way home, can the crew go around, or would they have to change the targeted landing zone? We do have the ability on board the Dragon spacecraft to perform what's called a deorbit wave-off. So if for any reason, either weather or some reason on the spacecraft, we didn't want to pursue our deorbit opportunity, then we could pursue our alternate landing site. Of course, that adds a little bit of time to the mission, so kind of depends on the phasing opportunities. But if we were to exercise a deorbit wave-off, that would add, I think, about 46 hours to the mission to go to that alternate site. And those are part of the flight rules that the recovery team will be inspecting they'll be looking for a number of criteria against the weather and the vehicle health before committing to that deorbit burn, hopefully scheduled for early tomorrow morning.
This question from Ryan asking, how long are future Dragon missions like Crew 1 plan to last? Those missions are scheduled to be regular operational space station missions. So we plan to send the crew to the International Space Station for a full 6-month time period. That's the average amount of time that our astronauts spend aboard the International Space Station.
So if you're just joining us, we're in between a couple of burns. We've had a really busy day. And actually the crew aboard Dragon have also had a pretty busy day. Everything sort of started earlier today with the go, no-go for weather, and we were go for undock opportunities. With that, Bob and Doug ended up entering the capsule. They packed a bunch of powered cargo as well as soft cargo into Dragon's cabin volume. Then we stepped through ingress of the Dragon vehicle, as well as closure of a number of hatches, both on the Dragon spacecraft as well as on the International Space Station. We spent about an hour doing a depressurization check of the vestibule, so that's the volume between the Dragon forward hatch and the space station pressurized mating adapter. And then at 4:34 p.m. Pacific time, 11:34 p.m. UTC, or Greenwich Mean Time, Dragon undocked from the space station after performing some reconfigurations. Had 2 short undocking burns that then set us up for a few more burns to separate our trajectory from the space station.
Yes, we had our first couple of departure burns 0 and 1, which brought Dragon up and over the International Space Station. And at this time, the crew was good to doff or take off their spacesuits, change into some more comfortable clothes, and they won't need to put those back on until just before the deorbit burn tomorrow. Afterward, the third and fourth departure burns were completed. That brought Dragon back down and under and out in front of the space station, and that puts it on a roughly co-elliptic orbit, meaning it is always about 10 kilometers below the International Space Station. So we saw the crew for a little bit there, and they were taking some pictures inside the cabin, looking out the window. And coming up next is actually a time for them to get some rest. So in about 24 minutes from now, it'll be time for their pre-sleep period. They can do any of the relaxing or last things for the day that they need to do before they get some sleep, and that's scheduled to be about an 8-hour sleep period for the crew before waking up tomorrow morning for another busy day.
And while they're getting some rest, we'll actually have the last of the major burns planned for tonight. So that'll be that final departure phasing burn. That'll be conducted around 10:48 p.m. Pacific time. That is 7 hours, right? 5:48 a.m.
Yes, GMT.
And so we'll get a chance to do that departure phasing burn that'll line us up with our planned landing locations. Right now, planning to land in the Gulf of Mexico near Pensacola, Florida. At this point, the recovery teams all monitoring the weather down there, and of course getting their recovery ship and teams ready to approach out to eventually pick up Bob and Doug after they re-enter the atmosphere, deploy some chutes, and hopefully have a nice soft touchdown, splashdown in the Gulf of Mexico.
It's hard to imagine just the difference at them traveling 17,500 miles around Earth, 17,500 miles an hour, I should say, to that soft, gentle splashdown at just 16 miles an hour. So a lot has to happen between now and then, but everything is looking great so far for the mission today.
Yeah, and I think you mentioned earlier that in their stay aboard the space station, they've gone about 26 million miles. I think that might have been the number.
Let me check, because it is definitely a number worth noting. Being on board for 63 days, they have traveled, here we go.
That entire time conducting science experiments as well. So
yeah, science experiments, spacewalks. I mean, they got to work for sure. It was definitely not a destination vacation. They traveled over 27 million miles.
27 million. Wow.
Yes.
Of course, you can go pretty fast when you're on the International Space Station. Don't have to deal too much with Earth's atmosphere and drag, so you can keep that very high orbital speed. And of course, that high orbital speed means that the spacecraft is sort of constantly missing Earth. As the Earth rotates around it and moves, we're constantly in a state of free fall around it, which is why we're actually in orbit. So Dragon right now on a similar orbital trajectory, and really will continue to be in orbit until we perform that deorbit burn that'll push our ellipse towards the Earth's atmosphere and start us on our re-entry trajectory. But again, that's not planned until tomorrow morning. Got a little ways to go before that.
Dragon SpaceX for tablet. We have a couple items for you regarding it before you go to bed.
Okay, we're listening. Thank you.
All right. Following our investigation, it looks like it's likely that the caching failed on that tablet due to bad connectivity during your most recent update. So that's not something that we will be able to recover in free flight. It is possible that Doug's tablet timeline could go out as well. And so because of this, our request is to take screenshots of your working timeline for both day one primary and day one alternate. And then you can also airdrop those to Bob's tablet. Do note that to use airdrop, you'll need to temporarily turn Wi-Fi on, but it doesn't need to connect to anything. And then finally, just be aware that the tablet still has deorbit data and PDF backups of displays out required procedures in Adobe Acrobat. And only the timeline and procedure web viewer would theoretically be affected by this.
Okay, we copy all.
And you just heard the crew operations responsible engineer here at Mission Control in Hawthorne, which is the view you have right now, speaking with the crew aboard the Crew Dragon Endeavour, talking a little bit more about troubleshooting that timeline that Doug Hurley wasn't able to pull up on his screen, and they, which is okay. You know, the crew members are not flying the vehicle; it's an autonomous flight, and so they're just going to work around that and be able to look at it on the other tablet that's available.
That's right. The crew members have a couple of different tablets aboard. They've got some hard copies of the procedures if we were to have the displays go down. They've also got some reference material that is available to them in a variety of different ways. This just being a slight glitch with the timeline application, which does appear to be working correctly on Doug's tablet. So just getting some contingency words to the crew for a backup to a backup.
And we'll be looking for the crew to enter that pre-sleep period about 13 minutes from now. And then afterward, they'll spend about an hour in that time period before they get a chance to go to sleep.
and SpaceX Dragon on Dragon to ground.
SpaceX is here.
Yeah, a couple old guys managed to do some airdropping up here, and we've got Bob's tablet configured now with screenshots of the day one primary and day one alternate timelines. If there's anything else you guys can think of, let us know. Otherwise, I think we're going to call it a day.
We copy, and that's great to hear that you got that configured, and we copy that you are going to go to sleep soon. One just small thing to note is that we need to change the TCS loop set point to a warmer set point, and as a part of this, we will reset the position of the hex bypass to fully closed and then back to crew. So you'll again have control of cabin temperature at that point. This will make the cabin in a temperature along the same lines as what you experienced on the uphill.
Okay, copy that. And when will we have the ability to adjust it again, just after you make the change the set point?
Yes, after we'll just change that hex bypass to fully closed and then immediately back to crew. When you go into that crew procedure, it does have the check to make sure that it is in that crew config.
Okay, and you guys are going to do that now or in a little while?
Probably in a little while.
Okay, copy that. Well, if for some reason we get into it, that procedure, need to warm it up or cool it off, we'll just check and make sure it's under the crew control part there in the procedure. Otherwise, we won't mess with it.
Sounds good, and I got a slightly closer estimate of probably around an hour and a half from now. We'll be commanding that.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you. And good night from Endeavour.
Good night. It is great to support you today. You will be woken up by Jay in the morning, so have a great sleep.
Thanks, Anna. It was great to talk to you, and congratulations once again. And say hi to Brian for us. It was great talking to him on station, getting set for this, and really appreciate all the work to get us undocked and in free flight, set up for our splashdown tomorrow. Really appreciate it. Everybody have a good night.
Absolutely. It's been our pleasure. Good night.
And that was a good night call from Crew Dragon Endeavour, Bob Behnken, and Doug Hurley down to the core here at Mission Control Hawthorne. They talked through some of those troubleshooting they were doing on the tablet again, and this is actually the beginning technically, in 4 minutes from now, it'll be the beginning of their pre-sleep period with their 8-hour sleep period starting an hour from now. So they'll get a chance to wrap up any of their last activities for the day over this next hour and get ready to get some sleep before another big day tomorrow.
And of course, both Bob and Doug and Anna, the core there, recognizing that there's going to be a shift handover in between. So by the time Bob and Doug wake up from their sleep period, there'll be a different set of faces in mission control as that shift is expected to happen just a couple hours from now, around 9 p.m. Pacific time. So nice words covering sort of a busy day for them. If you're just joining us, Bob and Doug had a chance to get a nap earlier today, and then it was a pretty packed day for them. Go no go for weather at the landing site. Luckily, all of that was go today, so weather is looking good at the primary landing site, Pensacola, or in the Gulf of Mexico, off the coast of Pensacola, Florida. And then after that, Bob and Doug had to put some cargo into the Dragon spacecraft, so they stowed a number of scientific samples and soft cargo from the National Lab. I believe about a total of about 150 kilograms or about 330 pounds of cargo, about 90 5 kilograms of which are about 200 pounds being scientific samples and experiments that the Dragon capsule can bring back home.
Yeah, so after loading everything up today, it was really time to load up the crew. And so they ingressed or entered the Dragon capsule, donned their suits or put their suits on, and closed that hatch, separating them from the International Space Station, which has been their home for the past 63 days. And once they did that, it was Chris Cassidy's turn on the space station side to close the A-Pass hatch, and that secured the area, meaning that it was time for them to depressurize the vestibule, which is the space between those two hatches. And they brought that down to as close to a vacuum as they could possibly go in preparation for that departure. And we saw that separation occur on time at 4:35 p.m. Pacific, 11:30 p.m. GMT earlier today.
So after that, a couple of undock burns that used those service section Draco thrusters on the Dragon spacecraft, pulled away Dragon, separated, and then we had a series of 3 burns. We had a departure burn 0, departure burn 1 and 2, as well as departure burn 3 all happening. Departure burn 0 and 1 happened about 5 minutes and 10 minutes respectively after separation. That helped Dragon get outside of the keep out sphere and the approach ellipsoid, which are sort of imaginary passes or sort of bounding spheres around the International Space Station. Keep out sphere about 200 meters in diameter, and the approach ellipsoid a 4 kilometer by 2 kilometer by 2 kilometer ellipse. All of that is really designed to help the flight control teams here in Hawthorne as well as in Johnson Space Center coordinate spacecraft that are performing operations in proximity to the International Space Station. After that, we had the departure burn number 2 and number 3, which got Dragon into its current co-elliptic orbit with the International Space Station, with its altitude being about 10 kilometers below the National Laboratory.
So now Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley are, as we mentioned, on their way home in the Crew Dragon capsule. They have doffed their suits, taken those off, and put on some more comfortable clothing for the ride. And soon, in about an hour, exactly an hour from now, will begin their sleep period. They'll get a chance to get 8 hours of shut-eye before waking up tomorrow morning. But while they are asleep, we will conduct another major burn, and that's the phasing burn. That'll happen tonight at 10:48 p.m. Pacific time, or 5:48 a.m. GMT. And that phasing burn is over 6 minutes long. It's the longest one we've seen so far, and second only to the deorbit burn tomorrow. But that phasing burn puts Dragon in the proper orbit to line it up with the targeted splashdown location. So that'll happen here in a couple of hours.
Yeah, that is a really big burn. We'll be wanting to use the forward bulkhead Dracos. So the Dragon spacecraft has 16 Draco thrusters that we use for on-orbit operations. 12 of those are in the service section, primarily used for attitude control, and then also for performing some of those burns in close proximity to the space station, where we want to avoid the propellant potentially interacting with the hatches or the solar arrays on the space station. For this, we'll be using those service section Dracos to get Dragon into the correct attitude, and then the majority of the impulse from that burn will be delivered via those 4 forward bulkhead Dracos that are so named because they sit around the forward hatch underneath where the nose cone goes. Of course, the nose cone right now open on the Dragon spacecraft for, of course, those thrusters to fire, as well as for the navigation sensors that live underneath it, so Dragon knows where it is in space.
And tomorrow, the last major burn, it's the only one we'll see tomorrow. It's the deorbit burn, and that really commits Dragon to its landing location, or a splashdown location, we should say. This will be the first splashdown of a crewed capsule in over 45 years, the last one having been the final Apollo capsule after the Apollo-Soyuz test project 45 years ago. So it's a big day to have people returning back to Earth and a splashdown once again. And that's targeted for 11:48 a.m. Pacific time tomorrow, and that is 6:48 p.m. GMT, or Greenwich Mean Time.
Yeah, and splashdown, of course, will look a little bit different than it did during the Apollo program. SpaceX has recovery teams that coordinate with the NASA teams. We'll have a recovery ship meet the crew at their capsule. There'll be a couple of fast boats that will actually lead the way and verify that Dragon is in a safe configuration once it has splashed down. And then the recovery vessel itself, once everything is confirmed safe for personnel to approach the spacecraft, the recovery vessel will actually scoot up on next to Dragon. We'll secure some harnesses around the vehicle, and then we'll actually hoist it up using a crane on the backside of the recovery vessel. Then Dragon will be secured in. The folks on board the recovery vessel will help the crew outside of the spacecraft, give them a quick medical check, and then they'll get a helicopter ride back to Florida. And then from there, they'll take a trip back onto Ellington in Texas.
Yeah, they'll make it back to Houston tomorrow. It's kind of amazing to think about being in space when you wake up and then going to bed in your hometown or your current hometown. And so that's exactly what will happen tomorrow. They'll be reunited with their families for the first time in a couple of months. Looking forward to seeing that. But yes, they will arrive at Ellington Field tomorrow afternoon and then begin getting used to gravity and life on Earth once again.
And actually, speaking of getting to sleep in their own bed, they're actually configuring the capsule right now for sleep. So the Dragon spacecraft has a number of windows that let you see outside, which is fantastic. And we saw some cool views of that during the uphill portion of the mission. But of course, as Dragon is moving around the Earth, you go in and out of the Earth's shadow, and you get the full brightness of the sun, which can be pretty disruptive to your circadian rhythm. So Bob and Doug will be securing some covers on those windows so they can get some shut-eye, dimming the cabin lights, stowing some sleeping bags in a couple of locations, maybe in the seat bucket, maybe just over the powered cargo or over the cargo storage locations. And then they get to turn on some noise generators and get some sleep.
Sounds pretty good to me. Hopefully they get some good sleep because they're going to need to be alert and very awake tomorrow for all of the big mission events. But of course, these are all autonomous, so that's one reason they're able to sleep through this phasing burn tonight. They're not going to be pushing the button to send the command to the vehicle. It is programmed into the vehicle to conduct that burn. So it's monitoring from here on out for Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley as they continue their return to Earth.
All in all, it's a pretty good day for them, and a pretty good day for all of us to get to watch these cool deorbit opportunities. Saw some really great photos of the Dragon spacecraft, both that Bob and Doug had taken during spacewalks, as well as some really cool shots from the cameras on board the International Space Station looking at Dragon during separation. So welcome back. We've been sort of monitoring here as Bob and Doug have headed to sleep. They're getting their 8-hour rest period before some pretty dynamic events tomorrow. Been a pretty busy and packed day for them.
Yeah, busy, absolutely. Dynamic events all the way. Saying farewell to their crew members aboard the International Space Station, and also boarding Dragon, departing the space station, the burns that have been conducted so far, everything going nominally, and they're on track for a landing tomorrow at 11:48 a.m. Pacific time, 6:48 p.m. GMT, a splashdown in the Gulf of Mexico.
So, and it's been a pretty good day for our mission controllers, both at Johnson Space Center and here in Hawthorne as well. Nominal vehicle performance pretty much the whole way through, especially during those burns, a number of leak checks on the hatch sealing surfaces, and really just getting Bob and Doug to a point now where they're ready for the last major burn of the evening, which will be that phasing burn.
And the crew is in their pre-sleep period now. We'll be going to sleep soon. But it's been such an amazing day and mission. Let's take a look at some of the highlights so far.
Return American astronauts to the International Space Station from American soil for the first time since the retirement of the space shuttle, last flown nearly 9 years ago. But if all goes well today, we will mark a new first in NASA's storied history and usher in the commercial crew era of American spaceflight. And we are looking at a live picture now of Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley walking down that hallway in the astronaut crew quarters. We just saw Doug wave at the screen, and they're just turning the corner, getting inside that elevator. And this, you can't see it from here, but there is a banner hanging there. You can kind of see it in the back. There's a banner hanging on the wall of the elevator with the signatures of all the people who worked on this mission. So it was really important for them to hang that up in there so Bob and Doug could see it. And there the doors are opening.
Here they come.
Great. And there they are, NASA astronauts.
Small crowd, but big cheers.
NASA astronauts Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley, Doug on the left, Bob on the right, waving to the crowd there to cheer them on. And there are their families right in front of them.
The virtual hugs, a very special moment. Fist bumps.
Are you going to be on good behavior? Are you going to listen to mommy and make her life easy?
You can hear them.
Ready? Let's light this candle, I agree. Launch America! Bye, guys.
And there it is. That shot really gives you a sense of the scale of the Falcon 9 rocket. Those Teslas look teeny, teeny, tiny, making their way up there.
Yeah, really cool watching the Teslas pull up, driving on the launch pad just a few feet away from the vehicle. This is awesome and getting really excited over here.
Core on countdown 1 at 2 hours, 57 minutes. The crew has arrived at the pad on schedule.
There they are, taken in the sight, craning to see the top of the Falcon 9 rocket.
Core on countdown 1 at T-minus 2 hours and 46 minutes. The crew has arrived at the White Room and its ingress is in progress on schedule.
And as they climb into Dragon, they will buckle themselves in and attach their umbilicals to their suits. And as you can see, the suit techs are there to help them get buckled and settled into those seats.
And we can see the seats slowly start to rotate. Again, they're in this down position just to make it easier to climb in and out of Dragon. They'll rotate to this launch position to put their backs a little bit more parallel to the ground. It makes taking the G-force a little bit easier for the crew on the way uphill, but most importantly, positions those touchscreens directly in front of them, which is just their gateway into Dragon.
Dragon SpaceX seats are in the launch position.
We copy.
Dragon, SpaceX, go for launch.
SpaceX Dragon, we're go for launch. Let's light this candle.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Ignition. Liftoff of the Falcon 9 and Crew Dragon. Go NASA, go SpaceX. Godspeed, Bob and Doug.
America has launched. And so rises a new era of American spaceflight, and with it the ambitions of a new generation continuing the dream. 20 seconds into flight, stage 1 propulsion is nominal.
T plus 30 seconds into this historic mission. Flying crew on board Dragon and Falcon 9, and look at them go.
Falcon power telemetry nominal.
M1D throttle down.
We're throttling down to get ready for the period of maximum dynamic pressure. We're in the throttle bucket. Reports say all systems are go.
Vehicle is supersonic.
We've exceeded Mach 1 on the Falcon 9.
M1D throttle up.
We're throttling back up to full power as we're through max Q.
Copy, 1 Bravo.
And we heard that 1 Bravo call out. That's just the second abort zone that they're in. They'll continue to be on this until the first stage has done its job and they switch over to the second. At this point, Bob and Doug pulling about 2.3 Gs, 2.3 times the Earth's gravity, already moving at over 1,500 miles per hour.
We've heard the call out for MVAC engine chill. That's getting the MVAC engine ready to light. That'll come at about 2:44 into flight. Right now, everything continuing to look good. Next major event coming up is going to be the triple. We'll have main engine cutoff of the 9 first stage engines, stage separation, and then ignition of the second stage engine to continue to carry astronauts into orbit.
And what you're seeing on your screen is a live view of our drone ship, where our first stage will be coming down. Looks like we lost that live view, but we'll wait for confirmation of that landing shortly here.
Falcon 9 first stage successfully landed.
And there you can see on your screen, Falcon 9 has landed. This is the first Falcon 9 to carry humans to orbit, so very exciting for us. And as you can see on your right screen, Bob and Doug are still making their way to their targeted orbit.
Dragon separation confirmed.
Countdown 1 is unmerged.
Separation confirmed.
And there's that call out. Dragon is now officially making its way to the International Space Station today.
Dragon SpaceX with that separation call. We have a few words for you from our Falcon 9 team.
Standing by.
Dragon, Chief Engineer on Dragon to ground. Bob, Doug, on behalf of the entire launch team, thanks for flying with Falcon 9 today. We hope you enjoyed the ride and wish you a great mission.
Thanks, Bala. Congratulations to you and the F9 team for the first human ride for Falcon 9, and it was incredible. Appreciate all the hard work, and thanks for the great ride to space.
Copy all.
Bala and Mike, proud of you guys and the rest of the team. Thank you so much for what you've done for us today, putting America back into low Earth orbit from the Florida coast.
Copy all. Good luck. Godspeed.
Without further ado, we would like to welcome you aboard Capsule Endeavour. We chose Endeavour for a few reasons. One, because of this incredible endeavor NASA, SpaceX, and the United States has been on since the end of the shuttle program back in 2011. The other reason we named it Endeavour is a little more personal to Bob and I. We both had our first flights on Shuttle Endeavour, and it just meant so much to us to carry on that name. That's what we decided to go with. So we hope you enjoy that name, and once again, welcome on board.
Today we accomplished the first flight off the Florida coast in quite some time, and Doug and I were really proud to have an opportunity to be a part of that. We're doing it in a brand new spaceship, a spaceship that's a lot different than its namesake Endeavour, the space shuttle, in that it has touch display screens that allow us to accomplish most of the interfacing requirements that we have. But we've got the capability to interface with the vehicle, and it's kind of interesting. There's a command. This little button over here is actually what the commands are for our displays. One thing that does get lost is there is a extensive button panel down below as well. So over on this side, we can turn the displays on and off, as well as send some commands for some contingency situations. On the other side, we have the ability to deploy chutes and things like that on entry. So we do have some buttons, but the primary interface is these displays. So nice, new, modern cockpit that we've got for our compared to our namesake, the Space Shuttle Endeavour.
And I'm guessing it was the first time a space vehicle was flown with a touchscreen before. So we got that going for us.
We did, it turns out, end up with one stowaway on board our vehicle when we launched today. It was not just Doug and I who accomplished the launch here. We do have an Apatosaurus aboard. We both have two boys who are super interested in dinosaurs. And we collected up all the dinosaurs between the two houses, and Trimmer, the Apatosaurus, got the vote from the boys to make the trip into space today with us. And so that was a super cool thing for us to get a chance to do for both of our sons, who I hope are super excited to see their toy floating around with us on board. I'm sure they would rather be here given the opportunity, but hopefully they're proud of this as well.
At this point, Dragon now approaching waypoint 0. At this moment, we're less than a mile away from station. Dragon just under 1,200 meters away, continuing to close the gap. Pretty slow rate right now, moving in at only about 1.7 meters per second.
And here's a view from Dragon. Dragon's got a number of relative navigation sensors, as well as a couple of cameras that can look forward that will hopefully get some additional views for as we get closer to docking. Here's a great view from a camera behind Bob and Doug. Bob in the right-hand seat and the pilot seat. Doug in the commander seat, or the CDR seat.
There they are. And that's 200 meters from the center line of the space station.
We're inside 100 meters, continuing to close.
I think you can see a meatball and American flag on that on the spacecraft. That structure on the fairing structure is actually what the Super Dracos are housed in. Of course, all of those are deactivated now, only used for launch escape during the ascent portion. Nose cone right at the top of the vehicle, and you can see sort of the ceiling surface. Those 4 circular slots right underneath the nose cone within that red ring are the forward bulkhead Dracos. That's what we were using while we were conducting all those burns, the 5 burns to get to this point.
SpaceX Dragon on the big loop. Our visors are down.
Visors down. They are.
Copy, visors down.
They're sitting right there, 20 meters from the docking port. One more view.
SpaceX in station, Dragon on the big loop. We are inbound from approach 2.
Copy, inbound.
Station copy.
Dragon closing in. We're inside 20 meters. And yeah, that crew hands-off point should come up in about 3 minutes or so. Right before we get that final docking, it comes about 20 seconds prior, or just about 2 meters away from the station still. And that's just the crew not issuing any abort commands. At that point, it would be too late, and so any aborts would be executed automatically by Dragon itself. Two meters. We are inside the hands-off point, the chop, the crew hands-off point. 1 meter to go. Soft capture complete.
Dragon in space. Soft capture confirmed. Stand by for retraction and docking.
And we just heard it, soft capture. We have docking, that coming at 7:16 a.m. Pacific time, with the station and Dragon flying 262 statute miles right over the border between northern China and Mongolia.
Dragon SpaceX docking sequence is complete.
SpaceX Dragon, we copy, docking complete. To say that it's been a real honor to be just a small part of this 9-year endeavor since the last time the United States spaceship had docked with the International Space Station. We have to congratulate the men and women of SpaceX at Hawthorne, McGregor, and at Kennedy Space Center. Their incredible efforts over the last several years to make this possible cannot go overstated. I'd also like to thank Kathy Leaders and her team of the Commercial Crew Program of NASA. An outstanding job by everyone. Last, I'd like to thank the men and women of the National Aeronautics and Space Agency. This is an incredible time to be at NASA. 3 new vehicles to be flown, continuing mission in low Earth orbit, and then to the moon and Mars. We thank you again and congratulate you.
Dragon arriving. The crew of Expedition 63 is honored to welcome Dragon and the Commercial Crew Program to welcome aboard the International Space Station. Bob and Doug, glad to have you as part of the crew. Well done. Bravo Zulu.
We have Bob Behnken from SpaceX Demo-2 mission entering the International Space Station. Followed by Doug Hurley. Demo-2 crew now aboard the International Space Station. They entered at 12:22 p.m. Central Time. The station at the time was 262 statute miles over Turkmenistan. Crew all gathered in front of the cameras at the Node 2 forward end of the International Space Station. Just behind them is the hatchway to the Crew Dragon on this Demo-2 mission.
Station, this is the NASA administrator. Can you hear me?
We hear you loud and clear, sir. Welcome to the space station.
Thank you, Chris. It's good to see you. And welcome to Bob and Doug. I will tell you, the whole world saw this mission, and we are so proud of everything you have done for our country and, in fact, to inspire the world.
We sure appreciate that, sir. It's obviously been our honor to be just a small part of this. We have to give credit to SpaceX, the Commercial Crew Program, and, of course, NASA. It's great to get the United States back in the crewed launch business, and we're just really glad to be on board this magnificent complex.
First, I just want to say thank you again to Bob and Doug and your families from all of us here at SpaceX, all of our locations, all of our partners, all of our vendors, everyone for trusting us to bring you up there.
Hey, thanks, Benji. It's same back at you. You know, congratulations to the folks out at Hawthorne, McGregor, and at Kennedy. Just an incredible journey we've had the last couple days. A great day in space today, our first day of work on Space Station, but what a great ride on Dragon and Falcon 9 to get us here. Everything worked exactly the way we planned it to work, and that's a credit to the teams there in Hawthorne and McGregor and Kennedy. Just it's a pretty awe-inspiring trip so far, and very humbling, and just we're just so proud to represent SpaceX and NASA in this new next launch capability.
You guys have a picture of the Earth, and you have a flag which also represents the friendly competition, maybe that brings us unity. Why don't you tell us about that there?
Yeah, so this is the flag that we left here almost 9 years ago on STS-135. It had actually flown on STS-1, and then it flew again with us on STS-135. And at some point after the end of the shuttle program, we decided we would have a little friendly competition to see who came up and got this flag. And congratulations, SpaceX, you got the flag. So Bob and I, Chris will not let us forget it. That's the biggest thing, is this will be on his to-do list when we get the nod to return Dragon back to Earth, and hopefully this will find a great place of honor somewhere in Hawthorne.
Everyone at NASDAQ is thrilled that you're able to join us here today virtually as we get set to ring today's opening bell.
All right, Bob Mini Workstation BRT has a red small.
Yes.
3 short wire ties, 1 long wire tie.
1 long, 1, 2, 3 shorts. Swing arm.
Red small. PGT.
Red small to PGT number 7.
PGT number 7. Cal knot motor 30.5. And 7/16 squabble.
Hey Bob, your helmet is locked. Just check out all your stuff, make sure you're good.
The thermal cover is open. I'm egressing.
We copy.
The 2 spacewalkers will be making their way to the far starboard truss of the International Space Station to replace aging nickel-hydrogen batteries on the first of 2 power channels for the S6 truss with new lithium-ion batteries and their associated adapter plates.
You back inside where you can see that thermal cover of the hatch is closed. Still waiting on the opportunity to close the hatch. However, the spacewalk does not end until repressurization begins.
So much stuff. Hold Bob for a second. PGTs are in the bag. Yeah,
oh, you already put them in there? Okay. We'll get your tools off.
First of all, I'm super excited that this is the first payload you're working with on space station, so make it super special for me. And you can start. We have the video. We'll be watching.
When you install the sample cartridge, we'd like you to first hand snug bolt Bravo and then do bolt Alpha and let us know if there's any difference between those two bolts.
we'd like you to do is, like, with two hands, you're going to grab the drink bag and try to squeeze it uniformly so that you actually drain it in about 15 seconds. Keep it going, cool. Nice. Well done.
And Endeavour Houston on 2 while we wait for the fan. On this day in space history, 9 years ago today, Mr. Doug Hurley launched on STS-135.
Well, welcome aboard to the International Space Station and the crew of Expedition 63. It's an exciting day for us all as we bid farewell to our two friends and colleagues, Bob and Doug, as they complete the journey of this amazing test mission. Before I hand the mic over to Bob and Doug, I do want to make mention of this very special flag. It has deep space history, getting deeper, as this flag will return to Earth with the Crew Dragon guys and spend a little bit of time on Earth and very soon make a trip to the moon in short order. So, Doug, the flag's all yours. It's been a pleasure, and here you go.
Thanks, Chris. Thanks for this. This flag has spent some time up here, on the order of 9 years since we dropped it off on STS-135 after it flew on STS-1. So very proud to return this flag home and see what's next for it on its journey to the moon. It's hard to put into words just what it was like to be a part of this expedition, Expedition 63. It'll be kind of a memory that will last a lifetime for me. Just all the incredible teamwork and accomplishments, with the highlights obviously being the 4 spacewalks that we worked together literally as a crew of 5 to have success and to complete that part of the upgrade for the International Space Station, which leaves it in a great posture for the future.
As I look back on the mission that we've had here on the International Space Station, I'm proud to have been a part of much of the science activities that happened over the last 2 months. As Doug and Chris mentioned, the spacewalks and robotics activity. Chris and I were able to join the 10 Spacewalk Club, which is a pretty neat thing that, just a few short months ago, I didn't think I would do another spacewalk, and to now have the chance to have done 4 more with Commander Cassidy was just icing on the cake for a wonderful mission. And as I look forward to heading back home for the splashdown, I do think that from a family perspective, my son and Doug's son are really excited not only to get their fathers back, but to get our Apatosaurus, our zero-G indicator that they nominated to go with us on this historic mission to the International Space Station, and bringing that to launch and return capability back to the U.S. And so for Jack and Theo, Tremor the Apatosaurus is headed home soon, and he'll be with your dads. You'll have to pick which one of us is your favorite.
Dragon SpaceX on the big loop. The final reconfigurations for undock are complete and nominal. The ground is go for undocking at the undocking sequence start time of 23:30 GMT. Please confirm your visors are down and that you are ready for undock and departure.
Dragon copies, go for undock on time. Our visors are down and we're ready for departure.
We copy all. Dragon SpaceX, all hooks open and nominal.
All hooks open.
Dragon departing.
Dragon SpaceX, separation confirmed.
Separation.
Great burns. Physical separation 4:35 p.m. Pacific. Thrusters looking good. Counting down to a nominal departure burn 0 coming up shortly.
Dragon SpaceX, depart burn 0 complete.
Copy complete. Our visors up.
And with that, Bob and Doug have concluded their stay aboard the International Space Station. They're on their way back to planet Earth. Confirms a physical separation at 4:35 p.m. Pacific as the station and Dragon were flying 267 statute miles over Johannesburg, South Africa.
Station Endeavour on the big loop. Go ahead, Endeavour. Chris, we just can't thank you enough. It's been an honor and a privilege to be part of Expedition 63 with you, Anatoly, and Ivan. It's been a great 2 months, and we appreciate all you've done as a crew to help us prove out Dragon on its maiden flight. I'd also like to thank Zeb and his team in Mission Control in Houston for the incredible amount of work they did to make the dock to ops successful for Dragon, and also the teams at SpaceX that keep us going towards the end of our mission that we look forward to splashdown tomorrow. I'd also like to wish you a great success on the rest of your expedition and a safe flight home in the fall. Take care, friend. Endeavour.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Anatoly. Thank you, Ivan. Thank you, Houston, and thank you, SpaceX.
Endeavour Station, Bob and Doug, wholeheartedly agree with those sentiments. It's been a real pleasure. It's been an honor to serve with you. Safe travels and have a successful landing. Endeavour's a great ship. Godspeed. Endeavour copies all. Thanks, Chris.
So now Bob and Doug have actually turned out the lights in the capsule. They've gotten a chance to get some rest, and we're actually going to take this opportunity to take a quick pause as well. Our coverage has been continuous for, I think, almost 12 hours, and we actually need to hit the reset button on the live streams, especially for YouTube.
So if you're watching on YouTube, take a look at the description below the video, and you'll find the new link for the Crew Demo-2 return coast phase. We will be continuing live coverage at that new location shortly. But if you're watching on NASA TV, you won't notice a thing, and coverage will continue. So don't go anywhere, because we're not going anywhere, and we'll be back right after this short pause. everyone, and thanks for joining us for our continuous coverage of the return to Earth of Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley aboard Crew Dragon Endeavour. We saw them depart earlier today, and it's been a pretty smooth mission ever since.
Yeah, it's been a pretty busy day for them. Actually, the crew currently asleep in the capsule. They'll be sleeping until about 4 o'clock in the morning, I think 4:40 a.m. Pacific time, which would be about 11:40 a.m. 11:40 a.m. Universal Coordinated Time, or GMT. But today's day started off with them having some go, no-go criteria for the weather. We were go at our proposed landing site, and then with that go, Bob and Doug started packing some cargo, primarily samples that they were returning from research that's conducted aboard the International Space Station into Dragon. And then we also saw activation of Dragon's life support systems, and then ingress and hatch closure of the forward Dragon hatch.
Yes, and as that was all completed, Chris Cassidy on the International Space Station side had some work to do as well. He closed the A-Pass hatch, that's the station side hatch, and that set up the vestibule, or the space between those hatches, to be depressurized. And so that occurred, bringing that down to a vacuum, as when Dragon departed, that's what that space would be exposed to. And so all of that went smoothly, and Dragon, the undock command for Dragon was sent at 4:30 p.m. Pacific time, 11:30 p.m. GMT.
Shortly after that, at about 4:35 p.m. Pacific time, 11:35 p.m. Universal time, Dragon performed a couple of undock maneuvers after, of course, separating the umbilicals that connected to the space station, actually opening the hard capture hooks. Then we performed a couple of burns with our Draco thrusters to thrust away from the International Space Station. And then about 5 minutes after that, we performed the first of two departure burns, departure burn 0 and then departure burn 1 shortly after that, which got us out of the approach ellipsoid around the International Space Station, which is an imaginary ellipse around the space station used for proximity ops when visiting vehicles are operating within proximity to the space station.
And so those two burns took Crew Dragon up and over the International Space Station. And once they were complete, Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley had the opportunity to doff or take off their spacesuits. They won't need to put those back on until tomorrow, prior to the deorbit burn. So right now they're in some comfy clothes. And afterward, the next two departure burns were completed. That's departure burn 2 and departure burn 3. And those brought Dragon into a co-elliptic orbit with the International Space Station, keeping it at about 10 kilometers below the station at all times.
Next major milestone we're awaiting is actually the final of the burns planned for tonight. So that's the departure phasing burn. This is the burn that's going to put Dragon on the correct trajectory to hit that targeted landing site. Currently, the primary landing site is just off the west coast of Florida in the Gulf of Mexico, near Pensacola, Florida. So that departure burn is scheduled for 10:48 p.m. Pacific time, or 5:48 a.m. UTC time. And that burn will last about 6 minutes, adjusting the orbit of Dragon and giving us a nice opportunity to pass over that Pensacola location, and also sets us up for the deorbit burn that is scheduled for tomorrow. So that burn is scheduled around 10:56 a.m. tomorrow, deorbit burn being the longest burn that we'll actually see during the downhill portion of the mission.
And that deorbit burn will commit Crew Dragon to coming home, and we will see splashdown scheduled for 11:48 a.m. Pacific time tomorrow, 6:48 p.m. GMT.
Now, of course, for the portion of that mission, once we conduct deorbit burn, we'll see some parachute deployments, then we'll see splashdown, and then the fun doesn't stop there. The recovery team will then go up to the capsule, verify that it's safe to conduct operations around it, nothing that is dangerous for the recovery personnel, and then we'll see the recovery ship actually scoop up the Dragon capsule using a crane, put that on the back end of the recovery ship, and then crews aboard the recovery ship will help Bob and Doug egress or leave the capsule. They'll get some quick medical checks, and then they'll be on their way back to Florida and then eventually back to Texas.
We are taking your questions with the hashtag AskNASA on Twitter. So this one comes from Amberly, who wants to know, in the live shot of Dragon leaving the International Space Station, what are the red and blue lights in the background? I think she means on the vehicle. Do you want to talk a little bit more about those?
Yeah, so actually in aircraft you see, I believe it's the red-hand light on the left-hand side of the aircraft and a green light on the right-hand side of the aircraft. It's really just a visual indication to let other aircraft know what orientation an aircraft is flying. If you see red on the left-hand side and green on the right-hand side, that tells you what direction is forward. So those lights on the Dragon capsule serve a similar purpose. Many astronauts are actually aviators, and I believe they get aviation training in T-38s as part of their NASA training.
They do.
So activities that they're familiar with, and helps them understand the orientation of the spacecraft as it's approaching and far away.
So it's been an amazing mission for the past 63 days since we saw the launch of the crew aboard the Falcon 9 rocket, and we want to relive that a little bit. So let's take a look at some mission highlights from the beginning of the mission all the way until departure today.
You're looking at the American-made rocket and spacecraft that will return American astronauts to the International Space Station from American soil for the first time since the retirement of the Space Shuttle, last flown nearly 9 years ago. But if all goes well today, we will mark a new first in NASA's storied history and usher in the commercial crew era of American spaceflight. And we are looking at a live picture now of Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley walking down that hallway in the astronaut crew quarters. We just saw Doug wave at the screen, and they're just turning the corner, getting inside that elevator. And this, you can't see it from here, but there is a banner hanging there. You can kind of see it in the back. There's a banner hanging on the wall of the elevator with the signatures of all the people who worked on this mission. So it was really important for them to hang that up in there so Bob and Doug could see it. And there the doors are opening.
Here they come.
Great. And there they are, NASA astronauts.
Small crowd, but big cheers.
NASA astronauts Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley, Doug on the left, Bob on the right, waving to the crowd there to cheer them on. And there are their families right in front of them.
The virtual hugs, a very special moment. Fist bumps.
Are you going to be on good behavior? Are you going to listen to mommy and make her life easy?
You can hear them.
Ready? Let's light this candle, I agree. Launch America! Bye, guys.
And there it is. That shot really gives you a sense of the scale of the Falcon 9 rocket. Those Teslas look teeny, teeny, tiny, making their way up there.
Yeah, really cool watching the Teslas pull up, driving on the launch pad just a few feet away from the vehicle. This is awesome and getting really excited over here.
Core on countdown 1 at 2 hours, 57 minutes. The crew has arrived at the pad on schedule.
There they are, taken in the sight, craning to see the top of the Falcon 9 rocket.
Core on countdown 1 at T-minus 2 hours and 46 minutes. The crew has arrived at the White Room and its ingress is in progress on schedule.
And as they climb into Dragon, they will buckle themselves in and attach their umbilicals to their suits. And as you can see, the suit techs are there to help them get buckled and settled into those seats.
And we can see the seats slowly start to rotate. Again, they're in this down position just to make it easier to climb in and out of Dragon. They'll rotate to this launch position to put their backs a little bit more parallel to the ground. It makes taking the G-force a little bit easier for the crew on the way uphill, but most importantly, positions those touchscreens directly in front of them, which is just their gateway into Dragon.
Dragon, SpaceX, seats are in the launch position.
We copy.
Dragon, SpaceX, go for launch.
SpaceX Dragon, we're go for launch. Let's light this candle.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Ignition. Liftoff of the Falcon 9 and Crew Dragon. Go NASA, go SpaceX. Godspeed, Bob and Doug.
America has launched. And so rises a new era of American spaceflight, and with it the ambitions of a new generation continuing the dream. 20 seconds into flight, stage 1 propulsion is nominal.
Plus 30 seconds into this historic mission. Flying crew on board Dragon and Falcon 9, and look at them go.
Falcon power telemetry nominal.
M1D throttle down.
We're throttling down to get ready for the period of maximum dynamic pressure. We're in the throttle bucket. Reports say all systems are go.
Vehicle is supersonic.
We've exceeded Mach 1 on the Falcon 9.
M1D throttle up.
We're throttling back up to full power as we're through max Q.
Copy, 1 Bravo.
And we heard that 1 Bravo call out. That's just the second abort zone that they're in. They'll continue to be on this until the first stage has done its job and they switch over to the second. At this point, Bob and Doug pulling about 2.3 Gs, 2.3 times the Earth's gravity, already moving at over 1,500 miles per hour.
We've heard the call out for MVAC engine chill. That's getting the MVAC engine ready to light. That'll come at about 2:44 into flight. Right now, everything continuing to look good. Next major event coming up is going to be the triple. We'll have main engine cutoff of the 9 first stage engines, stage separation, and then ignition of the second stage engine to continue to carry astronauts into orbit.
And what you're seeing on your screen is a live view of our drone ship, where our first stage will be coming down. Looks like we lost that live view, but we'll wait for confirmation of that landing shortly here.
Falcon 9 first stage successfully landed.
And there you can see on your screen, Falcon 9 has landed. This is the first Falcon 9 to carry humans to orbit, so very exciting for us. And as you can see on your right screen, Bob and Doug are still making their way to their targeted orbit.
Dragon separation confirmed.
Countdown 1 is unmerged.
Separation confirmed.
And there's that call out. Dragon is now officially making its way to the International Space Station today.
Dragon SpaceX, with that separation call, we have a few words for you from our Falcon 9 team.
Standing by.
Dragon, Chief Engineer on Dragon to Ground. Bob, Doug, on behalf of the entire launch team, thanks for flying with Falcon 9 today. We hope you enjoyed the ride and wish you a great mission.
Thanks, Bala. Congratulations to you and the F9 team for the first human ride for Falcon 9, and it was incredible. Appreciate all the hard work, and thanks for the great ride to space.
Copy all.
Bala and Mike, proud of you guys and the rest of the team. Thank you so much for what you've done for us today, putting America back into low Earth orbit from the Florida coast.
Copy all. Good luck. Godspeed.
Without further ado, we would like to welcome you aboard Capsule Endeavour. We chose Endeavour for a few reasons. One, because of this incredible endeavor NASA, SpaceX, and the United States has been on since the end of the shuttle program back in 2011. The other reason we named it Endeavour is a little more personal to Bob and I. We both had our first flights on Shuttle Endeavour, and it just meant so much to us to carry on that name. That's what we decided to go with. So we hope you enjoy that name, and once again, welcome on board.
Today we accomplished the first flight off the Florida coast in quite some time, and Doug and I were really proud to have an opportunity to be a part of that. We're doing it in a brand new spaceship, a spaceship that's a lot different than its namesake Endeavour, the space shuttle, in that it has touch display screens that allow us to accomplish most of the interfacing requirements that we have. But we've got the capability to interface with the vehicle, and it's kind of interesting. There's a command. This little button over here is actually what the commands are for our displays. One thing that does get lost is there is a extensive button panel down below as well. So over on this side, we can turn the displays on and off, as well as send some commands for some contingency situations. On the other side, we have the ability to deploy chutes and things like that on entry. So we do have some buttons, but the primary interface is these displays. So nice, new, modern cockpit that we've got for our compared to our namesake, the Space Shuttle Endeavour.
And I'm guessing it was the first time a space vehicle was flown with a touchscreen before. So we got that going for us.
We did. It turns out, end up with one stowaway on board our vehicle when we launched today. It was not just Doug and I who accomplished the launch here. We do have an Apatosaurus aboard. We both have two boys who are super interested in dinosaurs. And we collected up all the dinosaurs between the two houses, and Trimmer, the Apatosaurus, got the vote from the boys to make the trip into space today with us. And so that was a super cool thing for us to get a chance to do for both of our sons, who I hope are super excited to see their toys floating around with us on board. I'm sure they would rather be here given the opportunity, but hopefully they're proud of this as well.
At this point, Dragon now approaching waypoint 0. At this moment, we're less than a mile away from station. Dragon just under 1,200 meters away, continuing to close the gap. Pretty slow rate right now, moving in at only about 1.7 meters per second.
And here's a view from Dragon. Dragon's got a number of relative navigation sensors, as well as a couple of cameras that can look forward. That will hopefully get some additional views as far as we get closer to docking. Here's a great view from a camera behind Bob and Doug. Bob in the right-hand seat in the pilot seat. Doug in the commander seat, or the CDR seat.
There they are. And that's 200 meters from the center line of the space station.
We're inside 100 meters, continuing to close.
I think you can see a meatball and American flag on that on the spacecraft. That structure on the fairing structure is actually what the Super Dracos are housed in. Of course, all of those are deactivated now, only used for launch escape during the ascent portion. Nose cone right at the top of the vehicle, and you can see sort of the sealing surface, those 4 circular slots right underneath the nose cone. Within that red ring are the forward bulkhead Dracos. That's what we were using while we were conducting all those burns, the 5 burns to get to this point.
SpaceX Dragon on the big roof. Our visors are down.
Visors down. They are.
Copy, visors down.
They're sitting right there, 20 meters from the docking port. One more view.
SpaceX and Station Dragon on the big roof. We are inbound from approach 2.
Copy, inbound.
Station copy.
Dragon closing in. We're inside 20 meters. And yeah, that crew hands-off point should come up in about 3 minutes or so. Right before we get that final docking, it comes about 20 seconds prior. We're just about 2 meters away from the station still. And that's just the crew not issuing any abort commands. At that point, it would be too late and so any aborts would be executed automatically by Dragon itself. Two meters. We are inside the hands-off point, the chop, the crew hands-off point, 1 meter to go. Soft capture complete.
Dragon in space. Soft capture confirmed. Stand by for retraction and docking.
Standing by.
And we just heard it, soft capture. We have docking, that coming at 7:16 a.m. Pacific time, with the station and Dragon flying 262 statute miles right over the border between northern China and Mongolia.
Dragon SpaceX docking sequence is complete.
SpaceX Dragon, we copy docking complete. To say that it's been a real honor to be just a small part of this 9-year endeavor since the last time a United States spaceship had docked with the International Space Station. We have to congratulate the men and women of SpaceX at Hawthorne, McGregor, and at Kennedy Space Center. Their incredible efforts over the last several years to make this possible cannot go overstated. I'd also like to thank Kathy Leaders and her team of the Commercial Crew Program of NASA. An outstanding job by everyone. Last, I'd like to thank the men and women of the National Aeronautics and Space Agency. This is an incredible time to be at NASA. 3 new vehicles to be flown, continuing mission in low Earth orbit, and then to the moon and Mars. We thank you again and congratulate you.
Dragon arriving. The crew of Expedition 63 is honored to welcome Dragon and the Commercial Crew Program to welcome aboard the International Space Station. Bob and Doug, glad to have you as part of the crew. Well done. Bravo Zulu.
We have Bob Behnken from SpaceX Demo-2 mission entering the International Space Station. Followed by Doug Hurley. Demo-2 crew now aboard the International Space Station. They entered at 12:22 p.m. Central Time. The station at the time was 262 statute miles over Turkmenistan. Crew all gathered in front of the cameras at the Node 2 forward end of the International Space Station. Just behind them is the hatchway to the Crew Dragon on this Demo-2 mission.
Station, this is the NASA administrator. Can you hear me?
We hear you loud and clear, sir. Welcome to the space station.
Thank you, Chris. It's good to see you. And welcome to Bob and Doug. I will tell you, the whole world saw this mission, and we are so proud of everything you have done for our country and, in fact, to inspire the world.
We sure appreciate that, sir. It's obviously been our honor to be just a small part of this. We have to give credit to SpaceX, the Commercial Crew Program, and, of course, NASA. It's great to get the United States back in the crewed launch business, and we're just really glad to be on board this magnificent complex.
First, I just want to say thank you again to Bob and Doug and your families from all of us here at SpaceX, all of our locations, all of our partners, all of our vendors, everyone for trusting us to bring you up there.
Hey, thanks, Benji. It's same back at you. You know, congratulations to the folks out at Hawthorne, McGregor, and at Kennedy. Just an incredible journey we've had the last couple days. A great day in space today, our first day of work on space station, but what a great ride on Dragon and Falcon 9 to get us here. Everything worked exactly the way we planned it to work, and that's a credit to the teams there in Hawthorne and McGregor and Kennedy. Just it's a pretty awe-inspiring trip so far, and very humbling, and just we're just so proud to represent SpaceX and NASA in this new next launch capability.
You guys have a picture of the Earth, and you have a flag which also represents the friendly competition, maybe, that brings us unity. Why don't you tell us about that there?
Yeah, so this is the flag that we left here almost 9 years ago on STS-135. It had actually flown on STS-1, and then it flew again with us on STS-135. And at some point after the end of the shuttle program, we decided we would have a little friendly competition to see who came up and got this flag. And congratulations, SpaceX, you got the flag. So Bob and I, Chris will not let us forget it. That's the biggest thing, is this will be on his to-do list when we get the nod to return Dragon back to Earth, and hopefully this will find a great place of honor somewhere in Hawthorne.
At NASDAQ is thrilled that you're able to join us here today virtually as we get set to ring today's opening bell.
All right, Bob, mini workstation BRT has a red small.
Yes.
3 short wire ties, 1 long wire tie.
1 long, 1, 2, 3 shorts. Swing arm.
Red small. PGT.
Red small to PGT number 7.
PGT number 7. Cal knot motor 30.5. And 7/16 swabbing.
Hey Bob, your helmet is locked. Just check out all your stuff, make sure you're good.
The thermal cover is open. I'm egressing.
We copy.
The 2 spacewalkers will be making their way to the far starboard truss of the International Space Station to replace aging nickel-hydrogen batteries on the first of 2 power channels for the S6 truss with new lithium-ion batteries and their associated adapter plates.
View back inside where you can see that thermal cover of the hatch is closed. Still waiting on the opportunity to close the hatch. However, the spacewalk does not end until repressurization begins.
So much stuff. Hold Bob for a second. PGTs are in the bag. Yeah, oh, you already put them in there? Okay. We'll get your tools off.
First of all, I'm super excited that this is the first payload you're working with on space station, so it makes it super special for me. And you can start. We have the video. We'll be watching.
When you install the sample cartridge, we'd like you to first hand snug bolt Bravo and then do bolt Alpha and let us know if there's any difference between those two bolts.
like you to do is, like, with two hands, you're going to grab the drink bag and try to squeeze it uniformly so that you actually drain it in about 15 seconds. Keep it going, cool. Nice. Well done.
And Endeavour Houston on 2 while we wait for the fan. On this day in space history, 9 years ago today, Mr. Doug Hurley launched on STS-135.
Well, welcome aboard to the International Space Station and the crew of Expedition 63. It's an exciting day for us all as we bid farewell to our two friends and colleagues, Bob and Doug, as they complete the journey of this amazing test mission. Before I hand the mic over to Bob and Doug, I do want to make mention of this very special flag. It has deep space history, getting deeper, as this flag will return to Earth with the Crew Dragon guys and spend a little bit of time on Earth and very soon make a trip to the moon in short order. So, Doug, the flag's all yours. It's been a pleasure, and here you go.
Thanks, Chris. Thanks for this. This flag has spent some time up here, on the order of 9 years since we dropped it off on STS-135 after it flew on STS-1. So very proud to return this flag home and see what's next for it on its journey to the moon. It's hard to put into words just what it was like to be a part of this expedition, Expedition 63. It'll be kind of a memory that will last a lifetime for me. Just all the incredible teamwork and accomplishments, with the highlights obviously being the 4 spacewalks that we worked together literally as a crew of 5 to have success and to complete that part of the upgrade for the International Space Station, which leaves it in a great posture for the future.
As I look back on the mission that we've had here on the International Space Station, I'm proud to have been a part of much of the science activities that happened over the last 2 months. As Doug and Chris mentioned, the spacewalks and robotics activity. Chris and I were able to join the 10 Spacewalk Club, which is a pretty neat thing that, just a few short months ago, I didn't think I would do another spacewalk, and to now have the chance to have done 4 more with Commander Cassidy was just icing on the cake for a wonderful mission. And as I look forward to heading back home for the splashdown, I do think that from a family perspective, my son and Doug's son are really excited not only to get their fathers back, but to get our Apatosaurus, our zero-G indicator that they nominated to go with us on this historic mission to the International Space Station, and bringing that to launch and return capability back to the U.S. And so for Jack and Theo, Tremor the Apatosaurus is headed home soon, and he'll be with your dads. You'll have to pick which one of us is your favorite.
Dragon SpaceX on the big loop. The final reconfigurations for undock are complete and nominal. The ground is go for undocking at the undocking sequence start time of 23:30 GMT. Please confirm your visors are down and that you are ready for undock and departure.
Dragon copies, go for undock on time. Our visors are down and we're ready for departure.
We copy all. Dragon SpaceX, all hooks open and nominal.
All hooks open.
Dragon departing.
Dragon SpaceX, separation confirmed.
Separation.
Great burns. Physical separation 4:35 p.m. Pacific. Thrusters looking good. Counting down to a nominal departure burn 0 coming up shortly.
Dragon SpaceX, depart burn 0 complete.
Copy complete. Our visors up.
And with that, Bob and Doug have concluded their stay aboard the International Space Station. They're on their way back to planet Earth. Confirms a physical separation at 4:35 p.m. Pacific as the station and Dragon were flying 267 statute miles over Johannesburg, South Africa.
Station Endeavour on the big loop. Go ahead, Endeavour. Chris, we just can't thank you enough. It's been an honor and a privilege to be part of Expedition 63 with you, Anatoly, and Ivan. It's been a great 2 months, and we appreciate all you've done as a crew to help us prove out Dragon on its maiden flight. I'd also like to thank Zeb and his team in Mission Control in Houston for the incredible amount of work they did to make the dock to ops successful for Dragon, and also the teams at SpaceX that keep us going towards the end of our mission that we look forward to splashdown tomorrow. I'd also like to wish you a great success on the rest of your expedition and a safe flight home in the fall. Take care, friend.
Endeavour, thank you, Chris. Thank you, Anatoly. Thank you, Ivan. Thank you, Houston, and thank you, SpaceX.
Endeavour Station, Bob and Doug wholeheartedly agree with those sentiments. It's been a real pleasure. It's been an honor to serve with you. Safe travels and have a successful landing. Endeavour's a great ship. Godspeed. Endeavour copies all. Thanks, Chris.
Hi, everyone, and thanks for joining us for our continuous coverage of the return of Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley aboard Crew Dragon Endeavour after 63 days aboard the International Space Station.
That's right. Currently, Bob and Doug are currently sleeping on board Capsule Endeavour as it's making its way back towards its next burn opportunity. That'll be a departure burn that's scheduled for about 10:48 p.m. Pacific time or about 5:48 a.m. Universal time. Earlier today, they actually had a pretty packed day, starting off with weather go, no go, to check on the status of the landing sites. Currently, we are tracking go for a landing off the western coast of Florida near Pensacola. After we had that go, they actually had some work to do in the capsule, packing up a variety of science return cargo. Dragon is currently bringing back about 150 kilograms of cargo, about 330 pounds, and more than half of that, about 200 pounds or 94 kilograms, are actually science return and samples from the various experiments and studies that are going on board the space station.
Yeah, and so once all of that cargo was packed into Crew Dragon, it was then time for the crew to board themselves. So we saw the crew ingress or enter the vehicle earlier today and then don or put on their spacesuits just before they closed the hatch and said farewell to all of their friends aboard the International Space Station. That's NASA astronaut Chris Cassidy and Roscosmos cosmonauts Anatoly Ivanishin and Ivan Wagner.
After they were safely aboard the spacecraft, we did a couple of leak checks on their suits. Everything checked out nominally. And then, of course, after that, it's time to get ready for undocking from the space station. But first, we had to depressurize the vestibule. That's the pressurized space that sits in between the forward hatch on the Dragon spacecraft and the APAS hatch on the pressurized mating adapter on the International Space Station side. Did first depressurization, then some thermal stabilization, verified that those surfaces were leak tight, and then once all of that was done, the mission control teams both in Houston and here in Hawthorne conducted a joint go, no-go poll to verify that the vehicle is ready for undocking.
And as you can guess or potentially see, undocking did occur and the command was sent on time. Separation itself took a few minutes afterward and occurred on time at 4:35 p.m. Pacific time or 11:35 p.m. GMT. And that sent Bob and Doug on their way away from the International Space Station. First, those 12 hooks that were attaching the vehicle to the forward node were released, and the umbilical that had been providing power from the International Space Station to Dragon during its time on board was detached. So after a couple of short pulses, short little bursts from those thrusters, Dragon was on its way away from the International Space Station.
Yeah, so Dragon has a number of Draco thrusters. We were using the service section Dracos for these 2 quick bursts away, just short little pulses to break any sort of friction between the International Space Station and the Dragon spacecraft while it had been attached to station for the last 63 days. And then after that, we actually conducted 2 burns pretty close to the space station. First was a departure burn 0, so that happened about 5 minutes after separation, around 4:40 p.m. Pacific time, about 11:40 p.m. UTC. Shortly after that burn, about another 5 minutes after, we had a second departure burn, also using those service section Draco thrusters, and that got us on a trajectory coming up and away from the space station in a slightly higher orbit, and they got us on a trajectory out of the approach ellipsoid.
So after departures 0 and 1, those burns were complete. The crew was good to get out of their spacesuits, put on something a little more comfortable, and that is the state in which they are now. They won't need to put those spacesuits back on until tomorrow, just prior to the deorbit burn, that final burn before landing. So after those first 2 departure burns were complete, they moved on to departure burns 2 and 3, and those brought the space station into a co-elliptic orbit with the International Space Station. Crew Dragon constantly about 10 kilometers below the space station, and that's where they will remain until that phasing burn coming up in just under an hour from now.
That's right. I think on our screen right now is actually a view. I think that's a view from the space station looking back at Earth. And again, Bob and Doug currently asleep in Dragon. They did some reconfiguration of the Dragon capsule, getting it ready for sleep, putting on some covers on the windows so they didn't get woken up by that day-night cycle as they're passing around the planet. They also got a chance to have a meal aboard the spacecraft shortly before their sleep period. And they're looking to get about 8 hours of shut-eye before they're able before they're woken up around 4:40 a.m. Pacific time, and I think that is about 11:40 a.m. Universal Coordinated Time.
So our next Ask NASA question is from Danny, who wants to know, when is the next planned SpaceX and NASA collaborative mission? Well, we've got it on the books, and it's coming no earlier than late September, but that will be Crew 1. So after all of the data and the spacecraft have been reviewed after this demonstration mission 2, we will be looking forward to sending the first operational mission of 4 crew members to the International Space Station for an even longer stay of 6 months.
Yeah, that's right. NASA astronauts Victor Glover, Mike Hopkins, Shannon Walker, and JAXA astronaut Soichi Noguchi have been assigned to fly on Dragon's first 6-month operational mission. Again, that's called Crew 1, and we're targeting that around mid to late September.
Victor Glover is a Navy commander, aviator, and test pilot with almost 3,000 hours flying more than 40 different aircraft. He made 400 carrier landings and flew 24 combat missions. Victor Glover was selected as part of the 2013 astronaut candidate class, and this will be his first spaceflight. He will be the pilot for the Crew 1 mission.
Now, Mike Hopkins is a colonel in the Air Force, and that's where he was a flight test engineer before being selected as a NASA astronaut in 2009. He spent a total of 166 days on the International Space Station for expeditions 37 and 38, and he's also conducted 2 spacewalks. He'll be the spacecraft commander for Crew 1.
Shannon Walker started her career at NASA's Johnson Space Center in Houston in 1987 as a robotics flight controller for the Space Shuttle with Rockwell Space Operations Corporation. She became a NASA employee in 1995, working on robotics and avionics hardware for the station with the program's international partners. Walker was selected for the 2004 astronaut class and has spent 163 days as a flight engineer aboard the space station for expeditions 24 and 25 in 2010.
And Soichi Noguchi started his career as an astronaut after being selected in 1996. He made his first trip to space in 2005 as a mission specialist aboard Space Shuttle Endeavour for STS-114, the shuttle's return to flight, and delivered supplies to the International Space Station. He also returned to the station in 2009, flying as a long-duration crew member on expeditions 22 and 23, where he spent 163 days in space.
The crew has been busy training for their flight here at SpaceX headquarters in Hawthorne and at NASA's Johnson Space Center and our facilities with our international partners around the world. Every long-duration astronaut spends months getting proficient at handling and fixing the vast array of hardware across the space station. And they also get several crash courses. For first-time flyer Victor Glover, he's joining a veteran crew of former long-duration astronauts with more than 500 days of space flight experience combined between Hopkins, Walker, and Noguchi.
Yeah, and it's pretty cool. The Falcon 9 booster is actually already on site at the Cape. The Crew 1 capsule is actually still here in Hawthorne. We'll be heading to Florida pretty soon to get ready for the upcoming mission. It was just finishing up a final set of checkouts here. Following the Crew 1 mission, we're actually targeting our Dragon 2 cargo resupply mission, or CRS-21, that will be scheduled to deliver several thousands of pounds of science experiments and supplies for the Crew 1 crew when they're on board the space station.
And if we fly commercial resupply mission 21, after the Crew 1 mission has arrived on station, we'll have the opportunity to see 2 Dragon spacecraft dock to the International Space Station at the same time, which is another first. We currently have 2 docking ports installed and active on the U.S. side of station. One is on the forward end of Node 2, where you saw Crew Dragon depart from earlier today, and the other's on the zenith, or the space-facing side of Node 2. We were lucky to get some of those amazing shots of Dragon attached during some of the recent spacewalks with Chris Cassidy and Bob Behnken. And as amazing as those are, I can't imagine how cool it would be to see 2 Dragon spacecraft attached at one time.
Yeah, the operations teams here are really excited for the challenge that brings. Kind of a fun fact, the Ford node and that Zenit node international docking adapters were actually brought up on Cargo Dragon vehicles before getting installed to the station. So everyone here pretty excited for the prospect of having 2 Dragons attached to the space station at the same time. And of course, all of these missions give us opportunities to learn how to operate the vehicle, learn more about how Dragon performs in space, and all pave the way for future private passenger missions on board with sending Dragon to the International Space Station with private people.
And we've seen a lot of those tests happen on this mission. And so to take a look back from the very beginning, 63 days ago, when Crew Dragon launched to the International Space Station, let's look at these highlights.
You're looking at the American-made rocket and spacecraft that will return American astronauts to the International Space Station from American soil for the first time since the retirement of the space shuttle, last flown nearly 9 years ago. But if all goes well today, we will mark a new first in NASA's storied history and usher in the commercial crew era of American spaceflight. And we are looking at a live picture now of Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley walking down that hallway in the astronaut crew quarters. We just saw Doug wave at the screen, and they're just turning the corner, getting inside that elevator. And this, you can't see it from here, but there is a banner hanging there. You can kind of see it in the back. There's a banner hanging on the wall of the elevator with the signatures of all the people who worked on this mission. So it was really important for them to hang that up in there so Bob and Doug could see it. And there the doors are opening.
Here they come.
Great. And there they are, NASA astronauts.
Small crowd, but big cheers.
NASA astronauts Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley, Doug on the left, Bob on the right, waving to the crowd there to cheer them on. And there are their families right in front of them.
The virtual hugs, a very special moment. Fist bumps.
Are you going to be on good behavior? Are you going to listen to mommy and make her life easy?
You can hear them.
Ready? Let's light this candle, I agree. Launch America! Bye, guys.
And there it is. That shot really gives you a sense of the scale of the Falcon 9 rocket. Those Teslas look teeny, teeny, tiny, making their way up there.
Yeah, really cool watching the Teslas pull up, driving on the launch pad just a few feet away from the vehicle. This is awesome and getting really excited over here.
Core on countdown 1 at 2 hours, 57 minutes. The crew has arrived at the pad on schedule.
But there they are, taken in the sight, craning to see the top of the Falcon 9 rocket.
Core on countdown 1 at T-minus 2 hours and 46 minutes. The crew has arrived at the White Room and its ingress is in progress on schedule.
And as they climb into Dragon, they will buckle themselves in and attach their umbilicals to their suits. And as you can see, the suit techs are there to help them get buckled and settled into those seats.
And we can see the seats slowly start to rotate. Again, they're in this down position just to make it easier to climb in and out of Dragon. They'll rotate to this launch position to put their backs a little bit more parallel to the ground. It makes taking the G-force a little bit easier for the crew on the way uphill, but most importantly, positions those touchscreens directly in front of them, which is just their gateway into Dragon.
Dragon, SpaceX, seats are in the launch position.
We copy.
Dragon, SpaceX, go for launch.
SpaceX Dragon, we're go for launch. Let's light this candle.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Ignition. Liftoff of the Falcon 9 and Crew Dragon. Go NASA, go SpaceX, Godspeed, Bob and Doug.
America has launched. And so rises a new era of American spaceflight, and with it the ambitions of a new generation continuing the dream. 20 seconds into flight, stage 1 propulsion is nominal.
T plus 30 seconds into this historic mission. Flying crew on board Dragon and Falcon 9, and look at them go.
Falcon power telemetry nominal.
M1D throttle down.
We're throttling down to get ready for the period of maximum dynamic pressure. We're in the throttle bucket. Reports say all systems are go.
Vehicle is supersonic.
We've exceeded Mach 1 on the Falcon 9.
M1D throttle up.
We're throttling back up to full power as we're through max Q.
Copy, 1 Bravo.
And we heard that 1 Bravo call out. That's just the second abort zone that they're in. They'll continue to be on this until the first stage has done its job and they switch over to the second. At this point, Bob and Doug pulling about 2.3 Gs, 2.3 times the Earth's gravity, already moving at over 1,500 miles per hour.
We've heard the call out for MVAC engine chill. That's getting the MVAC engine ready to light. That'll come at about 2:44 into flight. Right now, everything continuing to look good. Next major event coming up is going to be the triple. We'll have main engine cutoff of the 9 first stage engines, stage separation, and then ignition of the second stage engine to continue to carry astronauts into orbit.
And what you're seeing on your screen is a live view of our drone ship, where our first stage will be coming down. Looks like we lost that live view, but we'll wait for confirmation of that landing shortly here.
Falcon 9 first stage successfully landed.
And there you can see on your screen, Falcon 9 has landed. This is the first Falcon 9 to carry humans to orbit, so very exciting for us. And as you can see on your right screen, Bob and Doug are still making their way to their targeted orbit.
Dragon separation confirmed.
Countdown 1 is unmerged.
Separation confirmed.
And there's that call out. Dragon is now officially making its way to the International Space Station today.
Dragon SpaceX with that separation call. We have a few words for you from our Falcon 9 team.
Standing by.
Dragon, Chief Engineer on Dragon to Ground. Bob Doug, on behalf of the entire launch team, thanks for flying with Falcon 9 today. We hope you enjoyed the ride and wish you a great mission.
Thanks, Bala. Congratulations to you and the F9 team for the first human ride for Falcon 9, and it was incredible. Appreciate all the hard work, and thanks for the great ride to space.
Copy all.
Bala and Mike, proud of you guys and the rest of the team. Thank you so much for what you've done for us today, putting America back into low Earth orbit from the Florida coast.
Copy all. Good luck. Godspeed.
Without further ado, we would like to welcome you aboard Capsule Endeavour. We chose Endeavour for a few reasons. One, because of this incredible Endeavour NASA, SpaceX, and the United States has been on since the end of the shuttle program back in 2011. The other reason we named it Endeavour is a little more personal to Bob and I. We both had our first flights on Shuttle Endeavour, and it just meant so much to us to carry on that name. That's what we decided to go with. So we hope you enjoy that name, and once again, welcome on board.
Today we accomplished the first flight off the Florida coast in quite some time, and Doug and I were really proud to have an opportunity to be a part of that. We're doing it in a brand new spaceship, a spaceship that's a lot different than its namesake Endeavour, the space shuttle, in that it has touch display screens that allow us to accomplish most of the interfacing requirements that we have, but we've got the capability to interface with the vehicle, and it's kind of interesting. There's a command. This little button over here is actually what the commands are
are for our displays. One thing that does get lost is there is a extensive button panel down below as well. So over on this side, we can turn the displays on and off, as well as send some commands for some contingency situations. On the other side, we have the ability to deploy chutes and things like that on entry. So we do have some buttons, but the primary interface is these displays. So nice, new, modern cockpit that we've got for our compared to our namesake, the Space Shuttle Endeavour. And I'm guessing it was the first time a space vehicle was flown with a touchscreen before. So we got that going for us. We did, it turns out, end up with one stowaway on board our vehicle when we launched today. It was not just Doug and I who accomplished the launch here. We do have an Apatosaurus aboard. We both have two boys who are super interested in dinosaurs. And we collected up all the dinosaurs between the two houses, and Trimmer, the Apatosaurus, got the vote from the boys to make the trip into space today with us. And so that was a super cool thing for us to get a chance to do for both of our sons, who I hope are super excited to see their toy floating around with us on board. I'm sure they would rather be here given the opportunity, but hopefully they're proud of this as well.
At this point, Dragon now approaching waypoint 0. At this moment, we're less than a mile away from station. Dragon just under 1,200 meters away, continuing to close the gap. Pretty slow rate right now, moving in at only about 1.7 meters per second.
And here's a view from Dragon. Dragon's got a number of relative navigation sensors, as well as a couple of cameras that can look forward that will hopefully get some additional views far as we get closer to docking. Here's a great view from a camera behind Bob and Doug. Bob in the right-hand seat and the pilot seat. Doug in the commander seat, or the CDR seat.
There they are. And that's 200 meters from the center line of the space station.
We're inside 100 meters, continuing to close.
I think you can see a meatball and American flag on that on the spacecraft. That structure on the fairing structure is actually what the Super Dracos are housed in. Of course, all of those are deactivated now, only used for launch escape during the ascent portion. Nose cone right at the top of the vehicle, and you can see sort of the ceiling surface, those 4 circular slots right underneath the nose cone. Within that red ring are the Ford bulkhead Dracos. That's what we were using while we were conducting all those burns, the 5 burns to get to this point.
SpaceX Dragon on the big loop. Our visors are down.
Visors down. They are.
Copy, visors down.
They're sitting right there, 20 meters from the docking port. One more view.
SpaceX in station. Dragon on the big loop. We are inbound from approach 2.
Copy, inbound.
Station copy.
Dragon closing in. We're inside 20 meters. And yeah, that crew hands-off point should come up in about 3 minutes or so. Right before we get that final docking, it comes about 20 seconds prior, or just about 2 meters away from the station still. And that's just the crew not issuing any abort commands. At that point, it would be too late. And so any aborts would be executed automatically by Dragon itself. Two meters. We are inside the hands-off point, the chop, the crew hands-off point. 1 meter to go. Soft capture complete.
Dragon and SpaceX. Soft capture confirmed. Stand by for retraction and docking.
Standing by.
And we just heard it soft capture. We have docking, that coming at 7:16 a.m. Pacific time, with the station and Dragon flying 262 statute miles right over the border between northern China and Mongolia.
Dragon SpaceX docking sequence is complete.
SpaceX Dragon, we copy docking complete. To say that it's been a real honor to be just a small part of this 9-year endeavor since the last time a United States spaceship had docked with the International Space Station. We have to congratulate the men and women of SpaceX at Hawthorne, McGregor, and at Kennedy Space Center. Their incredible efforts over the last several years to make this possible cannot go overstated. I'd also like to thank Kathy Leaders and her team of the Commercial Crew Program of NASA. An outstanding job by everyone. Last, I'd like to thank the men and women of the National Aeronautics and Space Agency. This is an incredible time to be at NASA. 3 new vehicles to be flown, continuing mission in low Earth orbit, and then to the moon and Mars. We thank you again and congratulate you.
Dragon arriving. The crew of Expedition 63 is honored to welcome Dragon and the Commercial Crew Program to welcome aboard the International Space Station. Bob and Doug, glad to have you as part of the crew. Well done. Bravo Zulu.
We have Bob Behnken from SpaceX Demo-2 mission entering the International Space Station. Followed by Doug Hurley. Demo-2 crew now aboard the International Space Station. They entered at 12:22 p.m. Central Time. The station at the time was 262 statute miles over Turkmenistan. Crew all gathered in front of the cameras at the Node 2 forward end of the International Space Station. Just behind them is the hatchway to the Crew Dragon on this Demo-2 mission.
Station, this is the NASA administrator. Can you hear me?
We hear you loud and clear, sir. Welcome to the space station.
Thank you, Chris. It's good to see you. And welcome to Bob and Doug. I will tell you, the whole world saw this mission, and we are so proud of everything you have done for our country and, in fact, to inspire the world.
We sure appreciate that, sir. It's obviously been our honor to be just a small part of this. We have to give credit to SpaceX, the Commercial Crew Program, and, of course, NASA. It's great to get the United States back in the crewed launch business, and we're just really glad to be on board this magnificent complex.
First, I just want to say thank you again to Bob and Doug and your families from all of us here at SpaceX, all of our locations, all of our partners, all of our vendors, everyone for trusting us to bring you up there.
Hey, thanks, Benji. It's same back at you. You know, congratulations to the folks out at Hawthorne, McGregor, and at Kennedy. Just an incredible journey we've had the last couple days. A great day in space today, our first day of work on Space Station, but what a great ride on Dragon and Falcon 9 to get us here. Everything worked exactly the way we planned it to work, and that's a credit to the teams there in Hawthorne and McGregor and Kennedy. Just it's a pretty awe-inspiring trip so far, and very humbling, and just we're just so proud to represent SpaceX and NASA in this new next launch capability.
You guys have a picture of the Earth and you have a flag which also represents the friendly competition maybe that brings us unity. Why don't you tell us about that there?
Yeah, so this is the flag that we left here almost 9 years ago on STS-135. It had actually flown on STS-1, and then it flew again with us on STS-135. And at some point after the end of the shuttle program, we decided we would have a little friendly competition to see who came up and got this flag. And congratulations, SpaceX, you got the flag. So Bob and I, Chris will not let us forget it. That's the biggest thing, is this will be on his to-do list when we get the nod to return Dragon back to Earth, and hopefully this will find a great place of honor somewhere in Hawthorne.
Everyone at NASDAQ is thrilled that you're able to join us here today virtually as we get set to ring today's opening bell.
All right, Bob Mini Workstation BRT has a red small.
Yes.
3 short wire ties, 1 long wire tie.
1 long, 1, 2, 3 shorts. Swing arm.
Red small. PGT.
Red small to PGT number 7.
PGT number 7. Cal knot motor 30.5. And 7/16 swabble.
Hey Bob, your helmet is locked. Just check out all your stuff, make sure you're good.
The thermal cover is open. I'm egressing.
We copy.
The 2 spacewalkers will be making their way to the far starboard truss of the International Space Station to replace aging nickel-hydrogen batteries on the first of 2 power channels for the S6 truss with new lithium-ion batteries and their associated adapter plates.
You back inside where you can see that thermal cover of the hatch is closed. Still waiting on the opportunity to close the hatch. However, the spacewalk does not end until repressurization begins.
So much stuff.
Hold Bob for a second.
PGTs are in the bag. Yeah,
Oh, you already put them in there? Okay. We'll get the tools off.
First of all, I'm super excited that this is the first payload you're working with on space station, so it makes it super special for me. And you can start. We have the video. We'll be watching.
When you install the sample cartridge, we'd like you to first hand snug bolt Bravo and then do bolt Alpha and let us know if there's any difference between those two bolts.
we'd like you to do is, like, with two hands, you're going to grab the drink bag and try to squeeze it uniformly so that you actually drain it in about 15 seconds. Keep it going, cool. Nice. Well done.
And Endeavour Houston on 2 while we wait for the fan. On this day in space history, 9 years ago today, Mr. Doug Hurley launched on STS-135.
Well, welcome aboard to the International Space Station and the crew of Expedition 63. It's an exciting day for us all as we bid farewell to our two friends and colleagues, Bob and Doug, as they complete the journey of this amazing test mission. Before I hand the mic over to Bob and Doug, I do want to make mention of this very special flag. It has deep space history, getting deeper, as this flag will return to Earth with the Crew Dragon guys and spend a little bit of time on Earth and very soon make a trip to the moon in short order. So, Doug, the flag's all yours. It's been a pleasure, and here you go.
Thanks, Chris. Thanks for this. This flag has spent some time up here, on the order of 9 years since we dropped it off on STS-135 after it flew on STS-1. So very proud to return this flag home and see what's next for it on its journey to the moon. It's hard to put into words just what it was like to be a part of this expedition, Expedition 63. It'll be kind of a memory that will last a lifetime for me. Just all the incredible teamwork and accomplishments, with the highlights obviously being the 4 spacewalks that we worked together literally as a crew of 5 to have success and to complete that part of the upgrade for the International Space Station, which leaves it in a great posture for the future.
As I look back on the mission that we've had here on the International Space Station, I'm proud to have been a part of much of the science activities that happened over the last 2 months. As Doug and Chris mentioned, the spacewalks and robotics activity. Chris and I were able to join the 10 Spacewalk Club, which is a pretty neat thing that, just a few short months ago, I didn't think I would do another spacewalk, and to now have the chance to have done 4 more with Commander Cassidy was just icing on the cake for a wonderful mission. And as I look forward to heading back home for the splashdown, I do think that from a family perspective, my son and Doug's son are really excited not only to get their fathers back, but to get our Apatosaurus, our zero-G indicator that they nominated to go with us on this historic mission to the International Space Station, and bringing that to launch and return capability back to the U.S. And so for Jack and Theo, Tremor the Apatosaurus is headed home soon, and he'll be with your dads. You'll have to pick which one of us is your favorite.
Dragon SpaceX on the big loop. The final reconfigurations for undock are complete and nominal. The ground is go for undocking at the undocking sequence start time of 23:30 GMT. Please confirm your visors are down and that you are ready for undock and departure.
Dragon copies, go for undock on time. Our visors are down and we're ready for departure.
We copy all. Dragon SpaceX, all hooks open and nominal.
All hooks open.
Dragon departing.
Dragon SpaceX, separation confirmed.
Separation
Three burns, physical separation 4:35 p.m. Pacific. Thrusters looking good. Counting down to a nominal departure burn 0 coming up shortly.
Dragon SpaceX, depart burn 0 complete.
Copy complete. Our visors up.
And with that, Bob and Doug have concluded their stay aboard the International Space Station. They're on their way back to planet Earth. Confirms a physical separation at 4:35 p.m. Pacific as the station and Dragon were flying 267 statute miles over Johannesburg, South Africa.
Station Endeavour on the big loop. Go ahead, Endeavour. Chris, we just can't thank you enough. It's been an honor and a privilege to be part of Expedition 63 with you, Anatoly, and Ivan. It's been a great 2 months, and we appreciate all you've done as a crew to help us prove out Dragon on its maiden flight. I'd also like to thank Zeb and his team in Mission Control in Houston for the incredible amount of work they did to make the dock to ops successful for Dragon, and also the teams at SpaceX that keep us going towards the end of our mission that we look forward to splashdown tomorrow. I'd also like to wish you a great success on the rest of your expedition and a safe flight home in the fall. Take care, friend.
Endeavour,
Thank
stay
you, Chris.
safe. Thank you, Anatoly. Thank you, Ivan. Thank you, Houston, and thank you, SpaceX.
Endeavour Station, Bob and Doug, wholeheartedly agree with those sentiments. It's been a real pleasure. It's been an honor to serve with you. Safe travels and have a successful landing. Endeavour's a great ship. Godspeed. Endeavour copies all. Thanks, Chris.
Thanks for joining us for our continuous coverage of the return home of Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley aboard the Crew Dragon Endeavour spacecraft after 63 days aboard the International Space Station. Coming up next for our two crew members in about 10 minutes is the phasing burn. That phasing burn is the second longest burn on the way home, and it will last 6 minutes and 5 seconds.
That's right. This phasing burn is really designed to get us into the right orbital trajectory for our planned landing site. Currently, we're planning to do splashdown of the Dragon capsule just off the west coast of Florida, pretty close to Pensacola in the Gulf of Mexico. Luckily, the weather has been cooperative with Hurricane Isaias moving up the eastern seaboard and not moving towards the Gulf, where we're planning to recover the Dragon capsule tomorrow afternoon.
Our astronauts aboard Crew Dragon Endeavour are actually asleep right now, and they've been asleep for about 2 hours, having a pre-sleep period an hour before that, and they won't be woken up for this burn because Crew Dragon is a completely autonomous vehicle, and so this will happen without their knowledge, and well, they know it's happening, but they won't have to be awake to push any buttons, and they should hopefully sleep right through it.
Yeah, actually, Bob and Doug probably have a couple of earpieces in, so the thrusters don't wake them up. The mission control teams here have been conducting a go, no-go poll, checking the health of the vehicle. And we're actually coming up just about a minute away, less than, before Dragon will start to slew for this burn. So for this burn, we're expecting to use the forward bulkhead Dracos on the Dragon spacecraft. Dragon has 16 Draco thrusters, 12 of them around the service section, just above the heat shield on the lower portion of the spacecraft. We primarily use those for attitude maneuvers, which means pointing, adjusting the orientation of the spacecraft, what direction we're facing. And then at the very top of the spacecraft, we've got 4 forward bulkhead Dracos that are a little bit more efficient, able to expand the pressurized gases a little bit further, so get a little bit more performance out of those engines. And those will be performing the bulk of this burn, which again is expected to last about 6 minutes.
And this is not the only burn that's happened today. If you've been following along with us, you've seen a ton of successful burns, actually. I wanted to say a slew, but we're going into a slew very shortly, and it means something totally different. So we've seen quite a few successful burns today, starting with those 2 short pulses, those undocking burns of the Dragon spacecraft from the International Space Station. And then once it was a short distance away, they used the service section thrusters to make departure burns 0 and 1, bringing Crew Dragon up and over the space station like you see in that animation there. And then at that time, the astronauts were able to doff their suits and get ready for the next burns.
Yeah, and in between, they managed to get a meal in before getting into their sleep period. The next burn after that was the departure 2 and 3 burns. That burn bringing Dragon into a co-elliptic orbit where it is currently. So co-elliptic with the International Space Station. Dragon's highest point of its orbit is currently about 10 kilometers below the International Space Station. And actually, if you've been monitoring our ground track, you can see that Dragon is slowly starting to peak ahead of the International Space Station. After this departure phasing burn, we'll actually see a pretty significant change to its orbit, and so Dragon and Space Station's track will start to diverge. But again, getting us on track for the deorbit burn, which is planned for tomorrow. Just looking up the time for that burn. It is planned for 10:56 a.m. Pacific time, or 5:56 p.m. Universal Coordinated Time, and that's going to be the largest burn of the entire mission, and will commit Bob and Doug to re-entry and then hopefully splashdown shortly after.
Yes, absolutely. Splashdown in the Gulf of Mexico, and what will be the first splashdown in over 45 years. Almost 45 years to the day, considering the last one was on July 24th, 45 years ago, when the final Apollo capsule returned to Earth from the Apollo-Soyuz test project. So another historic day tomorrow, and historic part of this mission.
But coming up next is this departure phasing burn, again expected to last about 6 minutes. We're expecting the burn to happen just as Dragon is flying over the east coast of Argentina. So you can see that on the ground track on your screen. That orange portion on the track is where we expect to see Dragon begin its burn, and we'll be monitoring performance data here to give you updates. Again, pretty long burn. All the other burns that we've seen so far today, among all of them, the longest burn I believe was 48 seconds, and just really needed those short bursts to adjust Dragon's orbit relative to the International Space Station and get us out of the approach ellipsoid and proximity operation space. But again, because we've been co-elliptic, we've been largely staying in sync with the space station, flying over the ground at roughly the same time as space station has been.
So with this burn, it does put us on the proper orbital path to line up with the splashdown zone for tomorrow. However, it's not our commit to deorbit, as the deorbit burn will be. So if there were, for some reason, a sporadic change in weather, the Crew Dragon can actually stay in orbit for a couple more days and wait until there's another site determined for them to splash down.
Yeah, we actually have the backup site already selected. The opportunity for a wave off, a deorbit wave off, if we were need to exercise it, would actually have Bob and Doug stay in orbit for about another 48 hours before having the opportunity to then do that deorbit burn. But not to worry, they have plenty of supplies on board for that contingency. And so far, weather has been looking very cooperative, with weather being go at both the primary and alternate landing site. So coming up shortly here, just in a couple minutes from now is the departure phasing burn. Again, we'll be using those forward bulkhead Draco thrusters. The Draco thrusters actually use hypergolic propellants, so we'll be using monomethyl hydrazine and nitrogen tetraoxide. Hypergolic propellant just means that when you combine the oxidizer and the fuel together, they will combust. That's exactly the kind of behavior that we want, so we'll have those combust inside the chamber and then expand those gases out of the nozzles to provide thrust to the spacecraft.
And these forward bulkhead thrusters are the same that will be used tomorrow during that deorbit burn, but they're not what was used to move the spacecraft away from the space station earlier today. Those service section Draco thrusters are used for smaller maneuvers around the International Space Station, just because it's a little bit safer, making those much more detailed maneuvers.
Speaking of which, we're actually seeing in data that we're starting to perform a few of what are called settling maneuvers. So we're using those Super Dracos to get our attitude position just right and performing a few maneuvers that help Dragon get prepared for this large burn coming up. And seeing good performance pressure rise on there and hearing those calls on the Dragon loops as well. Ordinarily during a burn, we'd actually expect some conversations between the core and the crew. So that's the crew operations responsible engineer. They're a particularly knowledgeable member of the team who know about the crew's procedures and think about what would be happening in Dragon from their perspective. But they operate on the mission control team and help provide them with insight and information, as well as make calls up to the crew. Of course, with Bob and Doug being asleep right now, those calls are muted. We're not bothering the crew and allowing them to get their 8-hour rest period before a busy day tomorrow.
A very busy day tomorrow. And we are looking at just about 1 minute away from that phasing burn. As we've mentioned, the largest burn that we've seen today, second largest of the mission, putting us on the proper orbital trajectory for continued departure from the International Space Station.
Now, to give you an idea, so during the burns previously, Bob and Doug were monitoring from their consoles. They have 3 touchscreen displays in the Dragon spacecraft that allow them to issue commands, but also to see health and performance of the vehicle. So typically during burns, one of the 2 of them, or both of them, given that they're both test pilots, would be monitoring the burns and monitoring performance and able to step in if need be. Of course, Dragon is able to perform all of these burns completely autonomously. And it's worth mentioning that the ground control teams are operating in a similar capacity. So right now, ground control teams are monitoring pressure, temperature of the engines, monitoring performance of the navigation sensors and of the avionics and power systems on board the spacecraft, ready to step in if there were something wrong with the thrusters that would prevent us from completing the burn. But Dragon actually also has fault detection techniques to gracefully transition and conduct backups on the burn, so really able to take care of itself if a contingency was required. So far, though, the vehicle has performed extremely well. Very good performance with no notable issues noted from operations on the space station and operations today.
And speaking of the burn, that departure phasing burn is now underway. Started on time, things are moving smoothly, and we expect to see that last 6 minutes and 5 seconds. So as we mentioned, we probably won't hear the core call up to Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley anything about the burn, so we won't hear those checks like we did earlier with the departure burns, but we'll be listening in for information on how the burn is performing and make sure we relay that to you.
Yeah, the navigation officer should be making call-outs periodically during the burn, looking at performance from a navigation perspective, and the systems officers also monitoring pressure, temperature of the Draco thrusters, and also monitoring pressure and temperature of the pressurant system. So something we haven't really talked about is we do have fuel and oxidizer in Dragon, but of course in microgravity, where the Dragon capsule Endeavour is, there's nothing forcing the propellants to flow into the thrusters. So we use a pressurant on board, kind of similar to actually on Falcon 9. We use a helium pressurant that helps push those propellants into the Draco thrusters through the necessary valves and structure to get to the thruster locations. Again, the thrusters performing the bulk of the work right now are the forward bulkhead Draco thrusters, 4 of them around the forward hatch That is what Bob and Doug had used to ingress the space station and actually to egress when they left earlier today.
And those 4 thrusters are what are being utilized right now, and they actually fit right under the nose cone. And so obviously the nose cone is open at this time. That will be closed after the deorbit burn tomorrow, once we use those 4 bulkhead thrusters again to drop Bob and Doug out of orbit and continue their journey home. Looks like we are now over 2 minutes into this burn, expecting it to last 6.5 minutes.
And a good sign on the nets, no notable calls, so that means that everything is performing nominally. Seeing that as well in our data, good temperatures and pressures on the Draco thrusters. Also worth noting that there are some periodic pulses and firing on those service section Dracos, so while those aren't doing the primary impulsive additions to Dragon right now, they are providing small jets, small attitude corrections to keep those forward bulkhead Dracos pointed in the right direction while the burn continues.
And we just heard a call that things are going well so far. We're about halfway through that 6-minute, 5-second burn, so we're continuing to monitor that.
And actually, it's kind of interesting in the crew's training. There are some sound bites of what the Dracos sound like. Kind of sounds like pressure moving around, and you'll hear some clinks from valves cycling. A lot of that is to help the crew get a sense of what to expect when they're on orbit. Of course, at this point, Bob and Doug are pros. They've experienced a number of burns, so hopefully not woken up by this.
Yes.
But if they were, they'd know exactly what's going on.
Yes, hopefully they're asleep and not hearing it at all. As you mentioned, they have that white noise machine that drowns it out a little bit more even. So that burn started on time at 10:48 p.m. Pacific time, 5:48 a.m. Greenwich Mean Time, or GMT, in which the space station operates. We have heard so far that the burn is going well at that halfway point, and so we'll be waiting very shortly to hear the final call. Not to the crew this time, but on our loops, on the nets, that the burn was successful.
And noting right now, taking a look at spacecraft data. So when we started this burn, our apogee, which is the highest point of Dragon's orbit, was at about 413 kilometers above the Earth's surface. And our perigee was actually pretty close to that. We were in pretty much a circular orbit. Perigee now is about 300 kilometers. So we've dropped about 100 kilometers off that orbit. And what we'll see here is as Dragon starts to go closer to the Earth's surface, by Kepler's laws, we'll see the spacecraft speed up, and really what we'll see here is that the International Space Station and Dragon's trajectories will start to diverge over time. So we won't be on the exact same track location as we have been for the majority of today's broadcast.
Yes, we've been about, at least for the past few hours, about 10 kilometers beneath the International Space Station. So looking at those station track maps and Dragon track maps, they were pretty much in the same area. So we're about to start seeing some real differences in their location over the Earth.
Speaking of which, where are they flying over? Let's see if I can pull up a ground track. There we go. So it looks like they're still just off the east coast of South America. Again, we started that burn just over Argentina and expecting to end the burn over the Pacific. And then it looks like after that they'll sort of phase their way over, get some good passes over Southeast Asia and Africa. Earlier on today, we saw a pass while the crew were awake. Looks like we just got the call as well that the burn is complete as well, nominal performance.
We can add that one to the rest of the nominal performing burns today. Everything has moved very smoothly for Dragon so far, with the separation on time, all of the burns occurring on time and nominally. It's a very smooth ride home so far for Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley.
It's got to be really good for the mission control teams here as well. Anytime we do a big burn, always makes people a little bit nervous. What could happen? What could go wrong? So happy to see good performance from the Draco thrusters and nominal performance from the relative navigation system, or from the navigation system and the prop system.
And that's the last burn for today. It's the biggest one we've seen so far, but the astronauts and Crew Dragon won't experience another until tomorrow morning, which will be their deorbit burn, committing them to coming home, splashing down in the Gulf in the Gulf tomorrow.
Yeah, the looks like the crew will have an opportunity to, when they wake up earlier in, around 4:40 a.m., they'll have a chance to get some meals. They'll do some preparation for re-entry operations. And actually, the ground control teams will also have an opportunity to get another weather brief just to make sure that things look good at that landing site. Again, the primary targeted landing site is near Pensacola, Florida, so just off the west coast of Florida in the Gulf of Mexico.
So we're still taking your Twitter questions with the hashtag AskNASA. Don't be shy. We'll see if we can answer them on the air. And this one from Bacchus wondering, what is the use of the SpaceX spacesuits, and are they only for emergency scenarios?
Yes, that's actually a really good question. We saw Bob and Doug don their suits earlier today when they were separating from the International Space Station. And as you'd mentioned, they'll be donning those suits again before the deorbit opportunity. And the suits are really designed to maximize safety for the crew in the event of a depressurization event. They're actually pretty aesthetically cool too. And we have some really cool words from Chris Trigg and Maria Sundin, two of our equipment managers and suit designers, that tell us a little bit more about how the suit came to be.
I think one of the things that was important in the development of the suit was to make it easy to use, something that the crew just has to literally plug in when they sit down, and then the suit kind of takes care of itself from there. The suit is really kind of one part of the bigger Dragon system. It's really part of the vehicle. So we think of it as kind of a suit seat system. So the seat that the crew is in and the suit are in a lot of ways working together. And so it made sense that we were designing Dragon in-house to also design the suit.
Our spacesuit is completely designed in-house. It's built here in Hawthorne, California, in the same building as the rocket and the capsule. The spacesuit is custom-made for each crew member, and that is to optimize the fit for the crew member.
We definitely wanted to innovate, and we wanted it to look inspiring, but first and foremost, we wanted it to be safe and reliable. The spacesuit's primary purpose is to protect the crew in the unlikely event that the cabin were to depressurize. But the suit does a number of additional things. It provides cooling and communication to the crew inside of the suit, provides them hearing protection, and the outer layer of the suit is flame resistant, so it provides flame protection as well. When the crew gets in the capsule, they get in their seats and they plug the suit into the umbilical that's attached to the seats. And the umbilical is providing everything that the suit needs. So it provides the avionics or electronics for communications. It's providing the air to cool the suit, and then it also provides gas when needed to pressurize the suit. So it's really a single point that lets the suit do all the things that it needs to do. We designed the helmet in-house. The helmet serves a number of different functions. Obviously, it's protecting the crew's head and it's retaining gas like the rest of the suit, but it also houses the microphones as well as the valves that are regulating pressure in the suit. We had to design the gloves so that they would work with the touchscreen so that the crew could use the touchscreen while they were in their suit. But the gloves also still had to do a number of other things like the rest of the suit. And then, of course, they have to be able to work under pressure. I think one of the things that's cool about the suit is it's not just a piece of hardware, it's not just a suit. It's a very personal thing to work on for everyone on the team who's been building these, and so it's a really amazing thing.
We have another Ask NASA question asking what data needs to be analyzed once Crew Dragon Endeavour returns, and how will it affect the next Crew Dragon launch?
Yeah, so actually the next Crew Dragon launch is planned to be in mid-September with the Crew 1 astronauts. We had a chance to talk a little bit about them earlier. And really, it's worth underscoring that today's mission is part of a demonstration mission that launched back May 30th with the goal of exercising a number of systems on the Dragon spacecraft. But I think really importantly, with crew members aboard. We previously launched the Demonstration 1 mission. I think it was March of 2019, learned a lot about the spacecraft there. This is the first time we're flying people aboard and understanding how specifically the life support system works, how well the propulsion system is working. Of course, the touchscreen interface that the crew are interacting with, how well that performed. And we actually heard some really cool words on the uphill portion of the mission where Bob and Doug were conducting a manual piloting test, and they had passed down some words that the simulator flew exactly like the spacecraft did. And so really what's going to happen here once Crew Dragon comes back is the ground teams are going to go through a variety of different systems on the spacecraft, try to compare against our models and predictions of what we expected the spacecraft to do and what performance we saw, try to improve our models and predictions, and see if there's anything that needs to make its way onto the Crew 1 capsule before we're ready to fly the Crew 1 crew. And hopefully we'll have the spacecraft back soon so we can start doing all that analysis.
Looking forward to hearing more about it. And with the successful departure phasing burn now complete, we are going to take another look at everything that's happened and made this mission such a success so far.
You're looking at the American-made rocket and spacecraft that will return American astronauts to the International Space Station from American soil for the first time since the retirement of the Space Shuttle, last flown nearly 9 years ago. But if all goes well today, we will mark a new first in NASA's storied history and usher in the commercial crew era of American spaceflight. And we are looking at a live picture now of Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley walking down that hallway in the astronaut crew quarters. We just saw Doug wave at the screen, and they're just turning the corner, getting inside that elevator. And this, you can't see it from here, but there is a banner hanging there. You can kind of see it in the back. There's a banner hanging on the wall of the elevator with the signatures of all the people who worked on this mission. So it was really important for them to hang that up in there so Bob and Doug could see it. And there the doors are opening.
Here they come.
Great. And there they are, NASA astronauts.
Small crowd, but big cheers.
NASA astronauts Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley, Doug on the left, Bob on the right, waving to the crowd there to cheer them on. And there are their families right in front of them.
The virtual hugs, a very special moment. Fist bumps.
I love you. Are you going to be on good behavior? Are you going to listen to mommy and make her life easy?
You can hear them.
Ready? Let's light this candle. I agree. Launch America. Bye, guys.
And there it is. That shot really gives you a sense of the scale of the Falcon 9 rocket. Those Teslas look teeny, teeny, tiny, making their way up there.
Yeah, really cool watching the Teslas pull up, driving on the launch pad just a few feet away from the vehicle. This is awesome and getting really excited over here.
Core on countdown 1 at 2 hours, 57 minutes. The crew has arrived at the pad on schedule.
There they are, taken in the sight, craning to see the top of the Falcon 9 rocket.
Core on countdown 1 at T-minus 2 hours and 46 minutes. The crew has arrived at the White Room and its ingress is in progress on schedule.
And as they climb into Dragon, they will buckle themselves in and attach their umbilicals to their suits. And as you can see, the suit techs are there to help them get buckled and settled into those seats.
And we can see the seats slowly start to rotate. Again, they're in this down position just to make it easier to climb in and out of Dragon. They'll rotate to this launch position to put their backs a little bit more parallel to the ground. It makes taking the G-force a little bit easier for the crew on the way uphill, but most importantly, positions those touchscreens directly in front of them, which is just their gateway into Dragon.
Dragon, SpaceX, seats are in the launch position.
We copy.
Dragon, SpaceX, go for launch.
SpaceX Dragon, we're go for launch. Let's light this candle.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Ignition. Liftoff of the Falcon 9 and Crew Dragon. Go NASA, go SpaceX, Godspeed, Bob and Doug.
America has launched. And so rises a new era of American spaceflight, and with it the ambitions of a new generation continuing the dream. 20 seconds into flight, stage 1 propulsion is nominal.
T plus 30 seconds into this historic mission. Flying crew on board Dragon and Falcon 9, and look at them go.
Falcon power telemetry nominal.
M1D throttle down.
We're throttling down to get ready for the period of maximum dynamic pressure. We're in the throttle bucket. Reports say all systems are go.
Vehicle is supersonic.
We've exceeded Mach 1 on the Falcon 9.
M1D throttle up.
We're throttling back up to full power as we're through max Q.
Copy, 1 Bravo.
And we heard that 1 Bravo call out. That's just the second abort zone that they're in. They'll continue to be on this until the first stage has done its job and they switch over to the second. At this point, Bob and Doug pulling about 2.3 Gs, 2.3 times the Earth's gravity, already moving at over 1,500 miles per hour.
We've heard the call out for MVAC engine chill. That's getting the MVAC engine ready to light. That'll come at about 2:44 into flight. Right now, everything continuing to look good. Next major event coming up is going to be the triple. We'll have main engine cutoff of the 9 first stage engines, stage separation, and then ignition of the second stage engine to continue to carry astronauts into orbit.
And what you're seeing on your screen is a live view of our drone ship, where our first stage will be coming down. Looks like we lost that live view, but we'll wait for confirmation of that landing shortly here.
Falcon 9 first stage is successfully landed.
And there you can see on your screen, Falcon 9 has landed. This is the first Falcon 9 to carry humans to orbit, so very exciting for us. And as you can see on your right screen, Bob and Doug are still making their way to their targeted orbit.
Dragon separation confirmed.
Countdown 1 is unmerged.
Separation confirmed.
And there's that call out. Dragon is now officially making its way to the International Space Station today.
Dragon SpaceX, with that separation call, we have a few words for you from our Falcon 9 team.
Standing by.
Dragon, Chief Engineer on Dragon to ground. Bob, Doug, on behalf of the entire launch team, thanks for flying with Falcon 9 today. We hope you enjoyed the ride and wish you a great mission.
Thanks, Bala. Congratulations to you and the F9 team for the first human ride for Falcon 9, and it was incredible. Appreciate all the hard work, and thanks for the great ride to space.
Copy all.
And Mike, proud of you guys and the rest of the team. Thank you so much for what you've done for us today, putting America back into low Earth orbit from the Florida coast.
Copy all. Good luck. Godspeed.
Without further ado, we would like to welcome you aboard Capsule Endeavour. We chose Endeavour for a few reasons. One, because of this incredible endeavor NASA, SpaceX, and the United States has been on since the end of the shuttle program back in 2011. The other reason we named it Endeavour is a little more personal to Bob and I. We both had our first flights on Shuttle Endeavour and it just meant so much to us to carry on that name. That's what we decided to go with. So we hope you enjoy that name, and once again, welcome on board.
Today we accomplished the first flight off the Florida coast in quite some time, and Doug and I were really proud to have an opportunity to be a part of that. We're doing it in a brand new spaceship, a spaceship that's a lot different than its namesake Endeavour, the space shuttle, in that it has touch display screens that allow us to accomplish most of the interfacing requirements that we have. But we've got the capability to interface with the vehicle, and it's kind of interesting. There's a command. This little button over here is actually what the commands are for our displays. One thing that does get lost is there is a extensive button panel down below as well. So over on this side, we can turn the displays on and off, as well as send some commands for some contingency situations. On the other side, we have the ability to deploy chutes and things like that on entry. So we do have some buttons, but the primary interface is these displays. So nice, new, modern cockpit that we've got for our compared to our namesake, the Space Shuttle Endeavour.
And I'm guessing it was the first time a space vehicle was flown with a touchscreen before. So we got that going for us.
We did, it turns out, end up with one stowaway on board our vehicle when we launched today. It was not just Doug and I who accomplished the launch here. We do have an Apatosaurus aboard. We both have two boys who are super interested in dinosaurs. And we collected up all the dinosaurs between the two houses, and Trimmer, the Apatosaurus, got the vote from the boys to make the trip into space today with us. And so that was a super cool thing for us to get a chance to do for both of our sons, who I hope are super excited to see their toys floating around with us on board. I'm sure they would rather be here given the opportunity, but hopefully they're proud of this as well.
At this point, Dragon now approaching waypoint 0. At this moment, we're less than a mile away from station. Dragon just under 1,200 meters away, continuing to close the gap. Pretty slow rate right now, moving in at only about 1.7 meters per second.
And here's a view from Dragon. Dragon's got a number of relative navigation sensors, as well as a couple of cameras that can look forward. That will hopefully get some additional views as far as we get closer to docking. Here's a great view from a camera behind Bob and Doug. Bob in the right-hand seat in the pilot seat. Doug in the commander seat, or the CDR seat.
There they are. And that's 200 meters from the center line of the space station.
We're inside 100 meters, continuing to close.
I think you can see a meatball and American flag on that on the spacecraft. That structure on the fairing structure is actually what the Super Dracos are housed in. Of course, all of those are deactivated now, only used for launch escape during the ascent portion. Nose cone right at the top of the vehicle, and you can see sort of the sealing surface, those 4 circular slots right underneath the nose cone. Within that red ring are the forward bulkhead Dracos. That's what we were using while we were conducting all those burns, the 5 burns to get to this point.
SpaceX Dragon on the big loop. Our visors are down.
Visors down. They are.
Copy, visors down.
They're sitting right there, 20 meters from the docking port. One more view.
SpaceX in station. Dragon on the big loop. We are inbound from approach 2.
Copy, inbound.
Station copy.
Dragon closing in. We're inside 20 meters. And yeah, that crew hands-off point should come up in about 3 minutes or so. Right before we get that final docking, it comes about 20 seconds prior, or just about 2 meters away from the station still. And that's just the crew not issuing any abort commands. At that point, it would be too late. And so any aborts would be executed automatically by Dragon itself. $2 meters. We are inside the hands-off point, the chop, the crew hands-off point, 1 meter to go. Soft capture complete.
Dragon in SpaceX. Soft capture confirmed. Stand by for retraction and docking.
Standing by.
And we just heard it, soft capture. We have docking, that coming at 7:16 a.m. Pacific time, with the station and Dragon flying 262 statute miles right over the border between northern China and Mongolia.
Dragon SpaceX docking sequence is complete.
SpaceX Dragon, we copy docking complete. To say that it's been a real honor to be just a small part of this 9-year endeavor since the last time a United States spaceship had docked with the International Space Station. We have to congratulate the men and women of SpaceX at Hawthorne, McGregor, and at Kennedy Space Center. Their incredible efforts over the last several years to make this possible cannot go overstated. I'd also like to thank Kathy Leaders and her team of the Commercial Crew Program of NASA. An outstanding job by everyone. Last, I'd like to thank the men and women of the National Aeronautics and Space Agency. This is an incredible time to be at NASA. 3 new vehicles to be flown, continuing mission in low Earth orbit, and then to the moon and Mars. We thank you again and congratulate you.
Dragon arriving. The crew of Expedition 63 is honored to welcome Dragon and the Commercial Crew Program to welcome aboard the International Space Station. Bob and Doug, glad to have you as part of the crew. Well done. Bravo Zulu.
We have Bob Behnken from SpaceX Demo-2 mission entering the International Space Station. Followed by Doug Hurley. Demo-2 crew now aboard the International Space Station. They entered at 12:22 p.m. Central Time. The station at the time was 262 statute miles over Turkmenistan. Crew all gathered in front of the cameras at the Node 2 forward end of the International Space Station. Just behind them is the hatchway to the Crew Dragon on this Demo-2 mission.
Station, this is the NASA administrator. Can you hear me?
We hear you loud and clear, sir. Welcome to the space station.
Thank you, Chris. It's good to see you. And welcome to Bob and Doug. I will tell you, the whole world saw this mission, and we are so, so proud of everything you have done for our country and, in fact, to inspire the world.
We sure appreciate that, sir. It's obviously been our honor to be just a small part of this. We have to give credit to SpaceX, the Commercial Crew Program, and, of course, NASA. It's great to get the United States back in the crewed launch business, and we're just really glad to be on board this magnificent complex.
First, I just want to say thank you again to Bob and Doug and your families from all of us here at SpaceX, all of our locations, all of our partners, all of our vendors, everyone for trusting us to bring you up there.
Hey, thanks, Benji. It's same back at you. You know, congratulations to the folks out at Hawthorne, McGregor, and at Kennedy. Just an incredible journey we've had the last couple days. A great day in space today, our first day of work on Space Station. But what a great ride on Dragon and Falcon 9 to get us here. everything worked exactly the way we planned it to work, and that's a credit to the teams there in Hawthorne and McGregor and Kennedy. Just it's a pretty awe-inspiring trip so far, and very humbling, and just we're just so proud to represent SpaceX and NASA in this new next launch capability.
You guys have a picture of the Earth, and you have a flag which also represents the friendly competition, maybe, that brings us unity. Why don't you tell us about that there?
Yeah, so this is the flag that we left here almost 9 years ago on STS-135. It had actually flown on STS-1, and then it flew again with us on STS-135. And at some point after the end of the shuttle program, we decided we would have a little friendly competition to see who came up and got this flag. And congratulations, SpaceX, you got the flag. So Bob and I, Chris will not let us forget it. That's the biggest thing, is this will be on his to-do list when we get the nod to return Dragon back to Earth. And hopefully this will find a great place of honor somewhere in Hawthorne.
Everyone at NASDAQ is thrilled that you're able to join us here today virtually as we get set to ring today's opening bell.
All right, Bob, mini workstation BRT has a red small.
Yes.
3 short wire ties, 1 long wire tie.
1 long, 1, 2, 3 shorts. Swing arm.
Red small. PGT.
Red small to PGT number 7.
PGT number 7. Cal knot motor 30.5. And 7/16 swabbing.
Hey Bob, your helmet is locked. Just check out all your stuff to make sure you're good.
The thermal cover is open. I'm egressing.
We copy.
The 2 spacewalkers will be making their way to the far starboard truss of the International Space Station to replace aging nickel-hydrogen batteries on the first of 2 power channels for the S6 truss with new lithium-ion batteries and their associated adapter plates.
View back inside where you can see that thermal cover of the hatch is closed. Still waiting on the opportunity to close the hatch. However, the spacewalk does not end until repressurization begins.
So much stuff.
Hold Bob for a second.
PGTs are in the bag. Yeah,
Oh, you already put them in there? Okay. We'll get the tools off.
First of all, I'm super excited that this is the first payload you're working with on space station, so make it super special for me. And you can start. We have the video. We'll be watching.
When you install the sample cartridge, we'd like you to first hand snug bolt Bravo and then do bolt Alpha and let us know if there's any difference between those two bolts.
like you to do is, like, with two hands, you're going to grab the drink bag and try to squeeze it uniformly so that you actually drain it in about 15 seconds. Keep it going, cool. Nice. Well done.
An Endeavour Houston on 2 while we wait for the fan. On this day in space history, 9 years ago today, Mr. Doug Hurley launched on STS-135.
Well, welcome aboard to the International Space Station and the crew of Expedition 63. It's an exciting day for us all as we bid farewell to our two friends and colleagues, Bob and Doug, as they complete the journey of this amazing test mission. Before I hand the mic over to Bob and Doug, I do want to make mention of this very special flag that has deep space history, getting deeper, as this flag will return to Earth with the Crew Dragon guys and spend a little bit of time on Earth and very soon make a trip to the moon in short order. So, Doug, the flag's all yours. It's been a pleasure, and here you go.
Thanks, Chris. Thanks for this. This flag has spent some time up here, on the order of 9 years since we dropped it off on STS-135 after it flew on STS-1. So very proud to return this flag home and see what's next for it on its journey to the moon. It's hard to put into words just what it was like to be a part of this expedition, Expedition 63. It'll be kind of a memory that will last a lifetime for me. Just all the incredible teamwork and accomplishments, with the highlights obviously being the 4 spacewalks that we worked together literally as a crew of 5 to have success and to complete that part of the upgrade for the International Space Station, which leaves it in a great posture for the future.
As I look back on the mission that we've had here on the International Space Station, I'm proud to have been a part of much of the science activities that happened over the last 2 months. As Doug and Chris mentioned, the spacewalks and robotics activity. Chris and I were able to join the 10 Spacewalk Club, which is a pretty neat thing that, just a few short months ago, I didn't think I would do another spacewalk, and to now have the chance to have done 4 more with Commander Cassidy was just icing on the cake for a wonderful mission. And as I look forward to heading back home for the splashdown, I do think that from a family perspective, my son and Doug's son are really excited not only to get their fathers back, but to get our Apatosaurus, our zero-G indicator that they nominated to go with us on this historic mission to the International Space Station, and bringing that to launch and return capability back to the U.S. And so for Jack and Theo, Tremor the Apatosaurus is headed home soon, and he'll be with your dads. You'll have to pick which one of us is your favorite.
Dragon SpaceX on the big loop. The final reconfigurations for undock are complete and nominal. The ground is go for undocking at the undocking sequence start time of 23:30 GMT. Please confirm your visors are down and that you are ready for undock and departure.
Dragon copies, go for undock on time. Our visors are down and we're ready for departure.
We copy all. Dragon SpaceX, all hooks open and nominal.
All hooks open.
Dragon departing.
Dragon SpaceX, separation confirmed.
Separation.
Great burns. Physical separation 4:35 p.m. Pacific. Thrusters looking good. Counting down to a nominal departure burn 0 coming up shortly.
Dragon SpaceX, depart burn 0 complete.
Copy complete. Our visors up.
And with that, Bob and Doug have concluded their stay aboard the International Space Station. They're on their way back to planet Earth. Confirms a physical separation at 4:35 p.m. Pacific as the station and Dragon were flying 267 statute miles over Johannesburg, South Africa.
Station Endeavour on the big loop. Go ahead, Endeavour. Chris, we just can't thank you enough. It's been an honor and a privilege to be part of Expedition 63 with you, Anatoly, and Ivan. It's been a great 2 months, and we appreciate all you've done as a crew to help us prove out Dragon on its maiden flight. I'd also like to thank Zeb and his team in Mission Control in Houston for the incredible amount of work they did to make the dock to ops successful for Dragon, and also the teams at SpaceX that keep us going towards the end of our mission that we look forward to splashdown tomorrow. I'd also like to wish you a great success on the rest of your expedition and a safe flight home in the fall. Take care, friend. Endeavour,
Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Anatoly. Thank you, Ivan. Thank you, Houston, and thank you, SpaceX.
Endeavour Station, Bob and Doug, wholeheartedly agree with those sentiments. It's been a real pleasure. It's been an honor to serve with you. Safe travels and have a successful landing. Endeavour's a great ship. Godspeed. Endeavour copies all. Thanks, Chris.
Thanks so much for joining us for Crew Dragon's return to Earth after 63 days aboard the International Space Station, bringing home Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley. And we just got a look at the comprehensive mission highlights, starting all the way back from their launch aboard a Falcon 9 rocket.
That's right. They launched back May 30th earlier this year, and shortly after, about a day later, after a 19-hour ride up to the International Space Station, they docked aboard the International Space Station, and they've been spending the last about 2 months, 63 days, conducting science, research, a number of spacewalks outside the space station, doing a lot of real work, which is awesome.
all of that culminated today when the crew prepared to leave. So they woke up this morning and started loading up, really packing their bags. I saw Bob Behnken posted a picture of what looked like his luggage, getting ready to go home. And so they packed bags. They packed the cold science samples that'll need to be returned to Earth and delivered back to the scientific researchers here on the ground. And after that, it was time for the crew to get into place as well. So they ingressed the vehicle and put on their spacesuits just before closing the Crew Dragon hatch today.
All that happened around 2:30 p.m. Pacific time, or about 9:30 p.m. UTC, or Universal Coordinated Time. Once they got inside the vehicle, Bob and Doug donned their spacesuits, had a quick leak check to verify that everything was healthy with the suits, and then shortly after that, Chris Cassidy on the space station side sealed up the APAS hatch. That's the hatch on the pressurized mating adapter on the International Space Station side, and he also sealed up the Node 2 forward hatch before we stepped into vestibule depressurization. The vestibule is the space in between Dragon's forward hatch and between the pressurized mating adapter, or APAS hatch, and so that volume that has been pressurized as long as Dragon has been attached, going back to the vacuum of space for Dragon to then step into undocking and separation.
After vestibule depressurization was complete, it was time for Bob and Doug to depart the International Space Station. So the undocking command was sent on time at 4:30 p.m. Pacific time, 11:30 p.m. GMT. And that takes a few minutes to really come into action before we see any movement from the vehicle. And that's because there are a few things happening at that time period. The umbilical that connects the space station to Dragon and provides power from space station to Dragon disconnects. There are 12 hooks that keep Dragon firmly attached to that space station hatch, and those release just before Dragon conducts 2 short burns at 5 seconds and 1.5 seconds, just enough to begin moving it away from the International Space Station.
About once we had confirmed separation, which happened at about 4:34 p.m. Pacific time, 11:34 p.m. Universal Coordinated Time. Shortly after, about 5 minutes after, we had 2 more burns. There was a deorbit burn 0, around 4:40 or 11:40 Universal Coordinated Time, and then there was another burn, deorbit burn number 1, about 4:45 or 11:45 Universal Coordinated Time. Those burns helping to take the Dragon spacecraft on a trajectory up into a higher orbit than the International Space Station and outside of what's called the approach ellipsoid, which is sort of an imaginary ellipsoid around the space station that governs when visiting spacecraft are within proximity operations to the International Space Station.
And so after exit from the approach ellipsoid, joint operations were concluded. And joint operations have been occurring since Dragon first crossed that approach ellipsoid back on its arrival date, meaning that teams here in Hawthorne as well as at Mission Control Houston have been working together to make sure the vehicle is safe and the International Space Station is safe. All the mission is going smoothly. So those joint operations concluded, and Dragon began to conduct its next couple of departure burns, those being number 2 and 3. Those brought Dragon into a roughly co-elliptic orbit with the International Space Station, putting it down just below 10 kilometers below the space station. All of those burns continuing or happening on time, nominal burns setting Dragon up for smooth sailing.
Now, all the while, Bob and Doug, actually after departure burn 0, they were able to doff those spacesuits. So doffing, just the term that we use for Bob and Doug being able to get out of their spacesuits. They did some suit drying operations and then stowed those away. Won't actually need to re-access those until we're getting ready for deorbit burn later on in the mission. And then Bob and Doug able to enjoy some time, got to take a look outside the Dragon window. I saw them getting some cool photographs over Australia. They also enjoyed a meal from the various supplies aboard the Dragon spacecraft, and currently actually asleep in Dragon, getting some shut-eye before a pretty busy day tomorrow. While all of that was happening, we did those departure burns, and actually recently, about 10:48 p.m. Pacific time, or about 5:48 a.m. Universal Coordinated Time, we did what's called called a departure phasing burn. That burn dropped the perigee of Dragon to about 270 kilometers above the Earth's surface from about 410 kilometers above the Earth's surface, and really set us up for the next major burn, which is that deorbit burn expected tomorrow morning.
And that deorbit burn, we're looking for that to last about 11 minutes. It'll be the longest burn of their return mission home, and will really commit Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley to exiting orbit and re-entering Earth's atmosphere. Afterward, we will see those parachutes deploy and slow the vehicle down to about 16 miles per hour until a safe splashdown. Looking forward to that in the Gulf off the coast of Pensacola.
Yeah, of course, before we actually get to that final deorbit burn, Bob and Doug will wake up somewhere around 4:40 a.m. Pacific time. It's about 11:40 a.m. Universal time. They'll have to do some activities in the capsule, so they'll do some activities to get them ready to experience gravity again, some fluid loading, get a couple meals in them, and of course don their suits. We'll have a couple of leak checks, and then once the suits are confirmed good and Bob and Doug have confirmed they're ready, and of course after another quick weather check to make sure that the landing sites are still good, we will commit to that deorbit burn. We'll see a number of activities starting to happen around 10:40 a.m. Pacific time, about 5:40 p.m. Universal time. We'll see the claw separate on the trunk separation, and then we'll see that deorbit burn again lasting about 11 minutes before the other steps you mentioned, Leah.
Yes, and so after the deorbit burn itself is going to use those forward bulkhead thrusters, and those are located under the nose cone. So the nose cone will remain open for the duration of the deorbit burn and then close afterward, preparing it for re-entry. During re-entry, there's going to be a communications blackout between Crew Dragon and the ground. So that lasts about 6 minutes, completely expected as they enter through the entry interface portion of their return. And we expect to regain that communication, and drogue chutes will deploy shortly after. We'll be looking for 2 drogue chutes to deploy, begin slowing Dragon down, and then a few minutes later, we'll be looking for those 4 main parachutes, those signature orange and white parachutes, to slow Dragon down even further, bringing it down for a safe splashdown in the Pacific Ocean at 11:48 a.m. Pacific time, 6:48 p.m. GMT.
So again, expecting that splashdown close to Pensacola, Florida, and the Gulf of Mexico, and hopefully the recovery teams will be ready for them, meeting them out at the capsule, verifying that the capsule is safe to approach, doing a couple of quick checks, then securing and bringing the capsule aboard the recovery vessel, and then helping Bob and Doug get out so they can continue on with the rest of their day with some traveling, ultimately ending up in Houston. Actually, speaking of which, we've been talking a lot about Bob and Doug, and we've got some cool videos here highlighting both of them. Doug Hurley is the spacecraft commander for the Demo-2 mission. He's previously flown on 2 space shuttle missions as the pilot on STS-127 and again on STS-135, which was the final space shuttle flight. And here's a closer look at NASA astronaut Doug Hurley.
Very excited. Yeah, very excited.
You feel ready? You feel pumped?
Oh yeah, I think we're ready. I think we're certainly ready.
Joining the SpaceX Demo-2 test. He is a Marine Corps colonel and test pilot. He was selected as an astronaut in 2000. He piloted Space Shuttle Endeavour and Atlantis for STS-135, the final space shuttle mission. Introducing NASA astronaut Doug Hurley.
It's a life-changing process in so many ways to fly into space. It's just overwhelming in some respects. Just the sensations, the rumbling, the shaking, the acceleration. When the engines shut off and you go from, in the case of the shuttle, you go from 3 Gs to 0 Gs instantaneously, and things start floating. And I remember distinctly just thinking, what just happened? To see a rocket launch in person is, it's a pretty emotional event. I remember the first time I saw a shuttle launch, and it was amazing. And then when I saw a shuttle launch with my wife on it, that is quite the emotional experience. My name is Doug Hurley, and I'm the spacecraft commander for the Demo-2 mission to the International Space Station. We are doing the first crewed flight for NASA and for SpaceX. So this is the test flight to prove end-to-end from launch to docking to ISS operations and then entry, descent, and landing. We'll wake up about 6 hours prior to launch. You'll eat breakfast, you'll do a medical check, you'll start to get your comfort garments on, you'll get a weather brief, and then you'll go get suited up. And it's the same suit-up room that astronauts have been using since Apollo.
And there they are, NASA astronauts.
And then we'll walk out, jump in our Teslas, and we'll ride to the pad. We will board the vehicle roughly 3 hours before launch, go through all those pre-flight checks, and then ideally we're off to the races from there at launch.
Ignition, liftoff of the Falcon 9 and Crew Dragon. Go NASA, go SpaceX, Godspeed, Bob and Doug.
It's about a 9 to 10 minute ride to orbit. We'll go through the on-orbit activities. We'll do some manual flying of the vehicle. We'll obviously sleep on the vehicle. And then we will continue through the rendezvous phase to where we end up in front of the space station the next morning, ready to dock.
Endeavour, this is Houston. Bob and Doug, welcome to the International Space Station.
We'll spend likely a few months on space station. We'll be able to do some on-board training with regard to undocking, entry, descent, and landing. Actually getting to fly the mission with Bob, we've been close friends for almost 20 years, so, the whole experience for me is what we're looking for.
For Doug personally, he's worked so hard, through his entire life to get to where we are right now. It makes me so happy to see that he gets to be part of this mission, the spacecraft commander. I'm just glad to see his hard work and his dreams come true for that. We're so proud of him.
It's been a huge amount of sacrifice and time away from home, but the fruits of our labor are coming to fruition.
Doug Hurley is joined on this mission by NASA astronaut Bob Behnken, who is the Joint Operations Commander for Demo-2. Behnken previously flew on 2 space shuttle missions, STS-123 and STS-130, and also served a tour as Chief of the Astronaut Office. Here's more on the man who says testing out a brand new spacecraft is an astronaut's dream.
When you go through the launch day preparations, there's a lot of moments that kind of stand out to you. One is the kind of the celebratory piece of it, which is that you're walking out of the suit-up room and getting in the vehicle that's going to take you to the launch pad. When you close the hatch, that's really when Doug and I are in the vehicle, and it's our vehicle, and we're really in control of the mission at that point.
Test pilots, their task, proved that man could fly into orbit around the Earth and return live and well to talk about it.
There's always a balance of managing risk as you go forward to execute a test point and figuring out a way to collect the data. We hear a sound. Okay, is that sound an expected sound? Or we see a light, is that light an expected light? What's the source of it? Does it sync up with something else that's going on or not? So trying to dissect all of that in real time in your head is, a lot of things happen like that on launching of a vehicle.
From St. Anne, Missouri, he is an Air Force colonel and flight test engineer. He flew aboard Space Shuttle Endeavour twice. Introducing NASA astronaut Bob Behnken.
My career at NASA has kind of spanned a couple of decades at this point. I arrived with the class of 2000, went through the training program, primarily focused on the Space Shuttle and the International Space Station, learning those systems. Having launched a couple times on vehicles, you know, the second time was definitely different than the first time. You can feel a little bit guilty of, hey, should I study one more thing, or is there one more piece of information I should get? Am I really prepared or not? So that's definitely different between where I was on my first flight and where I'm at right now.
I think for me personally, as a spouse, watching everything that Bob has put into this over the last 5 years, the dedication that he's shown, the perseverance is pretty special. For both of us, though, the way our minds work, it won't be until sort of the mission is complete that you have really a chance to savor it and celebrate it.
On a deeply personal level, I'm really excited that my son is going to get a chance to see me launch into space. Being an astronaut has been a little bit of an abstraction thing for him because he's seen me do it in old videos, but he hasn't seen me do it for real. And so I'm excited for him to see me launch into space. Really, my role on the Demo-2 mission is to make sure that we get this vehicle tested and evaluated so that we can move on to more operational missions at the International Space Station.
3, 2, 1, 0. Ignition. Liftoff of the Falcon 9 and Crew Dragon. Go NASA, go SpaceX, Godspeed, Bob and Doug.
We've got a lot of objectives on board the vehicle that we need to accomplish to really make sure that it's good to go. We'll do everything from actually talk from the Dragon vehicle to a Russian Soyuz. We'll dig out all kinds of hardware that's stowed in the nooks and crannies of the vehicle so that we have a good feel for how things are in place and getting them back in place. We plan to do all those things as just a part of our test mission.
Welcome to Bob and Doug. I will tell you, the whole world saw this mission, and we are so proud.
I'm looking forward to that moment when he enjoys the accomplishment, when he realizes we did this, we did a great job, we accomplished what we set out to do. Whenever he lets himself feel that and experience that success, that's what I'm really looking forward to for him. For me, I'm looking forward to when he touches down at Ellington and the NASA plane that brings him home again at the end of it.
I think that the thing I'm most looking forward to is actually ending up in the water safely at the end of the mission. I'm expecting a little bit of vomiting maybe to happen in the end game. So when we get to that opportunity to do that, I'm looking for that kind of celebratory event for both of us in the water at the end of the mission.
I mean, always cool to hear about both the crew members, both the exceptionally experienced test pilots, and I'm always really happy when I see them excitedly smiling, as giddy as they are about space. Actually, now's a good chance to answer some social media questions. If you do have a question, keep tweeting at us with the hashtag #AskNASA, and hopefully we can answer some of your questions, and we'll continue to be answering questions throughout the broadcast. Right now we have a question from Vizog. Can Dragon capsule Endeavour be reused for another mission? It's a great question, and it's actually something that is one of the core founding principles of SpaceX, to make spaceflight or spacecraft reusable. We've flown our Falcon 9 vehicles a number of times. A number of the Crew 1 Dragon vehicles, a number of the Cargo Dragon vehicles were flown multiple times, up to 3 times. And Crew Dragon was designed in the same way, for multiple reflights in mind. The capsule Endeavour, after it goes through inspections after recovery, I'm sure we'll be looking for an opportunity to reuse it, and the spacecraft does that. Emphasis on reusability also does add reliability to the overall spacecraft for its primary mission when you have components that are certified for multiple flights.
I love the little tattoos that the cargo Dragon, they've made more than one trip to the International Space Station, and seeing them come up when they're preparing to be captured, and now they will eventually dock. And there's those little International Space Station tattoo now 3 times, so I always like to look for those. It's like a little Easter egg on the capsule.
Yeah, so don't know when Capsule Endeavour will get to fly again, but I hope it'll happen again for a NASA mission in the near future.
So we've taken a look at our astronauts, Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley, and we have had a very busy day with both of them on board. All of the burns completed nominally, and their departure from the International Space Station taking place on time at 4:35 p.m. Pacific Time, 11:35 p.m. GMT. But that is just the beginning of their journey home, and it's really the beginning of the end of the mission. So let's take it all the way back to the beginning of the mission and check out some highlights, starting with launch day.
You're looking at the American-made rocket and spacecraft that will return American astronauts to the International Space Station from American soil for the first time since the retirement of the Space Shuttle, last flown nearly 9 years ago. But if all goes well today, we will mark a new first in NASA's storied history and usher in the commercial crew era of American spaceflight. And we are looking at a live picture now of Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley walking down that hallway in the astronaut crew quarters. We just saw Doug wave at the screen, and they're just turning the corner, getting inside that elevator. And this, you can't see it from here, but there is a banner hanging there. You can kind of see it in the back. There's a banner hanging on the wall of the elevator with the signatures of all the people who worked on this mission. So it was really important for them to hang that up in there so Bob and Doug could see it. And there the doors are opening.
Here they come.
Great. And there they are, NASA astronauts.
Small crowd, but big cheers.
NASA astronauts Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley, Doug on the left, Bob on the right, waving to the crowd there to cheer them on. And there are their families right in front of them.
The virtual hugs, a very special moment. Fist bumps.
Are you going to be on good behavior? Are you going to listen to mommy and make her life easy?
You can hear them.
Ready? Let's light this candle, I agree. Launch America! Bye, guys.
And there it is. That shot really gives you a sense of the scale of the Falcon 9 rocket. Those Teslas look teeny, teeny, tiny, making their way up there.
Yeah, really cool watching the Teslas pull up, driving on the launch pad just a few feet away from the vehicle. This is awesome and getting really excited over here.
Core on countdown 1 at 2 hours, 57 minutes. The crew has arrived at the pad on schedule.
There they are, taken in the sight, craning to see the top of the Falcon 9 rocket.
Core on countdown 1 at T-minus 2 hours and 46 minutes. The crew has arrived at the White Room and its ingress is in progress on schedule.
And as they climb into Dragon, they will buckle themselves in and attach their umbilicals to their suits. And as you can see, the suit techs are there to help them get buckled and settled into those seats.
And we can see the seats slowly start to rotate. Again, they're in this down position just to make it easier to climb in and out of Dragon. They'll rotate to this launch position to put their backs a little bit more parallel to the ground. It makes taking the G-force a little bit easier for the crew on the way uphill, but most importantly, positions those touchscreens directly in front of them, which is just their gateway into Dragon.
Dragon, SpaceX, seats are in the launch position.
Copy.
Dragon, SpaceX, go for launch.
SpaceX Dragon, we're go for launch. Let's light this candle.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Ignition. Liftoff of the Falcon 9 and Crew Dragon. Go NASA, go SpaceX, Godspeed, Bob and Doug.
America has launched. And so rises a new era of American spaceflight, and with it the ambitions of a new generation continuing the dream. 20 seconds into flight, stage 1 propulsion is nominal.
T plus 30 seconds into this historic mission. Flying crew on board Dragon and Falcon 9, and look at them go.
Falcon power telemetry nominal.
M1D throttle down.
We're throttling down to get ready for the period of maximum dynamic pressure. We're in the throttle bucket. Reports say all systems are go.
Vehicle is supersonic.
We've exceeded Mach 1 on the Falcon 9.
M1D throttle up.
We're throttling back up to full power as we're through max Q.
Copy, 1 Bravo.
And we heard that 1 Bravo call out. That's just the second abort zone that they're in. They'll continue to be on this until the first stage has done its job and they switch over to the second. At this point, Bob and Doug pulling about 2.3 Gs, 2.3 times the Earth's gravity, already moving at over 1,500 miles per hour.
We've heard the call out for MVAC engine chill. That's getting the MVAC engine ready to light. That'll come at about 2:44 into flight. Right now, everything continuing to look good. Next major event coming up is going to be the triple. We'll have main engine cutoff of the 9 first stage engines, stage separation, and then ignition of the second stage engine to continue to carry astronauts into orbit.
And what you're seeing on your screen is a live view of our drone ship, where our first stage will be come down. Looks like we lost that live view, but we'll wait for confirmation of that landing shortly here.
Falcon 9 first stage is successfully landed.
And there you can see on your screen, Falcon 9 has landed. This is the first Falcon carry humans to orbit, so very exciting for us. And as you can see on your right screen, Bob and Doug are still making their way to their targeted orbit.
Dragon separation confirmed.
Countdown 1 is unmerged.
Separation confirmed.
And there's that call out. Dragon is now officially making its way to the International Space Station today.
Dragon SpaceX with that separation call. We have a few words for you from our Falcon 9 team.
Standing by.
Dragon, Chief Engineer on Dragon to ground. Bob, Doug, on behalf of the entire launch team, thanks for flying with Falcon 9 today. We hope you enjoyed the ride and wish you a great mission.
Thanks, Bala. Congratulations to you and the F9 team for the first human ride for Falcon 9, and it was incredible. Appreciate all the hard work, and thanks for the great ride to space.
Copy all.
Oh, and Mike, proud of you guys and the rest of the team. Thank you so much for what you've done for us today, putting America back into low Earth orbit from the Florida coast.
Good luck. Godspeed.
Without further ado, we would like to welcome you aboard Capsule Endeavour. We chose Endeavour for a few reasons. One, because of this incredible endeavor NASA, SpaceX, and the United States has been on since the end of the shuttle program back in 2011. The other reason we named it Endeavour is a little more personal to Bob and I. We both had our first flights on Shuttle Endeavour, and it just meant so much to us to carry on that name. That's what we decided to go with. So we hope you enjoy that name, and once again, welcome on board.
Today we accomplished the first flight off the Florida coast in quite some time, and Doug and I were really proud to have an opportunity to be a part of that. We're doing it in a brand new spaceship, a spaceship that's a lot different than its namesake Endeavour, the space shuttle, in that it has touch display screens that allow us to accomplish most leasing requirements that we have. But we've got the capability to interface with the vehicle, and it's kind of interesting. There's a command. This little button over here is actually what the commands are for our displays. One thing that does get lost is there is a extensive button panel down below as well. So over on this side, we can turn the displays on and off, as well as send some commands for some contingency situations. On the other side, we have the ability to deploy chutes and things like that on entry. So we do have some buttons, but the primary interface is these displays. So nice, new, modern cockpit that we've got for our compared to our namesake, the Space Shuttle Endeavour.
And I'm guessing it was the first time a space vehicle was flown with a touchscreen before. So we got that going for us.
We did, it turns out, end up with one stowaway on board our vehicle when we launched today. It was not just I who accomplished the launch here. We do have an Apatosaurus aboard. We both have two boys who are super interested in dinosaurs, and we collected up all the dinosaurs between the two houses, and Trimmer, the Apatosaurus, got the vote from the boys to make the trip into space today with us. And so that was a super cool thing for us to get a chance to do for both of our sons, who I hope are super excited to see their toy floating around with us on board. I'm sure they would rather be here given the opportunity, but hopefully they're proud of this as well. At this point, Dragon now approaching waypoint 0. At this moment, we're less than a mile away from station. Dragon just under 1,200 meters away, continuing to close the gap. Pretty slow rate right now, moving in at only about 1.7 meters per second.
And here's a view from Dragon. Dragon's got a number of relative navigation sensors, as well as a couple of cameras that can look forward that will hopefully get some additional views for as we get closer to docking. Here's a great view from a camera behind Bob and Doug. Bob in the right-hand seat and the pilot seat. Doug in the commander seat, or the CDR seat.
They are. And that's 200 meters from the center line of the space station.
We're inside 100 meters, continuing to close.
I think you can see a meatball and American flag on that on the spacecraft. That structure on the fairing structure is actually what the Super Dracos are housed in. Of course, all of those are deactivated now, only used for launch escape during the ascent portion. Nose cone right at the top of the vehicle, and you can see sort of the ceiling surface. Those four circular slots right underneath the nose cone within that red ring are the forward bulkhead Dracos. That's what we were using while we were conducting all those burns, the 5 burns to get to this point.
SpaceX Dragon on the big loop. Our visors are down.
Visors down. They are.
Copy, visors down.
They're sitting right there, 20 meters from the docking port. One more view.
SpaceX in station Dragon on the big loop. We are inbound from approach 2.
Copy, inbound.
Station copy.
Dragon closing in. We're inside 20 meters. And yeah, that crew hands-off point should come up in about 3 minutes or so. Right before we get that final docking, it comes about 20 seconds prior, or just about 2 meters away from the station still. And that's just the crew not issuing any abort commands. At that point, it would be too late and so any aborts would be executed automatically by Dragon itself. Two meters. We are inside the hands-off, the crew hands-off point. 1 meter to go. Soft capture complete.
Dragon in space. Soft capture confirmed. Stand by for retraction and docking.
Standing by.
And we just heard it, soft capture. We have docking, that coming at 7:16 a.m. Pacific time, with the station and Dragon flying 262 statute miles right over the border between northern China and Mongolia.
Dragon SpaceX docking sequence is complete.
SpaceX Dragon, we copy, docking complete. To say that it's been a real honor to be just a small part of this 9-year endeavor since the last time the United States spaceship with the International Space Station. We have to congratulate the men and women of SpaceX at Hawthorne, McGregor, and at Kennedy Space Center. Their incredible efforts over the last several years to make this possible cannot go overstated. It's also like Kathy Leaders and her team of the Commercial Crew Program of NASA. An outstanding job by everyone. Last, I'd like to thank the men and women of the National Aeronautics and Space Agency. This is an incredible time to be at NASA. 3 new vehicles to be flown, continuing mission in low Earth orbit, and then to the moon and Mars. We thank you again and congratulate you.
Dragon arriving. The crew of Expedition 63 is honored to welcome Dragon and the Commercial Crew Program to welcome aboard the Space Station. Bob and Doug, glad to have you as part of the crew. Well done. Bravo Zulu.
We have Bob Behnken from SpaceX Demo-2 mission entering the International Space Station. Followed by Doug Hurley. Demo-2 crew now aboard the International Space Station. They entered at 12:22 p.m. Central Time. The station at the time was 262 statute miles over Turkmenistan. Crew all gathered in front of the cameras at the Node 2 forward end of the International Space Station. Just behind them is the hatchway to the Crew Dragon on this Demo-2 mission.
Station, this is the NASA administrator. Can you hear me?
We hear you loud and clear, sir. Welcome to the space station.
Thank you, Chris. It's good to see you. And welcome to Bob and Doug. I will tell you, the whole world saw this mission, and we are so proud of everything you have done for our country and, in fact, to inspire the world.
We sure appreciate that, sir. It's obviously been our honor to be just a small part of this. We have to give credit to SpaceX, the Commercial Crew Program, and, of course, NASA. It's great to get the United States back in the crewed launch business, and we're just really glad to be on board this magnificent complex.
First, I just want to say thank you again to Bob and Doug and your families from all of us here at SpaceX, all of our locations, all of our partners, all of our vendors, everyone for trusting us to bring you up there.
Hey, thanks, Benji. It's same back at you. You know, congratulations to the folks out at Hawthorne, McGregor, and at Kennedy. Just an incredible journey we've had the last couple days. A great day in space today. Our first day of work on space station, but what a great ride on Dragon and Falcon 9 to get us here. Everything worked exactly the way we planned it to work, and that's a credit to the teams there in Hawthorne and McGregor and Kennedy. Just it's a pretty awe-inspiring trip so far, and very humbling, and just we're just so proud to represent SpaceX and NASA in this new next launch capability.
You guys have a picture of the Earth, and you have a flag which also represents the friendly competition maybe that brings us unity. Why don't you tell us about that there?
Yeah, so this is the flag that we left here almost 9 years ago on STS-135. It had actually flown on STS-1, and then it flew again with us on STS-135. And at some point after the end of the shuttle program, we decided we would have a little friendly competition to see who came up and got this flag. And congratulations, SpaceX, you got the flag. So Bob and I, Chris will not let us forget it. That's the biggest thing, is this will be on his to-do list when we get the nod to return Dragon back to Earth, and hopefully this will find a great place of honor somewhere in Hawthorne.
NASDAQ is thrilled that you're able to join us here today virtually as we get set to ring today's opening bell.
All right, Bob Mini Workstation BRT has a red small.
Yes.
3 short wire ties, 1 long wire tie.
1 long, 1, 2, 3 shorts. Swing arm.
Red small. PGT.
Red small to PGT number 7.
PGT number 7. Cal knot motor 30.5.
Wobble
and
size.
Wobble.
Hey Bob, your helmet is locked. Just check out all your stuff, make sure you're good.
The thermal cover is open. I'm egressing.
We copy.
The 2 spacewalkers will be making their way to the far starboard truss of the International Space Station to replace aging nickel-hydrogen batteries on the first of 2 power channels for the S6 truss with new lithium-ion batteries and their associated adapter plates.
You back inside where you can see that thermal cover of the hatch is closed. Still waiting on the opportunity to close the hatch. However, the spacewalk does not end until repressurization begins.
So much stuff. Hold Bob for a second. These are in the bag. Oh, you already put them in there? Okay. We'll get the tools off.
First of all, I'm super excited that this is the first payload you're working with on space station, so make it super special for me. You can start. We have the video. We'll be watching.
When you install the sample cartridge, we'd like you to first hand snug bolt Bravo and then do bolt Alpha and let us know if there's any difference between those two bolts.
we'd like you to do is, like with two hands, you're going to grab the drink bag and try to squeeze it uniformly so that you actually drain it in about 15 seconds.
Keep it going, cool. Nice. Well done.
In Endeavour, Houston, while we wait for the fan, on this day in space history, 9 years ago today, Mr. Doug Hurley launched on STS-135.
Well, welcome aboard to the International Space Station and the crew of Expedition 63. It's an exciting day for us all as we bid farewell to our two friends and colleagues, Bob and Doug, as they complete the journey of this amazing test mission. Before I hand the mic over to Bob and Doug, I do want to make mention of this very special flag that has deep space history, getting deeper, as this flag will return to Earth with the Crew Dragon guys and spend a little bit of time on Earth and very soon make a trip to the moon in short order. So, Doug, the flag's all yours. A pleasure, and here you go.
Thanks, Chris. Thanks for this. This flag has spent some time up here, on the order of 9 years since we dropped it off on STS-135 after it flew on STS-1. So very proud to return this flag home and see what's next for it on its journey to the moon. It's hard to put into words just what it was like to be a part of this expedition, Expedition 63. It'll be kind of a memory lifetime for me. Just all the incredible teamwork and accomplishments, with the highlights obviously being the 4 spacewalks that we worked together literally as a crew of 5 to have success and to complete that part of grade for the International Space Station, which leaves it in a great posture for the future.
As I look back on the mission that we've had here